Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 201. That level of deception won't work against me. 3. The silence in the room was louder than it had ever been. All of them had been piling up on the werewolves to show them their place in Transylvania. However, instead they ended up receiving a tight slap on their faces. As the heads rolled away from the pile, there was no mistaking it. The heads definitely belonged to vampires. The proof was enough to show them that someone had hired the vampires to attack Kai. I believe they were mercenaries hired by Camilla, or the ones working from the shadows to kill Lord Kai. A quick investigation should be enough to find who these people are, and why they accepted a bounty on someone like Kai. I hope this is enough, Your Highness. Ashton replied to Alucard in a respectful voice. Alucard nodded and looked towards Griffin to see if he was satisfied, but it didn't seem like he was. That does clear the suspicion of you faking the accident, but a question still remains. Where is Camilla's corpse? Unlike everyone else in the throne room, Griffin was unfazed by the appearance of the severed heads. He had seen too many of those already. The wars he had been in had turned his nerves into steel, and so was his mind. I burned her. That's why nothing of her was left behind. Ashton confidently replied. He knew pretty much everything about killing vampires. At least those things that Mara was aware of, and according to her, burning a vampire wouldn't leave any marks behind. Not even ashes or bones were left behind. In other words, no one would ever be able to know whether a vampire was killed using fire or not until, and unless someone saw it with their own eyes. For this reason, Ashton chose to lie about the fire rather than some other way, as it was the best way to explain the mystery of the missing corpse to them. However, their reaction to Ashton's claim wasn't what Michelle had expected. As soon as he recounted the tale of fire consuming Camilla, Griffin smirked while the other counts and countesses began laughing like mad people. So, you used fire to kill Camilla. Are you sure that's the story you want to stick to? Pretty sure. Ashton nodded his head. Ashton was sticking to his tale because Griffin was about to fall into his trap. Despite what Mara had told him, Ashton had confirmed the fact with Celeste whether or not it was possible to kill a vampire using fire. While it was true the flames could kill a vampire, Celeste informed him an ordinary fire won't be able to do much against them. Only fire imbued with mana, also known as mystic blue flame, would be able to kill a vampire. Ashton had intentionally left this part out in his explanation and didn't mention using the mystic flames, and just said he burned her using fire. Then may I ask, how did you obtain mystic blue flame to do so? Griffin asked with a sudden seriousness on his face, but the seriousness turned to bafflement a moment later when Ashton just showed him how. I believe this device is capable of doing so? Ashton took out a lighter from his inventory and threw it toward Griffin. The latter was shocked into speechlessness. It was no ordinary lighter, but a magical weapon that assassins of their kind used to carry with themselves. It was their favorite way of committing suicide, just in case the enemies wanted to capture them, and then torture them into revealing sensitive information. In fact, Ashton had only picked one of those lighter to keep as memorabilia, while he was busy decapitating the 5 mercenaries. But to his surprise, when he showed it to Celeste, she revealed the true purpose of the device, which then prompted Ashton to come up with the plan to cover up the mystery of Camilla's missing corpse. Do you have any other questions, Great Knight? Ashton asked with a poker face, but on the inside, he was trying his hardest not to laugh there after seeing the faces of everyone there. Griffin shook his head and stepped back. But now it was Ashton's turn to put the vampires in their place, verbally of course. If a fight was to break out then and there, then it wouldn't be in Ashton's favor. Nouvelle bien. He turned around and Michelle knew he was about to cause a scene there. While she was there to stop something like that from happening, after seeing how well Ashton had handled everything so far, she couldn't help but want to know what he was about to do next. I am well aware of the differences between the vampires and the werewolves. But when I saw Lord Kai being attacked by his own kind, I realized something. Ashton boldly began addressing the audience. Maybe we aren't all that different. He continued, you will always look down upon those who are weaker than you. No matter what their actions show, you will always choose to believe whatever is convenient for you. Just like at this moment it was the need to prove me wrong. Everyone was quiet as Ashton kept poking them over and over with his verbal sword. It hurt especially more to those who were trying to corner him a few moments ago. But other than them, someone else also took notice of his words and decided to interrupt him. There is one thing you still need to clear, Sir Ashton. Verena, the first princess, got up from her throne. You proved the vampires were behind the attack, but you never clarified how you managed to kill all of the assailants by yourself. Ashton was secretly hoping someone would ask the question to him, but he hadn't hoped that the princess would be the one to question him out of everyone present there. Considering I am the only witness, as Lord Kai was unconscious and the assailants are dead, Ashton mumbled, I guess you will need to inject me with a truth serum to confirm what I already told you. That won't be necessary. This time, Irina, the second princess, spoke up, we can know if you're speaking the truth or not, simply by testing your strength. If you manage to defeat both Verena and I, then you won't need to prove anything to anyone. Would you accept the challenge and prove your greatness? Your Highness, that's a bit. Michelle tried to mitigate the situation but failed. I accept your challenge, Your Highness, Ashton said with a smile before thinking. What would be a better way to put these bloodsuckers to their place than by defeating the next rulers of the kingdom? Chapter 202 That level of deception won't work against me. Are you out of your mind? Michelle hissed at him, but Ashton ignored her. He did not expect someone like her to know why he was doing what he was doing, even if he explained to her word by word about his plan to smoke out some pussy wolves. So when do we start? Ashton asked the princesses with a smile. Right now. Verena roared and lunged at him, closely followed by Irina. Both of them were using rapiers, while not giving Ashton any chance to even retrieve his weapons. The crowd dispersed as the sisters began their relentless attacks. None of them wanted to get caught in a fight that wasn't there and lose a limb or two. Wait, this goes against the rules of duels. Michelle did whatever she could to help out Ashton, even though he had caused the mess all by himself. Who said it was going to be according to the rules? Griffin replied and crossed his hands in front of his massive chest. The assassins who attacked Kai wouldn't have waited for the boy to get ready before attacking him. Hearing that, Michelle knew she couldn't do anything. After all, Griffin was right. If Ashton wanted to prove that he had the strength to kill 13 vampires all by himself, then he had to be prepared for everything, including a sudden ambush from multiple enemies. The only thing she could do was to put her faith in him and hope he actually had a plan for doing all this. The royal knight, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. Their king had sent them along with the baron to make sure he returned safely. But judging by what was happening at the moment, it was highly questionable whether any one of them would be making their way back to Lycania or not. The dog is gonna die for sure. One of the counts scoffed. They aren't the kingdom's brightest swordswomen for nothing. There isn't a single swordmaster throughout the empire in its entirety who hasn't taught them their secret techniques. Yeah, the boy is in big trouble. Oh well, he kept running his mouth acting like a king, so it's only fair that he was put to his place by someone. Ashton could hear all of them talking about how great the two sisters were, and to be honest, they weren't that bad. Both of them were at level 30 and probably pursuing their evolution tasks, which technically made them much stronger than him, that is if he was an ordinary brat. Despite having wonderful skills, they were getting a bit too confident, all because they weren't allowing him to bring a weapon out of his inventory. As soon as he managed to fool one, the other would jump in to cover for her place. It was so annoying. I gotta admit, your coordination is top class. Ashton praised the sisters as Irina managed to graze his shoulder. Considering the fact that neither of you spoke a word before attacking me, it's most likely that both of you can read each other's minds. Alucard was intently watching the duel unfold. He could see Ashton was talented after judging him by his sudden but to-the-point evading maneuvers. But merely dodging the attacks wouldn't work against his daughters. Are you just gonna talk or fight? Verena smiled before thrusting her sword towards him. Ashton managed to evade her attack at the last moment but ended up being in Irina's line of fire. It all happened so quickly that no one knew what happened there. Irina had lunged at him, and it didn't seem like Ashton would be able to dodge the attack. Yet he was nowhere to be found? Where did he go? Irina cursed through her gritted teeth, looking all over the room. Were you looking at? Ashton's voice echoed through the room, and the next moment, Irina was kicked right in the abdomen. With one kick, she was forced to take a dozen steps backwards before she could regain her balance. Irina was in pain but hit it without much effort. She was smiling as soon as she recovered from Ashton's kick. However, the next moment she disappeared into thin air, as if she never existed in the real world. The crowd was baffled, but Verena didn't waste any time and rushed in to keep attacking Ashton. Nice try, but that level of deception won't work against me. Ashton sighed before slipping under Irina, grabbing her hands and threw her towards Verena. Verena couldn't stop her momentum suddenly, and was holding her sword in front of her chest. If she were to collide with Irina like that, her sword would definitely pierce her back, which meant Irina would end up getting severely injured. Damn it. Verena cursed under her breath and threw away her rapier as well. Irina hit her with incredible force, and a moment later both of them found themselves kissing the ground. I realize why your moves were synchronous. It's amazing how much of a difference a weapon can make. Ashton mumbled while playing with their swords. These swords are quite unique. To be able to transmit the wielder's thoughts to the wielder of the other one. The weaponsmith who made this must have been a ruler of all weaponsmiths. Here, you can have them back. He threw their weapons back toward their owners. The sisters grabbed the swords, but rather than fighting, They put the swords back in their inventory, confusing everyone in the room except Alucard, who was smiling himself. What's going on here? Ashton voiced what everyone was thinking. Why did you put your weapons away? Because the fight is already over, Alucard replied and stood between his daughters. You won. Alucard then playfully nudged the ladies forward. The sisters took a couple of steps toward him before getting down on one knee. What happened next sent a shockwave of emotions through everyone in the room. Ashton Bismarck, will you marry us? What? Chapter 203, A Mother's Pain 1. Why were the princesses proposing to a nobody? That too all of a sudden. Could it be that it was another one of their strategies to take their opponent by surprise? It was possible, or at least everyone in the room would have thought that. Ashton was no exception either. At first, he thought their sudden proposal was a way to catch him by surprise. However, with a quick use of perception skill, Ashton was able to determine the truth. The princesses weren't lying. They were proposing to him with all the correct intentions. They actually wanted to marry him. The situation wasn't something Ashton could have prepared for beforehand, and he wasn't liking it at all. That being said, the idea of marrying the princesses was a bit tempting. After all, once it was done, no one would be able to take him lightly. He would have freedom like never before. But leaving the werewolves behind wasn't something he could have done just yet. Not without wrapping up the business he had with them. What is going on here? He finally said something after a couple of minutes, acting all confused. In our family, there's a tradition followed by the females. Alucard explained to everyone present in the room. The females of the family can decide to challenge a person they might see as a suitable partner to a duel. If the person wins the duel, they also win the right to marry the woman. That's what happened here. Although the explanation made a bit of sense, the situation was still just as absurd as ever. The sisters eagerly kept looking at him with love and respect in their eyes, while every other guy in the room was looking at him, as if they were going to rip him to shreds. Ashton could understand why the guys felt like that. The sisters were so beautiful they would have even made the heart of a dead person start beating if they were to profess their love to him. No one in their sane mind would have rejected their proposal, but Ashton didn't have a sane mind, did he? I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this proposal. As those words escaped Ashton's mouth, everyone got even more shocked. If the proposal had made them speechless, the rejection made them lose their crap all over again. The sisters still were on their knees. It seemed they were unable to comprehend being outright rejected like that. Alucard was the only one with an unreadable expression on his face. But if Ashton were to predict what was Alucard thinking, it would have to be 101 ways he would kill him. As Alucard opened his mouth to speak, Ashton stood motionlessly. It was for the best if he didn't offend the man any further after breaking his daughter's hearts. But to his surprise, Alucard wasn't pissed at him. May I know the reason why you're rejecting them? He asked Ashton. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Rather than replying to him using words, Ashton decided to show him something no member of royalty would accept, the slave mark on his hands. Would you still want to give your daughters away to someone like me? Before Alucard, Irina or Verena could give a reaction, the jealous counts among the crowd began admonishing him. The prince's proposal to a werewolf was already a bit much to handle, but a slave, it was something none of them was going to stand for. You really got some guts marking this place with your filth, human. It was merely one of the many insults thrown at Ashton, and also an attempt to protect their own insecurities at the same time. After all, how could they accept that a mere human was better than them? But this time, Ashton didn't remain quiet and fired a verbal bullet back in their direction. You sure like to bark a lot for someone who isn't even being addressed here. Why don't you shut your mouth and keep sucking your thumb as you have been till now? What? Are you afraid of backing your words with your skills? Ashton kept on taunting the man dressed in a flowery red tuxedo. In all honesty, the man's fashion sense seemed to be one of the many reasons for his annoyance. All of a sudden, more and more people found their backbone and jumped into the fray. They no longer wanted to insult Ashton with words, but their intentions were to make him suffer through the pain of getting mobbed. Michelle and the knights could feel the tension in the air and rushed to protect Ashton, but the vampires reached Ashton quicker than they could. However, to their surprise, before any of them could even touch Ashton, Irina and Verena jumped in front of him. Their rapiers were drawn to kill anyone who dared to take one more step in Ashton's direction. You dare break the law in front of the people who made them? Irina hissed at them. Discriminatory behavior against a human is a crime punishable by imprisonment or execution in special cases. Whether Sir Ashton accepts our proposal or not, Verena coldly warned everyone, we have accepted him as our. Verena, pull your swords back. Alucard instructed her daughter, as for you, I'll deal with you later. Griffin, escort them to the courtroom for now. As you wish. Griffin nodded towards a bunch of guards who immediately forced them out of there. Nouvelle bien. Once that was done, Alucard turned his attention once again towards Ashton and repeated his question. Tell me the real reason. Why are you so adamant about not accepting my daughter's proposal? You saw right through me, your highness. Ashton smiled wanly before staring Alucard right in the eyes. As much as I would love to marry your daughters, I have sworn loyalty to my king, his kingdom and the people of Lycaonia. He continued, I'm afraid, by marrying your daughters I'll be bound to live here, which would make it impossible for me to protect the ones who care about me. Alucard's eyebrows raised in admiration for the kid standing in front of him. He wasn't even grown up, and yet he had his priorities straight. A quality that he appreciated in anyone regardless of their gender or species. Is that it? He asked Ashton, who nodded his head. Fine then, is there anything I could do to help you out with that? Ashton couldn't help but smile on the inside. He had to improvise a lot, but he could finally achieve his end goal. Chapter 204, A Mother's Pain 2. Ashton finished explaining the story of the conundrum and their escape, with Michelle chiming in to confirm whatever he said was true. It took them a while to explain everything, but soon they were able to show Alucard the complete picture. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. So, if we locate and hand over those people to Lycaonia, you will be willing to marry my daughters. Is that what you're saying? Alucard wanted to confirm everything to their minutest detail, so that Ashton wouldn't be able to decline the proposal twice in a row. That'll make me think about it at least. Ashton gave him a vague reply as usual. Marrying the princesses wasn't a big deal for him. He could marry them, as doing so would give him a lot of political power. But until and unless he was done taking care of the things he needed to, namely killing Mare and finding his parents, marrying someone was going to be the least of his concerns. Also, he wasn't going to marry someone just because they proposed to him. A relationship like that wasn't anything but a sham. Initially, he wanted to use Alucard's favor to find out more about his mother, but then he realized he didn't even remember her face, and as far as he knew, she might have been given a new name. Just like he was when he got turned into a werewolf. That's why whatever name he remembered wouldn't be useful either. Without a name or face, it would be impossible to look for someone like that. But now that he had gained access to the vampire kingdoms, he could look for her on his own. However, finding Conundrum was a task he won't be able to accomplish by himself. Especially since he had no doubt they probably heard about his arrival in the kingdom. If anything, those bastards must have already gone into hiding. Also, Jonathan wanted him to do something about the conundrum. It was one of the main reasons why he agreed to send his treasure away from his jurisdiction. We should keep the topic aside for now. Alucard mumbled and took out a sword from his inventory. On your knees, proud warrior. Ashton followed his command without any protest. Mainly because he knew what was going to happen next. Alucard tapped Ashton's shoulders one after another, officially welcoming him into his kingdom by making him a Templar Knight in the Order of Von Dracula cult. It was a group even high-ranking vampires had to work hard to merely get into, let alone be granted the position of a Templar Knight. Therefore, it was no wonder why Ashton was immediately targeted by everyone there. Even though everyone present there was congratulating him, most of them still saw him as someone whose presence was unnecessary there. But alas, they couldn't do anything about it. However, there was one person who was happier than anyone else present in the room. Evelina couldn't believe what a wonderful man her little boy had grown up to be. From the way he countered every argument that was thrown his way, to his fighting skills, everything left her in awe. But there was one thing that was troubling her. Ashton was going by the last name of Bismarck, which meant he now either belonged to the king or the mistress, and Evelina couldn't imagine which one of them was worse. I'll set everything right starting now. Evelina thought as it was her turn to congratulate Ashton. But fate had something else planned for them as a shockwave was sent throughout the palace, knocking everyone down. It was such a huge force that the centuries-old tinted glasses finally lost their battle against time and were shattered in a moment. Evelina fell as well, but Ashton caught her and gently placed her on the floor. Are you hurt? And no, thank you for helping me, son. Evelina finally summoned all her willpower and did it. She called him son, but Ashton wasn't paying attention to her anymore as a gigantic black-colored portal opened right outside the palace. It was so big that it shrouded a better part of the palace with darkness. What the hell is going on? Alucard roared at the top of his lungs, and Griffin came charging inside the room at once. Alucard, it's not looking good. Griffin's voice appeared to be calm but had a sense of urgency hidden within. An instant's dungeon opened up right outside the palace gates. If we don't go inside and clear it, even Lord Dracula won't be able to protect the citizens. What's an instant's dungeon? Ashton asked Michelle, who was just as clueless as he was. It's a rare phenomenon where a portal connected to a dungeon appears out of thin air. Evelina decided to give him some info about the dungeons. We can get a rough estimate of what kind of dungeon the portal has linked with based on its color and size. She continued, and judging by the appearance of this dungeon, it could either be an E-rank dungeon with a lot of monsters in it or a D-rank dungeon with fewer but much stronger monsters. If someone does not kill them all, they will get out of the portal and kill everyone on this. It's a kill or be killed kind of scenario. Before Ashton could thank her for the information, Alucard grabbed the lady by the hands and pulled her back to her feet, before turning towards his daughters. My precious daughters, keep Dr. Evelina safe. Her survival is crucial for you know what. He instructed them. He said a lot of things afterwards, but Ashton couldn't hear a word after he mentioned the name Evelina. It had been over a decade since he had heard someone speak the name. He even thought he heard it wrong, but when he got a better look at her, the faded image of his mother buried deep within his head resurfaced again. There was no doubt. The lady in front of him was his mother. "Mom," Ashton mumbled softly, but it was enough for Evelina as she smiled at him while tears streamed down her cheeks. She had finally been reunited with his son, albeit only for a short time as she was dragged away to safety. Chapter 205 Instance Dungeon 1. Ashton snapped back to reality. He had found his mother, but it was not a great time to chat with her. At the moment, he needed to protect her from getting harmed by the creatures pouring out of the dungeon. No one is taking her away from me now. No one, Ashton thought before heading inside along with Michelle and the Royal Knights. No matter how much he wanted to simply rush out and kill the monsters so that he could reunite with his mother, he couldn't do it. He needed to ensure Michelle's safety first, or else Jonathan might try to make his life hell. It's not like he would be able to do much though, now that I technically also work for the vampires too. Defeating the dungeon took priority over everything. But this dungeon was turning out to be weirder than anything the vampires had ever seen before. Before they could even form a team to enter the dungeon, several trolls rushed out of there. Although they were rushing out of the portal, it didn't seem like they were a part of the main force. They were more like expendable cannon fodder kind of soldiers sent to the battlefield to either gather intel on the enemy, or to delay them from attacking the main base. Thankfully, Alucard didn't need to assemble his troops. The vampires gathered there for the ceremony were more than capable of fighting their way into the portal. All of them forgot about the disagreement from before, and readily jumped to help everyone. After ensuring Michelle's safety, the Royal Knights were prepared to help as well. But Ashton instructed them not to. There was no alliance between the werewolves and the vampires. As a result, there was no need for them to unnecessarily participate in the fight. Focus on protecting the princess. Since the portals have been disabled as a security procedure, we will have to hold up here. Ashton made his orders very clear: if she dies, so would we. So try your best. What are you going to do? Michelle asked him. If you're so worried about my life, you could stay here as well. And show the vampires how useless werewolves can be? Ashton scoffed with no due respect. I don't think His Highness the King would appreciate that very much. Saying so, Ashton finally headed outside, before Michelle could give him an appropriate reply. But the moment he did, his mouth was left open wide. From the inside, the portal only looked big, but now that he was looking at it in all of its glory, the portal was big enough to consume the palace in its entirety. The courtyard right outside the palace was turned into a battlefield with the vampires battling it out against the monsters. However, not all of the vampires were capable fighters, and then there were humans. And 0VL next. Calm. There wasn't much these people could do to protect themselves, let alone fight back. As a result, all of them were soon consumed by panic. With no one to guide them to safety, they were being swatted down like insignificant insects. A little human girl screamed in fear as a gigantic troll rushed toward her. She closed her eyes and braced herself, prepared to take on the monster's attack and possibly die. She waited and waited, however the blow never came. The girl slowly opened her eyes to see a man whose hands resembled that of a wolf standing in front of her. His hands were crossed over each other, while the troll's wooden club rested on top of his hands. Go inside the palace. It's not safe for you to stay in the open. Ashton instructed her through his gritted teeth. Tell everyone who can't fight to do the same. Could you do that much for me? The little girl nodded and rushed towards the palace. Good girl, Ashton mumbled before turning his attention towards the troll. Don't you have any shame going after little girls? You fucking pedo. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I would have killed you regardless of what you did or did not do. Ashton sidestepped, letting the club finally hit the ground before using it as a ramp to climb up to the troll's head. The next moment his claws pierced the troll's neck. Ashton then took a hold of the troll's backbone and yanked it out in one swift move. The loud booming sound as the troll collapsed was enough to steal everyone's attention. As Alucard saw Ashton standing tall over the dead troll, he smiled. At that moment he knew his daughters made the right choice. Handling trolls so easily at such a young age was impressive, no matter how others saw it. Most of the vampire counts and countesses present there had to team up to get rid of a single troll, as they were one of the most tenacious monsters. Killing them quickly was especially a challenge because of their regenerative abilities. But Ashton already seemed to know this, and that's why went for their weakness and ripped the spinal cord out, instead of dealing damage bit by bit. Rather than wasting your time gawking at me, why don't you help evacuate the citizens instead? Ashton shook his head. Also, if you're dead set on fighting them, go for their eyes first, then knock them down by attacking their knees before killing them for good. Although most of them still did not agree with Alucard's decision of including Ashton in his cult, they could now see that the child wasn't a child when it came to fighting. In fact, he just might be weirdly stronger than quite a few of them. The following moment, Ashton felt the ground shake and turned around, only to see multiple trolls heading in his direction. I guess it's time for Bader's weapons to make their international debut. Saying so, Ashton pulled the one-shot hand cannon out of his inventory and aimed it at the trolls. Their gigantic bodies ensured that he wouldn't miss the mark. He fired the weapon and it blew a couple of trolls into pieces, leaving the vampires dumbstruck. Chapter 206 Instance Dungeon 2. What was that sudden explosion? Griffin asked Alucard, who was equally shocked as he was. They have seen numerous explosions during all the years they had lived for. But at best those explosions were able to distract the monsters and not harm them. It was the first time they had witnessed a type of modern weaponry that was able to annihilate monsters. Ashton glanced at them briefly, taking in all of their reactions to analyze how were they reacting to his weapon. So far, all of them were surprised and intrigued. It was clear they wanted to know more about it. However, Ashton wasn't going to give them such an opportunity for free. Good, take in the feeling of domination. Give in to that feeling so that I can empty your pockets without trouble. Ashton thought and turned towards Alucard. Your Highness, I'll be heading inside the portal and try to stop more of these freaks from coming out. Please join me when things calm down here a bit. With that being said, Ashton rushed towards the portal. The path wasn't easy as it seemed. The explosion of the hand cannon had gathered the attention of the nearby trolls. All of them were rushing towards him, wanting to kill him before he could step a foot to the other side. However, they fell right into Ashton's trap. He had no intention of fighting or killing the creatures just yet. Instead, he wanted to lure them inside the portal so that he could feast on at least one of them. After all, the healing factor they had looked too tasty for him to pass it up. Come on, get inside already. As soon as Ashton was inside the portal, he turned around immediately. A moment later, one of the trolls showed up and swung his club at Ashton. The troll had seen how Ashton took care of his kin, and thus swung the club a bit higher than necessary, thinking Ashton would jump up and try to rip his spinal cord just like before. But to the troll's surprise, Ashton ducked below and kicked his kneecaps. The pain was immense as the troll fell to his knees. However, the pain soon subsided as the healing factor soon kicked in. But Ashton was quicker. Before the troll could get back to its feet, Ashton had already dug his teeth in it. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Vampire skill. Skill absorption activated. Attempting to absorb the passive skill, low heal from the prey. Required gene to learn the skill. Werewolf genes/vampire genes. Required genes are present in the host's body. Proceeding with absorption. Due to the efficiency of skill absorption, the skill low heal has been upgraded to the skill regeneration. Congratulations! You have created a new passive skill level 5, regeneration. You can view more information about the newly created skill. Due to the creation of a new skill, the said skill has bonded itself to you. In other words, you're the only one who possesses this skill on this planet. Well, I never thought upgrading skill absorption would lead to the creation of new skills like this. Ashton was surprised by how absurdly powerful the upgraded skill was. I was wrong for bashing the skill after reading its description. Ashton didn't dilly-dally around the entrance for long, as more monsters were certain to come through. He would put his regeneration skill to test later, but first he needed to know what was the deal with this instance dungeon. While Ashton had been to many dungeons, it was his first time being inside something like this. Just by looking at it, he knew the cave he was in was full of mana. He could feel the mana floating around him. He wanted to discover what was causing it, but the moment he took a step, the scenery changed immediately. He was no longer standing in a cave but in an open field. What the hell is going on here? He turned around and his back was still facing the cave, but the scenery right in front of him was something entirely different, yet weirdly enough they seemed to coexist. But then it clicked to him. Maybe the dungeon was divided into two parts to keep certain entities separated. For example, the trolls were supposed to keep to the cave, which would explain why were they able to get out of the portal, even though it had just appeared. While the field part of the dungeon was supposed to keep the actual dungeon monsters inside till it was time for the outbreak. In other words, there were two separate dungeons hidden inside a single one. Portal inside a portal? This shit is gonna drive me mad one of these days. You mean you're not mad already? Lucifer? Ashton mumbled as soon as he heard a voice inside his head. Even though the voice seemed familiar to him, it clearly wasn't Lucifer's voice, despite him subconsciously mumbling his name. You wish. And much worse. Astaroth? That bastard Lucifer already told you about me? Pretty much. Also, get out of my body. You would like that, won't you? Sadly, I can't do that. If I could, you think I'll be sticking around a moronic bastard like you? Why are you here talking to me all of a sudden? Now that is a question worth answering. It seems my dear Lucy boy made a huge mess and couldn't keep helping you out. So to put you and me off the radar, he gave up his admin privileges, therefore making me the admin. Great, just great. Ashton sighed and carried on walking deeper into the fields. It feels weird to feel warm even though there's no sun inside this place. But forget about it, I have lots of questions I need to ask you. Does it look like I'm interested in a questionnaire? Does it look like I give a shit about what you think? Ashton could hear Astaroth chuckle as soon as he said those words. I like you kid, so I'll let you ask 3 questions for now. Go ahead, shoot. Chapter 207 Instance Dungeon 3. What are you? Ashton began with the most basic question. I know you belong to a species called Siren, but I don't even know that they are. That's a tough question to answer. You may understand more when you see them yourselves, but for now, let's just say we are a species that has godlike powers. However, we are no gods, after all, we are mortal beings ourselves. Ashton took Astaroth's words with a grain of salt. Also, he couldn't use his heartbeat sense perk to check if he was lying or not because, well, Astaroth did not have a heart and was just a voice in his head. As a result, Ashton had to believe what he was saying until he finds evidence that he isn't. That being said, he now wanted to ask Astaroth the question that has been bugging him for a long time now. Something only he could answer. Back on the island of Doom, I'm pretty sure I lost my eye while fighting those automatons and fell unconscious. Was it you who helped me back then? Yes, genius, that was me. I also completed the quest you were given. Did you like the rewards I chose for you? They'll come in handy later on, so be sure to keep them with you. What's your last question? How? Ashton mumbled, how are you inside me? No, let me rephrase that. How come you and I have the same body? Now that's a question even I don't have an answer to, but if I had to guess, neither of us could have survived individually and thus we bonded together. Whatever Astaroth had just said made little to no sense to Ashton. Their survival was indirectly dependent on each other? I can smell the bullshit in his words. Dependent on him for survival? More like, he wants me to be dependent on him. That being said, I'm pretty sure I died while entering your planet. How I am alive is as big of a mystery to me as it is to you. I believe you as much as I don't have a reason to. Ashton mumbled to make sure Astaroth didn't know what was going inside his head. Since he had found his mother, all he needed to do was to ask her whether this alien motherfucker had told him was correct or not. That being said, he needed to clear the dungeon he was in first. But there was a slight problem, there were no monsters in his sight. Just an endless field with nothing but grass and a sunless sky to see. Is this supposed to be like this? Nothing ever goes right on this fucking planet. Does it? What do you mean? Dungeons like these shouldn't exist. At least based on the average level of the civilization inhabiting this place. Novel Biethom. Ashton ignored Astaroth's senseless ramblings and decided to investigate by himself. But he didn't remain alone for long. Moments later, he could hear hasty footsteps rushing towards him. To Ashton's surprise, more trolls were being spawned in the cave he had just exited. But rather than rushing out of the portal as they did before, they rushed towards him. Oh, you want to fight me? Sure, come right. Where the heck are you going? The trolls ran past him, into the heavenly fields. Being ignored by a bunch of monsters was a first for Ashton. However, as much as he wanted to just up and kill them, he decided to wait it out. He could get to know more about this dungeon through the help of the trolls. This fucking place is bugged. Astaroth eventually ended his ramblings with those words. Bugged? What do you mean? I meant this dungeon has a lot of irregularities. At least, that should be the case if they haven't updated the rules and regulations. Maybe one of these days you'll say something that'll make sense. Maybe one of these days you'll start using the brain cells holed up in your brain. As much as Ashton would have loved to bicker back and forth with the lovely resident of his head, he had things he needed to attend to. Namely, finding what those trolls were up to. But he was disappointed when he found the trolls humping each other next to what appeared to be a pond. In the middle of the pond, some sort of a platform could be seen. Someone or something was residing on top of it, naked. Her silvery hair and strong naked physique could be the reason why those bloodthirsty trolls were humping each other like some bitch in heat. While the lady chuckled seeing them behave like that. They were running here to do questionable things? What the hell is wrong with this place? I already told you. This dungeon is filled with irregularities. You should find a way to clear the dungeon before it overflows. Who knows what kind of things this place would throw into that primitive world of yours. Clear the dungeon? How? This is the first time I have been to a place like this and it turned out to be not working properly. Lucifer didn't tell me you like to bitch about everything. What have I gotten myself into? You know what? Just let me take over your body and I'll take care of everything just like the last time. Yeah, you're going to have to try harder if you want a piece of me. Ashton scoffed. Also, at least try to hide your real intentions if you're going to be so obvious about it. Fine, let's see how long you can do this by yourself. Astaroth replied and then, his voice disappeared from Ashton's head. It seemed he had decided to sit this one out and not provide any help to Ashton. As if you're the one always saving my ass, Ashton mumbled and headed towards the pond to gather more information about what he needed to do. What the hell? All of a sudden, multiple fish-like creatures jumped out of the water and ripped the trolls to shreds one after another before dragging the remains back inside the water. At the same time, more trolls spawned at the entrance to the cave and the cycle repeated itself over and over. These Zyrans have a creative imagination. Also, why the heck is no one else here yet? Back outside, the vampires had taken out all of the trolls with their united efforts. However, the moment the last troll fell, the entrance leading to the dungeon was blocked by a mysterious barrier. The barrier was stopping anyone else from entering the dungeon, leaving Ashton to fend for himself inside. Alucard and Griffin tried their best to find a way through the barrier, but there was nothing they could do. Neither physical nor magical attacks were even able to put a scratch on the barrier. Why isn't anything working? Griffin expressed his frustration by punching the portal, only to get himself injured. Relax, Griffin. Your brawn isn't going to let us get through. We already tried that. Alucard mumbled while carefully analyzing the portal. Maybe having this barrier isn't so bad. What do you mean? Griffin asked. It seems to be a two-way barrier. Meaning everything inside the dungeon would stay inside and everything outside would stay outside. So the monster won't be able to come out. Is that what you're saying? Alucard nodded, but then his expression got all serious. Having a barrier there was good and all, usually he wouldn't have wasted another minute of his life on it, but the problem was Ashton. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Not after his daughters had made up their minds to marry him. Also, the way the boy carried himself in a room filled with his predators had left a mark on Alucard's mind. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the boy was destined for big things. Things much bigger than the scope of their kingdoms and maybe even the entire world. I swore I'll never use it again, but if it has come to this, then... Alucard dipped his hands in his inventory and brought out a gigantic black sword. Alucard Griffin was shocked as the sword grew bigger and bigger, soon towering over the portal itself. I need to concentrate, Griffin, so don't say a word. Although Alucard's words silenced his mouth, they couldn't silence his curiosity. How could he not be curious about the relic Alucard was wielding? A weapon that was once Dracula's favorite. A weapon that consumed innumerable souls to gain its name of Aetherius, the sword said to hold enough power to split the heavens in one strike. It uses the blood of its wielder as well as the blood of the dead around itself to grow stronger. That being said, the sword was believed to have been lost when Dracula disappeared. However, it seemed like that was all a lie made up to stop everyone from searching for it. Chapter 208 Instance Dungeon 4. This is bullshit. Ashton yelled at the top of his lungs while running away from a horde of naked trolls that had not so subtle intentions. Just a minute ago, he was walking toward the mysterious pond, and now he was running away for his life and integrity. Before taking any action, Ashton wanted to take a closer look at what was going on with the trolls and the lady, but the moment he got too close, the trolls stopped humping themselves and charged toward him. It seemed they did not like Ashton disturbing their hormone balancing session, and were now wanting to settle the scores. If Ashton wanted, he could have easily killed them all. But that wasn't the issue. The main problem was the after effect of killing the trolls. As soon as he killed a troll, a single message popped up in front of him. Death heals the maiden of the pond. Total HP at 69%. If Ashton had to guess, the maiden was the lady sitting in the middle of the pond while the mermen hunted down the trolls. That would also explain why the mermen were killing the trolls. But a couple of things didn't make any sense. Why were the mermen helping the maiden? Was she some kind of a godly entity to them, therefore they wanted to help her? Why the heck are you bastards so angry with me? I'm the one who saved you from death, you assholes. However, no matter how much he screamed, the trolls did not listen to a word he said. They were clearly under some kind of spell that made them respond to the will of the maiden and no one else. What should I do? The only way to get the trolls off my back would be to kill the maiden. But with these bastards on my back, it doesn't look like it'll be possible to even reach the maiden, let alone kill her. Ashton was lost in his thoughts. In the meantime, Astaroth was staying true to his words. He had not offered a single piece of advice to help Ashton. This in a way could also be due to the fact that so far Astaroth could only gain control over Ashton's body when the latter was unconscious or grievously injured and wanted Ashton to get injured. Thus in a way it could be that Astaroth was hoping to reenact what happened back on the island. But Ashton was dead set on not allowing that. Mainly because having someone else control his body was weird. Should I put regeneration to test? Ashton had gone through the details of his new skill, while waiting for the second batch of trolls to get killed by the mermen. Apparently, the skill was actually strong enough to reconstruct broken bones and heal most of the injuries, just with a few moments worth of rest. However, there was a drawback to the skill. After 5 minutes of using the skill, all of the user's stats would get halved for the following 12 hours. Even if the debuff only affected the organic stats of the user, and not the stats Ashton received through the items, losing his stats would not end up in a positive scenario. Especially since he didn't know what was in store for him next. I don't know what stats he'll need to face the merman and the maiden, so I can't compromise my stats here. I could summon Sven and Celeste, they should be able to keep the trolls away while I deal with the maiden. But first I would need to seal the entrance to the field. While Ashton was more or less sure that the vampires weren't coming to help him out, he couldn't take the risk and reveal his secret by accident. That's why sealing the entrance was the primary objective before summons his servants to his aid. Also, by blocking the cave, Ashton would be able to prevent more trolls from spawning, which in turn wouldn't allow the maiden to heal up any longer. His one move would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The only problem was that he was out of hand cannons ammo or extra cannons to deal an explosive blow, and cause the cave to cave in. Bolts shot from a crossbow weren't going to be able to do much either. He would have tried to destroy it with his hands, but by the time he would do that, the trolls behind him would catch up to him and might trigger regeneration, as it was a passive ability and Ashton had no control over it, leaving only one choice for Ashton. I sure hope this works or I don't know what it'll do. Saying so, Ashton summoned the power of winds by his side and threw a dozen gigantic wind blades towards the entryway of the cave. Although he hadn't mastered the control over the winds, he knew the strength of the blades depended on the amount of mana he poured into the blades. Yes, although it took a bit more tries than he had anticipated, Ashton was able to block the cave temporarily. Once that was taken care of, he abruptly stopped, allowing the trolls to catch up to him. The trolls were blinded by their lust and had lost all sense of reason. Thus they failed to see through Ashton's obvious plan. A moment later, Ashton's servants jumped out of his shadow and lunged at the enemies who dared to threaten their master. Be careful not to kill them, Ashton instructed Sven as he was about to swing his sword. Sven was about to take the troll's head off, but upon Ashton's order turned his blade, slicing off the creature's arm. Meanwhile, the 5 vampire skeletons Ashton had were busy attacking their legs, putting a stop to their horny march towards Ashton. Celeste, on the other hand, couldn't feel more offended as half of the trolls gave up on chasing Ashton and decided they wanted to hump her instead. Given how appealing she looked even after death, it was a no-brainer the clubs between their legs responded to her more than to the master. Your brutality disgusts me. She barked at the trolls before binding them using their own shadows. This body shall only ever please the one who granted this form to me. Yeah, I know better than to stick my dick into crazy. Thanks for the offer though. Ashton sighed awkwardly as Celeste licked her lips for some reason. Do that again and I'll rip that tongue off. Ooh, you make me want to do it more, master. The hell is wrong with this dungeon? Why is everyone so sexually excited? Sven shrugged his shoulders, while the trolls kept humping the ground even after their limbs were chopped. Forget it, the sooner I'll kill that maiden, the sooner this mess will come to an end. Celeste, keep them down till then, I'll leave the skellies to help you out. Sven, you're coming with me. As you wish, Sven replied, placing his broadsword on his shoulder. The maiden had noticed the decline in healing. The mermen have been alerted. New quest. Stop the mermen living inside the pond of dissonance. As soon as the prompt popped up, hundreds of bluish creatures jumped out of the pond, draining it of its bluish tint. The lower half of their bodies looked like that of the fishes, but the moment they touched the ground, their fish-like bottom disappeared. In their place, the mermen grew legs and began rushing toward Ashton and Sven, their weapons in hand, ready to chop their enemies down. I have to stop them, huh? Sven, kill one of them, will you? I want to confirm something first. Sven nodded and stood in front of his master like an unbreachable wall. The moment a merman got within the range of his sword, he lost his head. But the outcome was something Ashton had predicted, but he wasn't happy that his hunch was correct. Death heals the maiden of the pond. Total HP at 69.32%. Fucking hell. Does killing anything end up healing her? He sighed in annoyance before taking out the twin blades. Sven, focus on the limbs, try not to kill them. Sven acknowledged the new command and got to work. However, unlike the trolls who were huge and thus easy targets when it came to dismembering their limbs, these mermen were proving to be quite troublesome. Their agility and unpredictable maneuvers made it difficult for Ashton and Sven to make contact. Even when they managed to get them, the slippery scales covering their body made it even more difficult to slice their limbs off in one attack. That being said, it almost felt like the mermen wanted to die, and despite Ashton's and Sven's best efforts, sometimes they were getting successful in their suicidal mission. As only their limbs were covered with scales and not their torso. Death heals the maiden of the pond. Total HP at 72.32%. Damn it. How am I supposed to stop them without killing them? Administrator has altered the existing quest into Kill the Maiden of the Pond. And here I thought you didn't want to help me out. Ashton smiled and promptly received another quest. Admin quest. While you're at it, kill yourself too. Chapter 209 Instance Dungeon 5. However, despite getting the hint from Astaroth, it wasn't like the merman would allow Ashton to casually walk up to the maiden. Not without dying first, at least. Sven was trying his best to clear the path in front of his master, but doing so without killing them was proving to be quite a Herculean task. Celeste would have been able to bind them using her shadow elementalist properties. But in order to do that, she would have to let go of the trolls first, which would have things a bit more difficult given the trolls' regenerative abilities. Despite being held hostage by Celeste's spell, the trolls were continuously regenerating their lost limbs, which the skeletons had to slice over and over to keep them down. As much as Ashton wanted to slice the maiden up using wind blades, he couldn't do it. The way the mermen were so eager to die by his hands, it went without saying that they would get in the way and end up dying by the blades instead. That was the only reason why the fight had become troublesome for Ashton. Judging by the maiden's stat, Ashton could literally one-shot her, but for that, he needed to get close to her first. Damn it. Another wave of mermen. Ashton had long since crossed the limits of annoyance. So much so, he wanted to kill the merman and then take care of the maiden. Still, he managed to calm himself down, and as he did, an idea found its way to him. If he only wanted to avoid them, he could have done so easily. I can be such a dumb fool sometimes. Only sometimes. Are you sure about that? Maybe you are right. If a parasite like you invades someone's brain, it's obvious they'll turn retarded. Ashton retorted and once again summoned the power of winds to his aid. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. He didn't know about it, but having somewhat mastery over the winds gave him a lot of options to manipulate his surroundings. Although he couldn't use the wind as Camilla did to hover herself midair, he could still figure a way to do so. That is if he put his mind to doing it. Since simply pushing you fuckers won't work, I'll just push myself instead. Saying so, he slammed his hands on the ground with all his might and was propelled into the air. He made it seem like it was his physical strength that pushed him upwards when actually, he had compressed the air around him, making a small packet filled with air in each of his hands. Thus, when he slammed his hands into the ground with all of his strength, the compressed bubble exploded, sending him flying towards the maiden. I got you now. He grinned, pulling out his claws. Die now. The mermen immediately turned their attention towards the maiden. However, there was nothing they could do but watch in horror as her head was sliced away from the rest of her body. The maiden was no more. Ashton had won. Or so he thought. Wait, why didn't I receive any EXP after killing her? Ashton turned around, and to his horror the maiden was still alive and holding her head in her hands. What the actual fuck is going on here? I warned you, this dungeon is irregular. Irregular? My ass. This dungeon is busted. Wait a minute, oh my god, there's no way. Apart from that, Ashton saw one more thing, her face. She didn't have a face. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, nothing. Just the shape of the head. That's all she had for a head. He was confused. He killed her, and yet she was alive and well, sitting right in front of him. But terrifying things had just begun as a flesh-sewn mouth soon opened up on the severed head. Before anyone could comprehend anything, the bitch began shrieking loudly. So much so, that even the undead summons were in pain. Ashton fell to his knees. The sound was too unbearable for his ears. Covering them wasn't of any use either, as soon blood began pouring out of them, soaking his clothes in his own blood. However, he wasn't the only one affected by the shrieks. The mermen, who were naturally sensitive to noises, couldn't hold out for much longer and died on the spot. Even the trolls were no exception to that. None of them could start the sharp noise that ended up destroying their organs from the inside. And they literally puked their guts out before dying. Death heals the maiden of the pond. Total HP at 112.23%. The maiden has successfully overhealed herself. Requirements for the appearance of the secret dungeon boss have been made. Phase 2 of the dungeon will begin now. Please wait patiently. Upon seeing their master in a vulnerable state, Celeste and Sven rushed in to protect him, while the skeletons charged toward the maiden. Celeste summoned a shadow barrier around Ashton to absorb the shrieking sounds made by the maiden, while Sven was on guard for potentially new enemies. Master, are you alright? Celeste inquired, to which Ashton nodded. I'm fine. Thanks for the help. Ashton mumbled before wiping the blood off of his face. But that bitch, she wouldn't be fine for long. Don't haste, master. The woman is unpredictable and potentially immortal. Guess what? So am I. Ashton was angry, very angry. It had been quite a while since someone had treated him like a punching bag. And he wasn't going to calm down till he fucked the bitch of a maiden over. After some struggle, he finally forced himself back to his feet as a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Maiden of the Pond has regained her true form and transformed into the Maiden of Afterlife. The secret boss has appeared on the field. Find a way to defeat this monster to clear the dungeon. Failure to do so would result in a cataclysmic overflow, killing anything the maiden sets her eyes on. Kill or be killed. About time this. Before Ashton could complete what he was saying, there was a loud explosion coming from the direction of the sealed cave. The king's cavalry had arrived. Chapter 210, a unique gem. However, since Ashton had blocked the area linking the cave with fields, it would take them a while to reach him, which was perfect as it gave Ashton an ample amount of time to deactivate his genes to avoid raising any suspicion. I'll see you guys later, Ashton mumbled before hastily canceling Valhalla and reverting back to being a werewolf. Just as his summons were absorbed back into his shadow, the rubble was thrown away and Alucard stood there along with Griffin and his elite warriors. The gruesome scene they saw in front of them took their minds off of Ashton. Griffin and the soldiers immediately jumped inside and began investigating the corpses of the fallen trolls and mermen. The grassy green fields have been turned red and blue with all the blood and gore spread all over the place. What in tarnation happened here? Griffin mumbled softly just what could have caused this mess. There was no answer to his question as none of them had entered the field before him. Forget about them, look for the kid first. We can't let him die due to our own failures. Alucard instructed them. The soldier nodded and deeper inside. They did not have to look far for Ashton. He was right there on his knees, drenched in his blood. In front of him was someone that had the appearance of a human, yet all of them were sure she was no human. Not with the demonic wing protruding from her back. Alucard followed them but was investigating some things on his own. Being a vampire well-versed in the art of dark magic, he could sense the traces of something weird. It was as if someone had summoned a bunch of creatures that should not exist in their plane of existence. In other words, someone there had been summoning the dead. At least that's what he could infer based on what he was seeing and sensing around the area. That being said, he doubted anyone else could have the knowledge or the ability to summon the darkest creatures from the bowels of hell and manage to control them. Something even Lord Dracula is said to have difficulty in accomplishing. While I have seen some people utilizing necromancy to raise skeleton soldiers, that's the extent of what a necromancer can pull off despite investing years and years of their life into mastering such a useless skill. Alucard thought. While in their golden age, merely having the knowledge of necromancy was considered to be the greatest treasure someone could stumble across. That being said, necromancers weren't known to spread their knowledge to others, as they were afraid their importance and status would take a hit if more people were to master the art of necromancy. This was one of the biggest reasons why after the first wave of necromancers disappeared, so did their prestige. The few who still practiced necromancy were nothing less than a pitiful shadow of the ones who gave birth to necromancy. While Alucard took his sweet time to arrive there, Griffin and his soldiers surrounded the maiden. Despite that, the maiden seemed unaffected by them and had her attention focused on Ashton only. That being said, it didn't seem like she was going to attack him either. "Are you alright, Bismarck?" Griffin asked Ashton while standing in front of him. "Novel bien. More or less." Ashton replied, "What took you guys so much time?" "There was a barrier, I'll explain it later. First, tell us about everything you know about this headless creature." "Sorry to disappoint you, Captain, but I'm just as clueless as you are." Ashton mumbled while slowly forcing himself back to his feet. Being in this dungeon would make one lose his sanity. "I sliced her head off, only for her to grab it like a lantern and start shrieking." He continued. "She didn't stop. Not till I got to the condition that I am standing in now. She even killed those creatures that were trying to protect her. That's the only information I know of." Griffin nodded and realized there was something weird going on in the dungeon. From the trolls running out of the dungeon to the barrier, everything felt a bit off. But at least they had an answer to why there were so many mangled corpses scattered all over the place. However, there was one issue. How were they supposed to kill someone if she was still alive despite getting decapitated? Could they even do something against her? There's only one way to know. "Everyone listen up." Griffin roared at the top of his lungs. "Target that head the creature is holding. Snatch it away from her. Judging by how close she's keeping the head to herself, it's probably the only weakness she has." Ashton nodded. He was thinking the same thing. If the head wasn't important to her, then there was no reason for the maiden to keep it so close to her. Although he didn't know what could he possibly do with the head, burning it should be a good start. Griffin had not ordered Ashton to do anything, but Ashton wasn't someone who would allow someone else to take what he wants. However, before anyone could make a move, someone special finally decided to participate in the fight. "Ah, so you might be the reason for all the dark aura I've been feeling ever since I entered this forsaken place." Alucard mumbled absent-mindedly when he saw the maiden. "Griffin, take everyone and retreat. I wouldn't forgive myself if I end up absorbing any of your souls." "You're gonna use Etherius again?" Griffin inquired. "It would be a shame to let these many souls go waste, wouldn't it?" Alucard smiled as he walked up to Ashton. "You are a unique gem, Ashton Bismarck. I don't often say this, but I am jealous that Jonathan found someone like you before I did. Now go before these words fill up your head." As soon as he said that, the black sword once again appeared over Alucard's head, absorbing the souls of all the creatures that had been killed inside the dungeon. But that was all Ashton could see as Griffin pulled him out of the dungeon as Alucard had ordered. Chapter 211 Reunion. When Ashton walked out of the portal, along with Griffin, to see the destruction the trolls had caused there. The attack might have only lasted for a bit over 10 minutes. Still, in those 10 minutes, the entire courtyard had been painted reddish-black. Although the casualties were fewer, a large number of vampires had lost one body part or the other. As a result, their blood had played a major role in remodeling the place. Several injured vampires were laying everywhere, while those who were in a more fortunate position helped them. The princesses were no exception. Hell, even Michelle and the royal knight were helping them out, despite werewolves being at odds with the vampires for decades. "Don't look so surprised, Sir Ashton." Griffin smiled even though he could see how many of his kind were suffering right in front of them. Suffering is an essential part of one's life. Without suffering, strength cannot exist, and without strength, nothing can survive. One day they'll be thankful because of what happened today. "You are weirdly calm, Ex-Master Griffin." Ashton smiled wanly. "Even if you say so, I just can't get one thing out of my head." "What will that be?" Was the appearance of the dungeon just a coincidence? Griffin got silent. He was thinking the same thing. While instance dungeons are known to spawn at random locations at any given point in time, the appearance of this dungeon seemed a bit odd. Not to mention all the irregularities that they had noticed almost made it seem like it was someone's plan rather than just a case of them being in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Just think about it," Ashton continued. Hundreds of important people spread across the continents were gathered here along with the Princess of Lycania. No matter how much I try not to think about it, something seems fishy. I agree with you, Griffin nodded his head as they walked up to the palace. It certainly feels odd. But is it even possible to control a dungeon? Course it is. Ashton wanted to say it out loud but held back at the last moment. After all, he did own 2 dungeons. First was the cave near the swamps that was filled with wraithwolves, and the second one was in the form of the Eastern Palace. That being said, Ashton had no idea whether owning a dungeon would also give someone the ability to create their own instance dungeons. If it was, then the mystery behind the irregular dungeon was solved. The only thing they would have to look for would be the person responsible for doing something like this, which was easier said than done. I would have to ask Astaroth more about this theory of mine. Only he can say whether what I'm thinking is correct or not. Sir Ashton? Sir Ashton. Oh, apologies, I got lost in my thoughts. Were you saying something? I was saying that you should rest. You probably suffered more than us, considering your level. However, rather than answering Griffin's question, Ashton caught on to something Griffin just said. Something weird to say the least. But I never mentioned my level to anyone here. Deer in the headlights. That was how the look on Griffin's face could be described as. Nevertheless, the look was merely temporary as Griffin recollected his thoughts fairly quickly. However, before he could answer Ashton, they were quite rudely interrupted. Ashton. Irina and Verena simultaneously yelled while running toward him. Are you alright? Ashton was taken aback by their concern for him. They barely knew each other and yet they were acting as if he had already agreed to their proposal. At the same time, Michelle also approached him. It was quite reckless of you to jump inside the portal by yourself. She reprimanded him but then smiled. But I'm glad you're back. Are hurt in any place? Not at all. Ashton gave her a short but courteous reply. Just because everything worked out in the end between them, didn't mean he had forgotten how she screwed him over back in the academy. But then again, she also helped him a bit, so for now she was off of his people to kill list for a while. Just then, he could sense the princesses getting a bit weird because he had completely ignored them. As much as Ashton did not care about them, he could not risk offending them if he was planning on staying there for a while. Am alright, Your Highness. My deepest apologies for concerning you. As our future husband, you do not need to apologize to us, Sir Ashton. The sisters simultaneously replied and jumped to Ashton's side, slipping their arms into his. Come, we'll take you to Dr. Evelina. She'll heal whatever injuries you might have. Then we can chat freely. Verena smiled while Ashton's arm slipped between her cleavage. Humph, if he gets injured so easily, maybe I should rethink my proposal. Irina turned her face away from Ashton, but tightly held on to his hand, as if she was scared to lose him or herself. Thanks, I guess. Ashton thanked them while an awkward smile found its way to his face. Ashton was clearly feeling awkward being sandwiched between them. But upon the mention of his mother, he swallowed the awkwardness and decided to go along with them. A moment later, Alucard casually walked out of the portal as it closed behind him. The aura around him wasn't tense, but through his high perception Ashton could feel that something within Alucard had changed. As he was being dragged away by the sisters, he quickly peeked into Alucard's stats again and froze on the spot with what he saw. Level 61, Grade D. He might just have become the strongest man on the planet. By this time, even Griffin had realized something was different with Alucard. Even his appearance seemed different. Then it dawned on him. You achieved yet another breakthrough? Griffin asked while smiling through his canines. You could say that, Alucard replied with equal enthusiasm. Chapter 212 Reunion 2. Dr. Evelina, could you please check him first? Verena announced as soon as they entered the throne room, which had been turned into a makeshift clinic to help the vampires. Evelina along with more than 24 healers were looking after the injured, but Verena and Irina both were adamant that Evelina should be the one to check Ashton. Probably because she was a well-known figure when it came to healing. It was also the reason why she had been nicknamed the fertility goddess. I heard you loud and clear the first time, Your Highness. Please have him seated somewhere, I'll be with you in a moment. Evelina was just as nervous to meet her son, as Ashton was to meet his mother. But that didn't excuse her from her duties. That was just one of her character flaws. She had a tendency to work herself to the bone, and being a vampire only enabled her further considering she did not require to rest or sleep anymore. Ashton on the other hand was still trying to digest the fact that her mother was indeed alive. Till now, despite Jonathan stating that his parents were alive, there was a small part of him that did not believe it to be true. In a way, Ashton had already made his peace with that fact and used it to feed his anger. But now all of a sudden he could feel his anger disappearing. Maybe it was because at that moment the only thing he wanted was to hug his mother so tightly that it would mess her insides. Ashton, you're shivering, are you okay? Verena asked once again while Irina watched them from a distance. I'm fine. Could we do anything for you? I want to be alone for a while. If you don't mind. Sure. Come, Irina, we should probably check on father as well. Irina nodded and left along with her. That being said, the sisters seemed a bit taken aback by Ashton's words. But they accepted his request and left him alone, chalking it up to something he had seen within the dungeon. Could you show me your left hand? The following moment Ashton heard a long-forgotten voice. A voice that had always protected him from the countless nightmares he used to have in his early childhood. A voice that he never knew he would hear again. And yet there he was, sitting right in front of the one that voice belonged to, in front of his mother. Ashton placed her hands in hers, without ever lifting his face up. He was afraid the moment he would look at her, all of his anger would melt away. Regardless was that he was happy that he could finally feel her soothing touch again. But her touch wasn't as warm as he remembered it to be. She was different, but it was something Ashton had to make his peace with it. You have grown into a strong, handsome and talented man, Ash. My baby Ash. Evelina silently whispered. Even at such an emotional moment, she had to restrain herself from doing something that would attract unnecessary attention. Despite the fact that merely not being able to hug her long-lost son ripped her heart out. Nouvelle Biathom. Ashton nodded along but didn't dare to say anything more as tears welled up in his eyes, and his throat got mysteriously heavy. In his lust for revenge, he had long forgotten how it felt to cry, and now when his body was reacting on its own, he didn't know how to process his emotions. There was still anger seething inside him, but so was happiness. Ashton didn't know how to disassociate himself from the hurricane of emotions he was feeling at the moment. He felt angry at the universe for everything turning out to be the way it did. And yet, he found himself thanking the universe for finally reuniting him with his mother under the same breath. Despite the bloodstains, you look just fine to me, Evelina said in between sniffing to hold her emotions together for just a little longer, but I think I should check whether you are able to perform certain physical activities or not. Would you mind taking a walk with me? Ashton opened his mouth to speak, but realized not a single word would come out of it. Thus he shook his head instead, to answer her question. Good, let me just inform someone and then we'll leave. A minute later, both of them were outside, in the garden that was located behind the palace. Away from everyone else, a perfect place for the mother and son to talk. They walked around for a while, not knowing what to say to each other. After a while, Evelina broke the silence once again. You sure grew up to look a lot like your Dotto. She had barely managed to get a phrase out of her mouth when Ashton suddenly hugged her. It was quite amusing to see 6-foot-something guy, leaning over a much shorter woman. So far Ashton had been keeping his emotions in check, and this defense is up. But the moment Evelina began talking to him, his Herculean defenses turned into a thin sheet of paper, drenched in his tears. As Ashton pulled her closer and closer, Evelina wrapped her hands around her son's broad torso, feeling his beating heart, before she broke down herself. Memories from all of the years she had been away from him came flooding back into her head. The overwhelming emotions forced her to cry herself. As much as she hated herself for it, she pulled herself away from Ashton's embrace and wiped his tears off. The feeling of being able to touch her son again almost made her feel as if she was in a dream, and if it was a dream, it was one she never wanted to end. The warmth of Ashton's skin was enough to make Evelina snap back in reality. A reality where she could greet her son with a smile on her face every time she sees him. Once both of them had calmed down, she pulled Ashton's face down and planted a kiss on his forehead, just like she used to do back in the enclosure they used to live in, before finally pulling away from him. Come sit down, I believe we have a lot to talk about. Chapter 213 Identity Crisis. 1. The two of them sat on the grass talking their heart out. They discussed about things they had missed in each other's life. Mostly, Ashton was the one answering these questions as Evelina wanted to know about all the little things her son had to go through after they were taken away. Although she was angry at her inability to protect him, she felt a bit happy that his childhood wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Although she was careful enough not to say such a thing in front of the boy. Regardless of whether what she thought was worse or not, it must have been hard for Ashton to go through it all by himself. It was Ashton's turn next, and to Evelina's surprise, some of the questions he asked made her feel that he was much more mature than an average child of his age. The trauma had forced him to mature faster than them. Little did she know, Ashton's maturity was not because of the trauma and such that he had suffered, but because of the points he had invested in increasing his intelligence. To Evelina's credit, she answered all of Ashton's questions to the best of her ability. Most of the questions he asked her were about their family and his father. Sadly, there wasn't much Evelina knew about him. In reality, there wasn't anyone who knew about him or what happened to him. The land of the undead is a mysterious place. Shrouded by mysterious particles floating in the air, it makes it impossible for even satellites and drones to scan the 2 continents they rule over. She said while shaking her head. I tried my best to find him as soon as I got my hands on the resources to do so. But it was all in vain. The undead are just too damn good when it comes to hiding their tracks or hiding themselves. It almost makes me believe the things we know about them aren't even true to begin with. Ashton nodded along. As much as he wanted to find his father next, he didn't think it was going to be possible for a while. After all, the undead had little to no contact with the other species since the war with humans had come to an end. Also, The treaty they had with the vampires and the werewolves made it impossible to venture into their territories without their permission first. If someone still made their way to the land of the undead, despite the treaty stating not to, they never return. On top of that, Ashton was nowhere near as strong as to make an enemy out of an entire species. Not yet anyway. That being said, he still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask her. The real questions that were not about their family. While I was gathering more information about you and Dad, I came to know some very fascinating things. Like you being the founders of the rebels and whatnot. Is it true? Evelina nodded. Yes, it is, and yet look at us now. The 3 founding members of the resistance had been turned into the 3 different species they swore to fight against. Funny, don't you think? Maybe Ashton was imagining things, but for a moment, he could see that Evelina had gotten all worked up. Especially when Ashton took a pause while asking her the question. But when he completed his question, she let out a short sigh of relief before answering. Is she hiding something? He thought, all the while smiling at her. Why would she do that? Is she trying to protect me from something, or am I simply overthinking things? Ashton's perception skill was high enough to notice the smallest changes on the face of anyone in front of him, while his heartbeat sense perk could ensure whether a person was speaking the truth or not. As much as he wanted to trust every word that came out of his mother's mouth, at that moment, he needed to ensure Evelina wasn't lying to him, even if it was all to protect himself. Thankfully, he didn't have to turn on his vampire genes to use the passive abilities associated with those genes. I also got to know about the weapon. At that moment, Evelina's face went from all smiles to being as expressionless as a corpse. Ashton had finally asked one thing Evelina was praying to the gods he wouldn't. But she wasn't a priestess that the gods would listen to her prayers. Ashton, it's getting late. Maybe we should discuss it. She tried her best to evade the question, but she had no idea who persistent Ashton had grown up to be. The little boy who used to do everything she asked him to was long gone. Years of being by himself had taught him one thing. He did what he thought to be the best for himself. Ma, don't try to dodge the question. You said you were going to answer all of my questions. So erase the question. Why am I called the weapon? Fine. If you don't want to answer, then I won't force you. Ashton got up and turned to leave. You must have your reasons to hide it. However, I'm not going to be here for long. This might even turn out to be the last time you ever see me. Of course, it wasn't going to be the last time she would see him. But Ashton had seen the power of a little tactic known as emotional blackmail. Although he felt like the worst piece of shit subjecting her mother to something like that, he needed to do it to get the answers he needed to know out of her mouth. Evelina pursed her lips, knowing that regardless of whether she told him the truth or not, it was highly probable Ashton would leave her. However, the burden of such a secret was too much for her to handle. She didn't want to subject her son to the same, even if it meant losing him forever. I see. Goodbye then, mother. Chapter 214 Identity Crisis 2. Time flew by as quick as Alucard took down the maiden. Staying true to his word, Ashton did not entertain any of Evelina's attempts at talking to him. Apart from a general courteous greeting, Ashton spent no time around Evelina. Soon it was time for the guests to depart. They had overstayed their welcome as a result of the instance dungeon popping up. But now that all of it was over, none of them wanted to piss off Alucard, who was known to despise being around too many people, despite his status as the overlord. Among those people was Evelina, who had to return to her lab and continue her research. Ashton's behavior was churning her insides, but she knew it was for the better to let him go now. Their worlds were meant to cross each other so soon to begin with. She could simply live the rest of her life cherishing the sweet moment she got to spend with her son one last time. However, he couldn't just go away without at least trying to bid farewell to him. Thus she used Verena to have a letter delivered to Ashton, in which a request was enclosed. A request to meet her son, before she disappeared again. An hour passed, but Ashton didn't arrive at the garden they had met before. Optimism is my worst enemy. Evelina smiled wanly and began walking away. She could understand Ashton's pain, but it didn't mean her pain was lesser than his. She too was losing her son all over again. All because she wanted to protect their relationship. In the end, the secret was what ended up destroying whatever semblance of a relationship they had. Maybe I should have told him, at least then he would have the right reason to be furious at me. She mumbled a moment before leaving the garden. Then tell me. Ashton's voice filled her ears. As she turned around, there he was standing right behind her. His arms were crossed in front of his chest while his eyes were fixated on her. It took her a moment to form a sentence in her mind, because of the sudden overwhelming emotion she felt erupting inside her. However, it only lasted for a moment as she gathered herself fairly quickly. I thought that I wasn't coming? Ashton gave her a smile. I might be an asshole, but not such a big one to ignore my mother's first and only request in over a decade. Sweet talker. Evelina pulled him for a hug. Are you sure you want to? Pretty much. Ashton immediately cut her off. Let me hit you up with a deal. If you tell me a secret, I'll tell you a secret. Something only a handful of 3 others know. How does that sound? Oi, what the hell do you think you're saying? I don't care who the lady is to you. Don't you dare spill the beans yet. Astaroth was screaming inside his head, but Ashton ignored him entirely. It wasn't like he was going to out him or anything. After all, he just said he would tell her a secret. He never said he would tell her about him being a tribrid. You are really persistent. A quality the princesses would admire. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Evelina chuckled as soon as she saw the look on her son's face. She knew it very well that the princesses have been trying to force an engagement upon him. But Ashton was always dodging them. They were beautiful girls, there was no doubt about it, but their neediness was a huge turn-off for Ashton. In fact, he was already thinking of ways to get them off his back permanently. But right now, all of his undivided attention was on what Evelina was about to uncover. I'll have to sit before I spill any secrets. Evelina took a deep breath, preparing for the shitstorm that was about to start. Where do I even start? Let's see. 5 decades after the first generation of mutants appeared on the planet, there was a man they all feared. Not because he had any super abilities or any wild thing like that. To the mutants, he was a mere roadblock. But considering most of humanity didn't even measure up to shit in front of them, being branded as a roadblock was their own way of respecting him. She continued, hell, I have read records of the vampires from back then referring him to as a demon. But they were right. He was the only one who was able to put a temporary stop to their march to dominance. No matter how many times they tried to kill him, he always reemerged at some other place to mess up their plans all over again. None of them had any idea how did he manage to escape from their clutches every time. Even though it was hard to believe there could be a human that even the mutants were cautious of, Ashton was impressed by the man in the story. The more and more Evelina spoke about the man, the clearer it got why the mutants branded the man as a roadblock instead of throwing him along with the pile of shit they referred to the rest of humanity as. But Ashton was wondering, what the hell does that man have anything to do with him? Despite his valor, the man was killed while he was on the mission to bring back the secret hidden within the crashed meteorite. Evelina couldn't cry, but the sadness on her face was evident, as she continued. However, due to the respect the mutants had for the man, they did not mutilate his corpse as they did with the rest of them. But the man's mission was a success. Whatever remained of his team brought back 2 corpses with them. One of the men and the other corpse was of some extraterrestrial species. Ashton nodded along. This was a detail he already knew of. They had found the corpse of Astaroth. However, there were a lot of inconsistencies in the story, like who was the man and how was he able to fool the mutant so many times. If Ashton was being entirely honest, all of it seemed like a bad made-up story from some weird bedtime storybook. It's not like I don't want to believe you, but do you mind telling me the name of the man in question? Ashton asked her. His name was Austin Wolf, my only biological son. Chapter 215, Identity Crisis 3. It took a moment for what Evelina said to dawn upon Ashton. He stood there as if his legs had become one with the ground. His eyes were wide, wider than they had ever been, fixated on Evelina's face as if it was the only thing that existed in the universe for Ashton. Ashton, please say something. Evelina pleaded as soon as she realized Ashton was slipping into a state of shock. However, there was nothing for Ashton to say. A million questions were running in his mind, but not a single one of them could be formed into words at that moment. Was this her idea of a joke? Does she even believe this herself? What the hell is she even saying? Those were the only things he could focus on at the moment. But deep down Ashton knew Evelina wasn't lying or making up a tale. His heartbeat sense would have detected her lies the moment she spoke. But she didn't have a beating heart in the first place, so Ashton's method of detecting lies wasn't going to work against her. However, the look on her face was all Ashton needed to see to confirm that she had been telling the truth. Even then, Ashton didn't know how he should have felt at the moment. Should I be angry? Silent? Defensive? I don't know. Ashton, listen to me. Once I complete the story, you'll understand everything. Just give me time. It's not like I can do anything else. Through the turmoil of emotions, Ashton had no idea what Evelina could even say at this point to make up for the damage she had done to him with mere words. But it wasn't like he had any other choice but to hear her out and hope for the best. Throughout this ordeal, Astaroth was silently listening to the woman explain everything to Ashton. After all, the secret of his life was closely linked to his own, and could help him understand what exactly happened after he died. With Austin dead, the morale of humanity died as well. People no longer wanted to fight against the mutants as most of the leaders were already preparing to leave the planet for good. The flee section of their brain had activated, and that's when everyone decided to give up on the planet entirely. Could you never mind? After what he had learned, Ashton was in no mood to listen to her sob story. He just wanted to get it over with so he could get going and collect his thoughts alone. But it didn't seem like Evelina or whoever this woman was anywhere close to finishing her story. Some of us decided to stay back and fight. But for that we needed hope. We needed someone to help us fight back, someone to look up to like we did to Austin. So we chose to do the one thing that was morally wrong on so many levels. We decided to recreate him since resurrection was out of the question. And 0VL next. Calm. As soon as she said it, everything hit Ashton like a truck full of shit just hit him. Everything made sense now. Well, not everything but a few things, even though it seemed absurd to even think something like that was possible. Throughout their history of living on this planet, humanity had excelled in technological advancements. Creating an immortal being wasn't a dream anymore, though doing so was a tremendously exhausting task. Sure, do you want to throw something else in the mix as well? Like gods, perhaps? Who took pity on their subjects and gave you the power to resurrect the hero of humanity, the savior who forced the mutants to commit suicide? Ashton scoffed loudly and got up to leave. He had had enough of her bullshit. Resurrection leading to a dead being was something he could understand, as he himself had the ability to do so. But to make a being immortal? Yeah, if humans had the technology to do it, then why the hell were they on the run? They should have been fighting tooth and nail against the mutants. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. No, more importantly, if they had such technology, why didn't the mutants make use of it themselves after defeating them? Whatever Evelina was saying was more than he could chew. But the same could not be said for Astaroth. After all, there was no denying that he was alive even after death, well, at least in the main sense of the word. On top of that, for Zyrans, death was but a mere stepping stone in their life cycle. With enough resources, they could be easily brought back to life, but at a price. That's why most of the families tend to preserve the remains of the Zyran in hope of resurrecting them in future. However, unlike humans, they were a seventh-tier species. That's why reviving someone just as they were before dying wasn't a complicated task for them. It was merely an expensive one. It was for that reason Astaroth was intently listening to the woman explain how they recreated the same person after his demise. Maybe that way he would find a way to disassociate with Ashton. However, Ashton did not share the same thoughts as Astaroth did. Listen to the lady. The information might help us later on. Shut the fuck up. If you're so interested in her bullshit, then feel free to listen to her, but I'm not. Ashton had completely lost his cool. So much so, he forgot that no one but he could hear Astaroth speaking. Evelina was taken by surprise as soon as Ashton shouted at the top of his lungs, and began looking around to see if there was someone other than them present there. But they were alone in the garden, which confused her even more, and then she remembered something about the myths. The myth about the admins contact a few gifted individuals and guide them to greatness. Judging from the way Ashton was talking to the air, there were only two possibilities. 1, he had an administrator working with him, or 2, he had gone mad because of the shocking news he had received. Was this the secret he wanted to tell me about? That he was an irregular? However, she did not voice her opinions just yet. Even though just thinking about him having an admin by his side made her happy. And 0VL next. Calm. I didn't want to do this, but now you have forced my hand. Astaroth replied, and the following moment a quest window appeared in front of Ashton. You have triggered an administrator quest. Objective: find out more about the secret behind your origin from the woman. Task: sit your ass down and let the woman finish her story. Progress: you're still standing. Reward: 50% increase in all the stats. Mission commissioned by Administrator. Priority level: unranked. The host cannot ignore the mission. Doing so would reduce all of their stats by 50% along with the efficiency of using your skills. Now sit down or say bye-bye to half of your skills. Ashton stared at the mission prompt in anger. But it wasn't the usual anger that he was used to by now. It felt different, very different. He was pretty sure if Astaroth was to materialize in front of him, then he would have torn him to pieces. Hell, he wasn't sure if he wasn't going to kill someone at that very moment. Usually, Ashton would have done whatever Astaroth would have told him to, but not this time. Fine, do what you want. Ashton called Astaroth's bluff and rejected the mission request before walking away. Despite what was mentioned in the quest, the punishment of stat reduction was never carried out. All of his stats and skills were still the same. Getting Ashton strong was in Astaroth's best interests. Not only was his life tied to him, but if Astaroth was to ever completely recover, he needed Ashton to stay alive, and reducing his stats was not the way to go about it. Don't ever try to force me into doing something I'll never agree to, Ashton warned Astaroth, and for the first time Astaroth did not retort to his comment. You're not Lucifer who could pull strings and remain unaffected with whatever happened to me. Whether you admit it or not, you need me more than I need you. So keep that in your fucking head before pulling a stunt like this. But Evelina wasn't going to let him walk away like that. Not before she finished telling her everything she knew. Ashton, wait. Shut your trap. You want me to believe you? How can I do that when your story is filled with lies? Ashton harshly pushed her hand off his shoulder. Lies? You say that, man, your biological son was fully grown by the year 3050. That means he was at least 18. Also, he died in 3056 when he was 24. Is that correct? Yes, but then let's assume that you were 16 when you gave birth to him. That would make you 40 in 3056. But when I was born in 3084, you were still 40. This means either you weren't born till 3044 or you've been lying about everything my entire life. Hell, I'm not even sure if I am who I have been thinking myself to be. Ashton, I can explain. Evelina desperately tried to get through to him but failed again and again. Of course you can. You're immortal as well. Just like me, right? Ashton's words were leaking with sarcasm. You know what, it doesn't even matter. For now, I know why you never wanted me to tell about my story because there is none. Goodbye. Chapter 216 Oath of Vengeance. As Jonathan had expected, thanks to Ashton, the relationship between Transylvania and Lycania had gotten a lot better. Although Ashton had the bigger part to play in it, there was no denying that Michelle's sudden closeness with Kai had helped form the relationship as well. Kai returned to continue his studies in the reconstructed academy, along with Ashton and Michelle, but they were the only ones making their way to Lycania. To everyone's surprise, Alucard allowed both of his daughters to attend the academy as well, even though there was absolutely no need for them to train in an academy that couldn't offer them anything new in terms of knowledge or skill. But soon Alucard's intention behind proposing such an arrangement was clear. He wanted them to stay close to Ashton and play the perfect matchmaker for them. Much to Ashton's dismay, there wasn't anything he could do to stop it from happening. After all, how could he stop someone from getting educated? Also, he had a lot of things going on in his life, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the slightest inconveniences in his life. It was still a miracle that he was functioning as usual after what Evelina had told him. He was sure if, given the chance, she might have been able to explain it all away. But in his state of mind, it was for the better if they did not interact for some time. Ashton had thought by meeting his mother he would gain some clarity, but in the end, the meeting messed him up even more. But with that, Ashton said a bittersweet goodbye to Transylvania and headed back to Deja to report to Jonathan. Well done, my boy, you have continuously proven your worth to me. Jonathan laughed heartily. Maybe it's time for you to take a small break. What do you think? I haven't done anything praiseworthy, Your Highness. Not till I find those conundrum bastards anyway. Ashton respectfully replied, as far as taking a break is concerned, I don't think that would be necessary. With your permission, I would like to continue climbing ranks till I become a gold-ranked adventurer. Jonathan nodded and Ashton headed towards his home. There were a lot of things he needed to accomplish in the town before heading to his region and start building it from the ground up. A few minutes later. I wasn't expecting you to be here. Ashton sighed as soon as he entered the hall, only to be greeted by Marat's familiar sulky face. Nouvelle bien, what have I been hearing? Mara sternly asked him. Sorry to disappoint you, mistress, but I do not possess a skill that could provide me with foresight. Or else I would have definitely known what you have been hearing all these days. Please spare me from your idiotic jokes. What is this engagement that everybody is talking about? Why was I not informed about it beforehand? Ashton sighed. This bitch was still thinking he was someone beneath her feet. Too much for being a master strategist, ain't it? Oh, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it at an opportune time. Ashton dismissed her question and began walking toward his room only to be pulled back by her. Can you? Do you even know what playing with fire feels like? The Overlord is someone who was willing to wage war against Lycania for his nephew. What do you think he'll do if someone breaks the heart of his daughters? Kill them, of course, Ashton replied matter-of-factly with a poker face. Mara was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether the kid in front of him was the same kid she had known for a few months. Something had definitely changed in him. It almost felt as if he wasn't scared of her or anyone, and it wasn't a feeling she liked. She was finally realizing how wrong she had been for ignoring him for this long. No matter what, the brat had to be under her feet at all times starting now. Don't forget your place, Ashton. Just because you're a baron now doesn't mean I can't put you in your place. Believe me, I wouldn't want to cause you any inconvenience either. So please feel free to leave whenever you'd like to. That was it. Mara had had enough and wasn't going to let the brat disrespect her anymore. That being said, Ashton wasn't scared of her in the slightest. Not after what Astaroth had informed him regarding the secret behind the leveling system on Earth. Throughout the weeks after becoming a tribrid, there was a question lingering in Ashton's mind. Just how was he able to take on stronger opponents than himself? How was he able to overcome the odds no one should have been able to? Pulling off such a feat was definitely not easy at his level. But for the others who were at the same level as him, it was impossible. No two ways about it. Thankfully, Astaroth had the answer to his question. Basically, being a tribrid or even being a hybrid had its own privileges. One of them being innate abilities the genes granted the host, and the second one being the advantages in terms of leveling. In other words, the common mutants can only level up one type of gene. Meaning that whatever stats and powers they have come from the only gene. That's why their levels directly reflected how strong or weak they were. However, in the case of hybrids and tribrids, their strength comes from the blend of 2 to 3 genes. Therefore, they are able to take on opponents and monsters that usually someone of their level would not be able to. However, in the beginning, the increment in different levels did not show much difference. It was only after a certain threshold was crossed will the genes start complementing each other, and finally reveal the true strength of their host. That was also the reason why Aston's recent growth had been explosive. That was why the Zyrans had a different way of measuring the strength of hybrids and tribrids, known as cumulative levels. The cumulative level could then be used to compare the levels of those singular gene beings. The process of counting the cumulative level was complex, but Astaroth was kind enough to do it for Ashton, and it came out to be around level 41, which meant he was almost on par with the mistress in terms of level, but only when he had all of his genes activated. Otherwise, if he had only one gene activated, his power would be proportional to the level of the gene only. That being said, even though Ashton had not evolved into a higher rank, his cumulative level was more than enough to challenge those newly evolved beings without much trouble. This list included Mara, who was on level 45. However, Ashton was not intending on revealing his secret to her just yet. But he did have another trick up his sleeves. A trick not even the fabled mistress could predict or defend against. Mara lunged at him, but the moment she took a threatening step toward him, half a dozen royal knights rushed inside the building to stop her in her tracks. Even though Ashton was important to Jonathan, he wasn't as important to let him have 6 bodyguards in the form of royal knights. Well, that was until the boy got under the patronage of Alucard, who personally requested Jonathan to look after his future son-in-law's well-being. Honestly, it was more of an order than anything else. But Jonathan wouldn't like anyone talking about it. Baron Ashton is under the direct protection of His Highness King Jonathan. Hostility towards him is comparable to hostility towards the king. One of the knights announced, "This is your last chance to back off, or else suffer the wrath of the king." Mara's face turned red with anger. Blood trickled out of her fist as her razor-sharp nails dug through her skin. She had never felt this angry even when Donovan had betrayed her. Also, unlike then, she had no outlet to get rid of her pent-up anger. Also, even if she was strong, she was nowhere near strong enough to fight 6 level 30 royal knights. But she could not get past the smirk on Ashton's face. "Look, as much as I want to see you try to get past them and try to put me in my place, I do not have time for this." Ashton shook his head and walked back to his room while Mara did the only thing she could, stare at his back. She could not contemplate where her plan went wrong. How could she have gotten played like a fiddle by a literal child? There was no possible way. Her blind trust in someone had once again fooled her. "You will pay for this humiliation. You will pay." After swearing her vengeance on him, she walked out of the mansion. Chapter 217 Intergalactic Investigator. Welcome Section Chief 112 Amen. Lord Beelzebub awaits you. An electronic voice echoed in the empty hallway before a secret door appeared out of nowhere. Always taking unnecessary security measures, Amen sighed and walked inside the dark room. This Zyron had pale blue skin with small horns protruding from his forehead, which were the characteristic of low-ranking members of their society. His raven hair was tied in a clean braid which made it look like some kind of a whip extending from the back of his head. When half of the galaxy wants to get rid of you, these unnecessary security measures wouldn't seem so unnecessary. Beelzebub gestured for Amen to sit down, but not before paying his respects first. No matter how many centuries it had been since Beelzebub last stepped on a battlefield, he would always be known as the King of Gluttony. However, he wasn't called that because of his greed or hunger, but solely for his lust for consuming his foes. But nowadays, Beelzebub had given up his old ways and no longer indulged in such bizarre rituals. However, the horror he had exhibited during the last civil war was enough not to let anyone mess with him. That being said, it didn't mean that he had stopped doing dirty deeds altogether. He had simply decided to use others to do his bidding in the promise of power, money, and fame. Basically, everything any living organism in an ever-growing civilization would want. "How can I be of your service this time, sir?" Amen asked Beelzebub. "I would like you to investigate a Tier 2 planet." "Tier 2 planet? What could you possibly want from there, sir?" "It's not what I want, but who I want." Lucifer had been acting suspiciously, and I have reasons to believe that traitorous bastard Astaroth is still alive and somewhere on that planet. "What? But I thought." While it's a shame that my plan to kill him failed, Beelzebub took a swig from his drink. "It's not too late to finish the job. For obvious reasons, I cannot do anything myself. My hands are tied taking care of the things here. That's why you will have to do the job for me." He continued, "Visit planet Earth and investigate Astaroth's whereabouts. Do not even think about coming back here without finding some damning evidence. I don't have to explain what will happen to you if you fail me, do I?" "Not at all, sir. I die before disappointing you." "What will your death accomplish, you fool?" Beelzebub shook his head in dismay. "Just do what I ask. The money will get deposited in your account as usual. Now go." Amen bowed once again before disappearing into the shadows. While he had never visited any lower-tier planets before, he had heard about Earth quite a few times, especially in the last century because of Astaroth and the Civil War. It wasn't an exciting planet to visit at the least. A downright boring and primitive civilization that no one would have even noticed if they weren't so hellbent on destroying themselves. Even after their intervention, the situation of the planet remained more or less the same, which made the planet feel hopeless to the Zyrans. That's why most of them had even forgotten about it. That was also the reason why the technical support related to the mutants inhabiting the planet had been severely reduced as well. While most of the mutants from other planets under their jurisdiction had their own administrators to guide them, it was a miracle if anyone from Earth made a contact with the admins. Even the few Zyrans that were allotted to look after the Earth were forced to do so, and it was comparable to punishing someone. In short, the Earth was planet none of them gave a shit about. Meh, there's no point thinking about it anymore. Since King of Gluttony has given me the orders, I have an obligation to do so. I hope that dissonant place has beautiful women to offer. Amen sighed while heading over to the ship bay, the place where all of their private and governmental ships were kept at. Usually, Amen would have selected a spaceship belonging to the government to carry out his missions, as the full prices to get those things running wasn't anything to laugh at. But since this was Beelzebub's personal request, he had little choice but to use his own vehicle. Amen, long time no see. Another low-ranking Zyran greeted him. Where to this time? No fixed destination, Preta. Amen replied, pull my babe out of her prison cell, will you? You're one weird Zyran, Amen. You don't have some weird fetish for your glider, do you? You got a death wish? Believe me, man, I don't judge. Preta laughed. How much fuel should I add? Fill her up, Amen mumbled underneath his breath. What? Fill the damn thing up to the brim. As mentioned before, the fuel prices for Zyrans wasn't a joke. Even after achieving the highest possible technological advancement, the Tier 7 civilization had failed in its battle with fuel prices. It was because of that when a stingy guy like Amen wanted to fill the tank up, Preta couldn't help but ask again. Just to make sure he heard him right. Relax, no need to yell at me. It's just that the prices of star shards have increased once again. Preta shook his head in dismay. I promised my wife a vacation, but man, I really don't want to blow savings on fucking fuel. Damn, how much is it? 450 yeno per shard. The look on Amen's face said it all. Although he had enough money to fill the tank, it would leave quite a significant blow to his bank balance. How many shards would you need? Preta knew exactly how many shards Amen's glider could store, but that didn't stop him from messing with him. Around 1,000. What the hell? I can buy a fucking solar system for that much. Preta laughed and charged Amen for his services, adding storing cost and refueling cost. You will have to pay 600,000 yenos. Thanks for doing business with us. Chapter 218 Levon. A city where everyone is equal. 1. A week after his confrontation with Mara, Ashton finally left Deja for good and headed toward the city of, well, it didn't matter. He was going to rename the city either way. The only other problem was, wow, so much snow. Even Transylvania doesn't have this much snow. Verena exclaimed loudly, did you choose this city of yours with our comfort in mind? Quit being so noisy. Irina immediately silenced her sister. If you keep acting like this, how will Ashton accept us as his brides? Could you remind me, why did you have to come with me? Ashton sighed in defeat. As much as the sisters liked to test the limits of his annoyance, coming along with him to a place known for its harsh environment was a bit too much. Even Alucard tried to sway his daughters from making such a decision, but there was no stopping them. To tend to your needs, of course. Also, you would need strong allies beside you if you want to assert dominance and make the residents of the city respect you. Verena replied, the soldiers accompanying you are undoubtedly strong, but not strong enough to defend your territory or to do anything, to be honest. And 0VL next. Calm. That was a fact Ashton already knew. As much as Virgil and the rest of his crew were of use to him, their slow leveling speed was a bit concerning. But now that he had nothing better to do, he could focus on their growth as well as his own. Also, with us being added to the mix, there are going to be a lot of challengers who will challenge you for our hand. Irina clarified. Wait, I thought the two of you had the right to propose whoever you liked? Ashton was a bit confused by now. That is true. But once we propose someone, till the day we get married, anyone can challenge you for our hand. Verena replied with a smile, which means if you lose to someone in a duel or someone kills you, we will have to accept their proposal and test their might ourselves. Since it'll be a hassle if someone defeated you in a duel. So we decided to help you out by staying closer to you at all times. Before Ashton could give pry further into their culture and get to know how to pass their love on to someone else, their fleet of cars came to a halt. My lord, we have arrived. The driver announced. Ashton stepped out of the car, marking the snow under his feet. Behind him were the 6 royal knights, his team and the about 500 newly recruited soldiers. These people were the only defense force he had to ensure the security of the city. Bader's wife and Ashton's slaves were also there, as Ashton believed leaving them back in Deja wasn't safe for them. Especially after he had angered Mara. There was no knowing what that bitch would have done to them in his absence. It's quite barren. Renee pointed out the most obvious thing she could. Wow, your eyes work. I never knew that. Faye retorted while Virgil struggled between them. Enough. Ashton smacked both the ladies on the back of their heads. First impressions matter. At least for you idiots who would be spending most of their time among the crowd. There is not a single person in sight. Irina pointed at the isolated city in front. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Wait, how the hell are you fine standing under direct sunlight? Ashton was genuinely baffled. Oh, sunlight doesn't affect us much. Since we are direct descendants of Dracula himself, the sun has little to no effect on us. Verena replied, clapping her hands together. That's why we said we'll be accompanying you 24/7. You are cute and all, but not cute enough to warrant our deaths. At that moment, Ashton was wondering whether being related to Dracula could have such an effect, and if it did, he low-key wanted that gene for himself. It would have made his life a tad bit easier considering his stats wouldn't get nerfed every time he stepped out in sun. As they discussed that, a few people could be seen in the far distance rushing toward them. The royals' knights along with a few dozen foot soldiers immediately jumped in front of their lord to fulfill their duty. But Ashton knew there was little these people could do to him or anyone present there. It's alright, let them through. Ashton was there to be their lord, and he wanted to win over the residents so that they could help him out later. The best way to do that was to become approachable first. Young lord, our apologies for not coming out earlier. I'm Nebulous Offray, the chief of this humble city, and this is my wife Alicia Offray. An old bald man who was probably in his 80s apologized while struggling to get on his knees to greet Ashton. Beside him was a woman who appeared to be equally old along with a few young lads with wooden clubs and metal pipes in their hands. There's no need to apologize. Ashton pulled the man back to his feet. Just tell me what's going on here? The old man stared at the woman struggling to form a sentence. It was clear they were struggling and there was a reason behind it. Although the city in question was known to be small, there should have been at least 10,000 people inhabiting it. Also, there was no sense why the buildings appeared to be so rundown when records showed that just last year numerous skyscrapers were built there. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Not to mention the nearby mines should have provided enough resources for them to maintain their usual lifestyle and not wear rags for clothes. A lot of things were not adding up there and Ashton wanted to know why. My lord, the problem. The city chief opened his mouth to explain the situation, but was interrupted by one of the men standing behind him. This city is cursed, your lordship. That's why no noble wants to take control of the city. And who you might be? Ashton asked the red-headed man. Janice Offray, sir. The city chief's eldest son. Forget about him, your lordship. Nebulous immediately smacked his son right in front of everyone. He keeps rambling about useless made-up stories. Don't believe him. Let the man speak. I can decide whether to believe him or not myself. Ashton immediately retorted, so Janice, why did you say this city is cursed? Chapter 219 Levon. A city where everyone is equal too. In the moments that followed, Janice revealed a plethora of reasons why their city was going through the worst crisis it ever had, along with the reason why they were powerless to do anything to help themselves. The more information he revealed, the graver the expressions of the rest of them got. So much so, that even the vampire sisters who had nothing to do with the people or their misery couldn't hold back the level of disgust they felt. As for Ashton, he was angry, but not at the misery of the residents. The sole reason he had picked the town to establish as his base of operations was because of the rich resources scattered all around it. But upon hearing that a certain noble has been doing as they pleased with the people and resources the city had to offer, he was pissed. It almost felt as if someone had cheated money out of him. At the same time, the chief and his wife had ended up in tears. The reason they did not want Janice to reveal any wrongdoing of the noble in question was because, to them, Ashton too was a noble. Also, since it was obvious a noble would always support another one, they felt if they opened their mouths to ask for help, their situation would end up getting worse. It was for the same reason why none of them informed the king or anyone else about the shit that had been going on there. The nobles have been requesting money from the treasury to build this place to uncover the city's true potential, and pocketing it instead. Janice's voice was filled with rage. They even enter the town as they please and abuse our women. They even force some to go with them, and the last time they took my wife. So that's why he was so hellbent on reciting every bit of wrongdoing going on in the city. Ashton shook his head. The only time people don't turn a blind eye to wrong things is when it's their turn to suffer. That's why people like me can go unhinged, doing as we please. Ashton was no saint. That wasn't a secret. The only time he was good to people was because they either had something that he needed or he was too weak to openly dislike them. In the end, all of them were there to serve as a means for him to take his revenge on certain people. Despite whatever Ashton looked like to them, his intentions were far from noble. The resources, free labor, and its strategic location were the only things Ashton was interested in, not in the well-being of the citizens. However, as he heard more and more about their plight, he subconsciously began sympathizing with them. It got to a level where he had to remind himself why he was there. I can't believe werewolves would do something like this to their own kind. Virgil spat out in disgust. Does it matter more because they are hurting their own kind or because what they are doing was wrong? Ashton gently asked Virgil. Humans have been on the receiving end of the same abuse for more than a century. It was about time those bastards found a new play to eat, which turned out to be their own kin. No, I didn't mean it in that. Virgil immediately wanted to clear himself out, but Ashton dismissively raised his hand, cutting him off. Don't worry, Virgil, I know what you meant. Someone like you would never say something so insincere. I was just saying what came to my head. He then turned towards Janice. Is there anything else you'd like to share? Any other problems or anything in general? Yes, my lord, Janice spoke through his gritted teeth. His eyes were red from anger and dehydration. Speak then. I want to kill the bastard who took my wife away from me. And how are you planning to do that? With that metal pipe of yours? Ashton smirked before pointing at Duncan. I'll barely put a dent on the human standing behind me. Do you think you'll be able to take down an army of trained soldiers with something like that? Ashton's words were harsh, but more than revenge, Janice needed a sharp dose of reality. While hatred could fuel someone to achieve things that wouldn't be possible under normal circumstances, hatred alone won't be able to turn something impossible into possible. There was a reason why they had been abused for so long, and it was their weakness. Simply put, it was because they were weak and the abuser had the power to relentlessly abuse them without facing any sort of consequence. As long as they were weak, they will keep getting abused and taken advantage of. Even if Ashton saved them now, once he was gone, someone else would appear to make their lives hell again, and the cycle would repeat over and over again, till they found the courage and strength to break out of it. The first step towards taking revenge is getting stronger. Believe me, no one knows it better than I do. You might think it's the only way you can ever feel anything in your life. But it's not. Not until you take proper revenge against the ones who made your life hell. Ashton placed his hand on Janice's shoulder. Let the metal pipe go, and I'll give you some proper weapons. My friends here will teach you whatever you need to defend yourselves, and I'll protect you while rebuilding the city. However, keep one thing in your head. Your revenge is yours to take, not mine. Is that clear? Thank you, my lord. Thank you. All of them fell to their knees thanking Ashton repeatedly. At that moment, Ashton felt the level of cringeness in his words like he never had. But for the sake of getting the people over to his side, it was necessary to act like a hero and a savior. After all, those were the types of people the weak looked up to. However, despite saying that they'll have to take their revenge themselves, Ashton wasn't planning on staying put when someone had screwed him over. It might not have been intentional, but he wasn't going to let someone who stole his resources go unscathed. In the meantime, what Ashton had failed to notice was how his speech had not only moved the weak citizens, but also his own party members as they stared at him with puppy eyes. Yup, cringe dialogues always work like a charm, Ashton thought to himself as one of the royal knights approached him. Unlike most of the guards appointed under him, Shiera was the only female royal knight, and also the platoon leader in charge of the 500-foot soldiers Ashton had. Having such qualifications, it was no wonder the brown-skinned lady was appointed as his second-in-command even though he had only known her for a few weeks. Sporting a shining armored bodysuit that hugged her curves perfectly, the raven-haired lady was a master when it came to strategic intelligence and warfare. So much so, that even Jonathan had placed her on strategic command of his entire army on multiple occasions. Even what little bit of success they had had in conquering the swamps was a direct result of the strategy she came up with. That's why it was a wonder how Ashton managed to persuade the king to let such an important person serve him instead. My lord, although it wouldn't be wise to do so, maybe we should let His Highness handle this matter? Shiera respectfully suggested. A feud between a baron and some other noble household would not sit well in the eyes of other kingdoms. Shiera, you said it yourself. It wouldn't be wise to approach His Highness with just a meager conflict. After all, I have to prove my abilities as a baron as well. Ashton had his signature sinister smile spread across his face. Novel bien, he continued, as far as fighting a noble is concerned, I'm not going to be the one fighting. I'll be defending my territory from an unwarranted invasion. If someone thinks I'm an easy prey, then I'll have no choice but to retaliate. I see. Then I'll immediately begin setting up defenses around the city. Shiera bowed and immediately began barking orders at the soldiers. Please do whatever you think will be helpful. Ashton mumbled before turning towards the soldiers. Unload the resources we have and share them with the citizens. Faye, I know it's a bit too much to ask, but could you take a look at any sort of illness they might have? Judging from how long they have been without proper food or water, I'll a miracle if they aren't. Faye mumbled and immediately got to work. Whatever the case might be, I'll do my best to help them out. I'll help out in building defenses. I have a few things that could help in that department. Once that's done, I'll focus on fixing the buildings. Bader volunteered and headed towards Shiera. In the meantime, Virgil, Renee and the rest of the royal guards took on the responsibility of training the citizen in combat. Verena and Irina happily decided to help out as well. Their decision to help was mostly made out of goodwill, but it was also an opportunity for them to prove their usefulness to Ashton. All in all, it was a good start for building his own territory. Now all I need to think of is a name for the city. Ashton scratched his chin. How about Levon? A city where everyone is equal. Sounds cringe enough, I guess. Chapter 220, a familiar name. And 0VL next. So how does it look? Not good, my lord. Bader shook his head. After setting camps throughout the city to host the soldiers and themselves, Ashton had sent his team on a special mission. Their task was to check the number of mines that had been completely excavated around Levon. Sadly, the result wasn't what he had expected. All mines within 5 kilometers radius have been thoroughly mined. Virgil hopped on the bad news train. Not a single gram of Ephium was found inside those caves. Whoever was behind it, Most have received help from a talented mineralist or an alchemist. Thoroughly cleaned, huh? Well, that makes it easier to find who is behind this shit. As there aren't named people with such talent. Although Ashton was smiling, in his head he had already thought of 100 ways to kill the person responsible for this shit. Deep down he knew the situation of Levon sounded too good to be true. A well-developed city, sitting on the pile of Ephium, also known as Firestone, was something straight out of fantasy. Someone or the other had to use the area and its untouched rich resources sooner or later. The fact that someone exploited the people and the resources didn't bother Ashton. But the extent to which it had been done was the thing that annoyed him the most. Shiera should already be on her way with information about the nobles who might be responsible for this shitshow. In the meantime, you can rest for the night. Tomorrow's going to be a long day for all of us. That it will be. Also, my lord. Bader, how many times do I have to tell you to stop addressing me like that? Ashton sighed. Virgil, Renee and Faye don't do it after I told them not to, but you always ignore my request. Would you like it if I start addressing you with your full name in front of everyone? I don't think it'll be wise to do so. Virgil sniggered. Although I'm sure Bader would love it, we should also consider the presence of everyone around us. We wouldn't want to be branded as fappers. If you know what I mean. Oi. Stop messing around with my grand name, you muscle-headed freak. Bader immediately went off to defend his name while the rest of them shared a fit of laughs. Alright, enough joking around. Go and rest, we'll talk tomorrow. If you don't mind my suggestion, you need the most sleep out of all of us. After all, you have been overworking yourself day in and day out ever since you returned from Transylvania. Faye expressed her concerns before walking out, leaving Ashton alone with his thoughts. I have been overworking, that's the first time I've heard about it. Ashton smiled wanly, however, as soon as he recalled what happened between him and Evelina. His smile disappeared. It hadn't been too long since he returned to Lycania, and he was already regretting his actions back then. The way he behaved was inexcusable, and the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to kill himself. Figuratively, of course. He looked around and saw the previously sad and malnourished residents of Levon happily dancing around a huge bonfire while eating to their limits. It was a good thing he had brought enough food to feed about 1,000 people for 2 weeks, excluding his soldiers and teammates. The longer he looked at their happy faces, the weirder he felt. When he had arrived there in the morning, these people were nothing but invaluable extra mouths to feed. But after seeing them happy and lively, Ashton began to feel like he had found a place where he belonged. For him it was a strange feeling, considering it hadn't even been a day since he arrived there, and yet these people felt like they were somewhat important enough to him to actually give a shit about them for once. And what is our dearest Baron doing sulking all alone, huh? Verena appeared behind him out of nowhere. Rather than answering her, Ashton immediately raised his hand in front of his face and caught a small throwing knife. It was blunt enough that it wouldn't have done any lasting damage to the target, but getting hit in the nose by it would have hurt like bitch. I thought other competitors would try to kill me, and not the princesses. Ashton murmured and tossed the knife aside. I was simply testing you. Irina replied before appearing in front of them. Can't have you getting soft all of a sudden, can we? Also, why did you block the knife? You could have easily dodged it. Letting the knife hit your sister would have been funny, wouldn't it? Maybe you'll pull something like that the next time. All that aside, how was your first day in my humble and useless Forno territory? You want honest answers? Verena inquired, to which Ashton nodded. Well, it's obvious the city has seen better days. Apart from the kind-hearted citizens, everything else is a mess. In fact, I would say the city is a complete replica of one of those old cities that humans once ruled over during the Great War. I couldn't agree more. Irina chimed in. We'll have to do a lot of work to restore this place to its former glory. You're not leaving? Ashton sounded surprised. He had thought after seeing the condition the city was in, they would leave after a few days. After all, their living conditions weren't suitable enough for royalty to live in. No electricity, no regular supply of clean water and food were just mere starters in terms of issues. There were a plethora of other reasons why no one in their right mind would want to live in a dump like Levon. Who do you think we are? The sister smiled at him confidently. We are proud vampires. We never go back on our word. When we said well help you, it meant well help you to the end. Ahem, my lord, I have what you asked for. Shira's voice interrupted the throuple. It would appear a total of 3 noble households have been responsible for the state of Levon. The Morgans, it's the first time I've heard of them. Then these grunta bastards never learn, do they? I'm not even surprised they were involved with this crap. What the hell? Ashton took the list Shiera and went through it, but when he saw the name of the third family involved, he couldn't believe it. Mistress Mara, what a displeasure it is to read your name here. Chapter 221 Bark 1. And 0 VL next. Although it was a golden opportunity for Ashton to exact revenge on Mara, he decided it was best to take care of her for the last. Jonathan and Mara might not be on completely good terms, but as a father, he still cared for her. Nouvelle Biatham. It was for that very reason he went as far as protecting her from the clutches of the conundrum. Therefore, Ashton wasn't entirely sure how Jonathan would react to Ashton attacking her. Also, if he were to attack them, It was likely that the Morgans and Gruntas would go into hiding, making it a difficult and time-consuming task to look for them afterwards. That's why he needed to plan every move of his before prematurely engaging in a battle. Although he did not doubt the ability of his soldiers, their numbers weren't large enough to fight all three of them simultaneously. For now, it is better to develop the city and establish some important connections before doing something impulsive, Ashton mumbled while laying in his bed. The entire night, he was able to catch a glimmer of sleep. He was too caught up with planning and plotting to indulge in a mundane task like sleeping. Also, the vampire and undead genes within his body had changed him in a way that it was no longer a necessity for him to sleep. However, sleeping did improve a few things within him, such as providing him with a unique kind of freshness. That being said, Ashton was prepared to lose that fresh mind for the sake of his revenge. Good thing no one is slacking off. Ashton yawned as he walked out of his tent. Everyone was busy with the tasks assigned to them. Even the weak residents were helping the soldiers out. It wasn't something that Ashton desired, but if they wanted to help, who was he to stop them? Harding. A sudden blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Everyone immediately rushed towards the city gate, only to see about 1,000 people were standing there, and in front of them was a little kid who was the one screaming. The kid's hands were tied to the foot of a large direwolf, dragging him to the ground. Dominicano. A woman rushed out of the crowd seeing her bloodied son being paraded around the entrance. But before she could do anything reckless, Renee pulled her back. P calmed down for a second. Renee tried her best to calm the woman but didn't have any success. Let me go. The woman struggled in vain. Could you get her to calm down, please? Ashton asked Verena without taking his attention away from the men standing in front of them. Verena nodded and immediately rushed over to the lady, impairing her vision while at the same time, Irina blocked her hearing with their abilities. They usually use this ability to impair the sensory organs of their opponents, giving them an edge over them. As much as Ashton was fascinated by their abilities, now wasn't the time to inquire about it. Who are you? Ashton asked the one who appeared to be leading the men. The name's Peter Zelansky, captain of the private military force of Baron Morgan. The crook-nosed blonde man replied. His voice reeked of overconfidence and arrogance, things that a soldier should never have. The moment the residents heard the name Morgan, they immediately stepped back. It was evident that the bastard's cruelty had left a deep scar in all of their minds. No wonder they never stood up to Morgan when his name alone made them so afraid. May I know why are you here? To let you know how things run in this city. Peter smirked. Every month my men will be here to collect taxes. It can be in the form of food, resources, labor or women. Whatever we want you will have to give away or else perish like the fools who tried to object before. His greedy eyes then fell on the ladies, especially on Renee, Faye and the vampire sisters, as they were the only ones who didn't appear to be malnourished. Meaning, they were the perfect candidates to be turned into their playthings. Since it's your first time here, I'll let you off easily. Just 4 girls, that's all it'll take from you this month. You can thank my generous nature later. Oi, aren't you babbling off a bit too much? Ashton's cold words immediately cut the bastard's squeaky voice. Ashton continued, I don't care who you serve. Right now, you're standing in my territory, which means you're at my mercy. So stop spouting shit and run back to your lord and tell him, if he wants to live a long and peaceful life, he better return the people he has kidnapped along with compensation for me. For a moment Peter and the rest of his soldiers were stunned. But the next moment they began laughing maniacally. Kid, you're a decade too young to be saying those words. You might even end up dead if you keep thinking you're a real baron. Peter said while wheezing for air between laughs, go and play somewhere else. Fine. If you want them, go get them. Ashton unexpectedly backed out of the argument. My lord, what are you? Shiera questioned Ashton, but the latter stopped her. Aha, that's more like it. Peter proudly walked up to Faye. There was something about her that made Peter's skin tingle with excitement. I'll taste you first. He was a second away from grabbing Faye's chest when all of a sudden something pulled him back as if an unknown force was pulling him away from his treasure. What the fuck do you think? Slap. Ashton grabbed onto Peter's neck and lifted the grown-ass man off the ground with ease before slapping the shit out of him. With just a slap, half a dozen teeth fell out of the man's mouth. You will pay for this. Slap. Art. Slap. After being slapped till his face was swollen, Peter realized the moment a sound comes out of his mouth the kid would slap the shit out of him. Therefore he decided it was better to keep his mouth shut. But Ashton had other plans and kept slapping him till the moment Peter fell unconscious. Anyone else who wants to touch the ladies? Feel free to try. But if you fail, Ashton threw Peter back towards his battalion of soldiers. Be prepared to be thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 222 Bark 2. Ashton honestly believed after witnessing their leader getting shit on, the rest of them would simply back down. But much to his surprise and annoyance, the soldiers took their weapons out and were about to charge right inside. This does not look good. Ashton stared at the civilians around them. His 500 soldiers were nowhere near enough to stop 1,000 men charging at them. If they clashed, there were bound to be casualties and Ashton didn't want that. Blood was the last thing he wanted to see on his first day since he took command of the city. But if his enemies were so desperate to die, then it was only right to fulfill their wishes. There can only be 3 reasons for their idiotic charge. Ashton mumbled, either they don't know who I am or this man and his honor are more important than their lives or they know about me and don't give a fuck. TSK, there's no time for ramblings. I'll have to take a gamble. Ashton began shouting orders at everyone to prepare for battle. However, the sudden sound of an explosion distracted him. Novel Biatham. Bullseye. Bader happily exclaimed, punching the air while he was at it. Ashton was a bit confused but then realized what happened. One of the morons might have stepped on a trap laid by Bader. Although the walls and the buildings surrounding the city might take a while to be rebuilt, Bader had taken the pleasure of spreading some ready-to-use traps all around the city that could be triggered by him at will. Just one of the few overpowered skills related to the creationist class. TSK, if only I could get that class too, Ashton thought, but soon shook those thoughts out of his head. Great job, Bader. Keep disrupting them from a distance and be careful not to pop any of us up with those explosions. Ashton applauded the little weirdo before taking arms himself. Renee Faye, focus on taking the people out of here. Virgil, you're with me. Shiera, the knights are yours to command. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. All of them nodded, acknowledging his commands, and got to work. Following the explosion, the united forces were now in utter chaos. They had not expected their enemies would have established such tiny yet dangerous defenses. Although the explosion wasn't powerful enough to kill them in an instant, it was enough to leave them in ruins and covered in their blood. If Bader wanted, he could have increased the explosive output while setting them up, but ultimately decided against it as such a powerful explosion would do more harm than good to them. After all, ruining the city to take out a bunch of enemies wasn't worth it. Ashton rushed in, slicing enemies left and right. Their numbers might have been too much for him and his soldiers to handle. But that rule only applied till the enemies were organized and focused on them. But after Bader's stunt, it was easy to handle them momentarily. Don't kill them all. I have a plan for them, Ashton reminded his soldiers. But as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to do so as the soldiers were continuously gathering their willpower and fighting back. It was inevitable to avoid killing them entirely. What the hell are they doing? However, to everyone's surprise, some of the soldiers soon began surrendering themselves. None of them had asked them to do so, but they did it of their own volition. Ashton's soldiers weren't aware that it was just another one of their tactics. By making uninfluential soldiers surrender, the rest of them were already on their way to escape along with Peter. But that wasn't all. With the people surrendering all around them, a part of Ashton's force had to be dedicated to properly detaining them. This also gave Peter's soldiers time to regroup. By merely sacrificing 300 from their 1,000-men-strong army, they were able to reduce their enemies' fighting efficiency by 50%. It was a strategy Ashton had never even heard of. TSK, that damned mayor better pay us well for doing this shit. Peter mumbled through his swollen face. I have to report all of this to Lord Morgan. He wanted to say a lot of things, but the treatment Ashton had given him mere moments ago was still fresh in his mind. He had underestimated the kid, a grave mistake to say the least. His benefactor, Lord Morgan, along with Mistress Mara, thought they would be able to force the brat into submission by utilizing his inexperience and keep doing what they had been doing till now. But to their dismay, the kid might be inexperienced in terms of governance, but he wasn't callow when it came to fighting. The injuries on his face were the proof of that. Go faster, bastard, if he catches me, you're dead. Just as those words escaped Peter's mouth, an arrow whizzed past his head, but his driver wasn't so lucky. What is this? Without the driver, a crash was inevitable. A couple of seconds later, Peter managed to drag himself out of the wreckage, only to be greeted by an unnerving sight. All of the soldiers that were trying to escape along with him were nowhere to be found. What? Sacrificing your soldiers was a wise move. If only your soldiers knew a thing or two about acting, you might have managed to escape. Peter jumped up as soon as he heard Ashton's voice and immediately covered his face, in fear of being slapped again. Since your soldiers surrendered, it would be wrong of me to send them back, Ashton mumbled while turning Peter's attention towards his soldiers. You, on the other hand, didn't surrender. Good for you. Peter was genuinely confused by Ashton's sudden mood swing. Just a moment ago the kid was so hostile toward him and now he was smiling at his face? I'll let you off this time. But only if you do something for me. What we'll have to do? Peter asked politely, trying not to offend the kid. Nothing much, just bark. What? You ask one more stupid question and it'll rip your skin off the bones. Understood? Whatever semblance of pride that was left in Peter's heart kicked in. It was clear as day what the kid was doing with him. He wanted to thoroughly humiliate him, just like when he slapped him senseless. But this time he wasn't going to bring any more harm to his lord's name. I refuse. As soon as Peter refused to comply, Ashton lodged an arrow straight into his knee, forcing the man to cry in pain while he fell on his back. I said bark. Chapter 223, Declaration of War. Is everyone okay? Yeah, everyone's fine. We lost a couple of soldiers. Apart from that, no one's life is in danger. Shiera replied, but what do we do about these extras? Shiera, being a royal knight and a soldier, knew her enemy was merely following the orders of their lord. Just like they were following Ashton's orders. In her eyes, the soldiers were misguided by incompetent leadership, and thus she was treating them with a sliver of honor. Ashton, on the other hand, knew them better than that. Obviously, it was thanks to his detection skill. He knew exactly how full of shit every single one of them was and wanted to treat them as such. What do you mean? What about them? Although Ashton knew exactly what Shiera meant, he wanted her to voice the words and not imply something and leave the rest to Ashton. They surrendered, so according to the rules of the knightly order, they are prisoners of war. Therefore, we have to feed them and provide housing for them, whether it be a prison cell or a tent or any other place. And you think these assholes deserve it? You might have forgotten, but I vividly remember their lustful eyes as they stared at the women of the city. Even though they weren't looking at me, I felt disgusted beyond any limit, and you want me to give them food? But my lord. Jer, I respect you. I really do, but am not compassionate enough to do what you're asking of me. Ashton turned around to walk away, but I will make an exception. I will let them help rebuild what they destroyed. He continued, if they work they get food and water, if they don't, well then I'll force them to work either way. Minus the food and water, of course. Relay this to them. Also, only those who agree to work will get medical attention as well. That's all. As you wish, my lord. Shiera replied and walked away to execute his orders. Her facial expression was the same as before, however. Ashton could feel a sense of disappointment in her voice. He simply shrugged his shoulders and went inside his tent where an unsightly guest was waiting for him. She will have to deal with her emotions herself. After capturing Peter, Ashton had spent 3 hours turning him into an obedient pet. After having his fingers thoroughly broken beyond repair and both of his hands shoved up his ass one after another, there wasn't anything Peter wouldn't have done to get in Ashton's good graces, even if it meant betraying his lord. Torturing him wasn't something Ashton enjoyed doing, but Peter's screams must have brought a semblance of peace to the residents who have been suffering through the years. For now, that was enough, at least until Ashton enacted the second phase of his plan. Ready to talk? Woof. Woof. Peter enthusiastically replied. I shouldn't have gone overboard. Ashton scratched the back of his head. You have my permission to talk normally. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. You seem to know who I am. Then why did you still attack me? Do you not fear the wrath of King Jonathan? Ashton jumped straight to the point. It had been bugging him a lot why these fuckers attacked him even though they knew who he was. Even if they didn't, they should have recognized the royal knights around him. That should have been enough to make them realize what they were about to do. Mistress Mara had assured Lord Morgan that the king would not interfere in the matter at all. Peter replied while huffing like a dog. All I know is she had to give Lord Morgan some kind of proof before he was convinced with her plan. What proof? To that I do not know, my lord. I swear on my life. Ashton simply nodded. He knew Peter wasn't lying because his heartbeat sense didn't go off, which it would have if he had been lying just like he had been doing initially. However, he wanted to know what kind of proof could Mara possibly have with her to pull off something like this? Also, why wouldn't Jonathan do anything? Ashton knew Mara and Jonathan were closer to each other than they had been before. But regardless of that, Jonathan would still need him to ask Alucard for help in dealing with the swamps. Maybe it was a wise decision to get close to Alucard. I cannot trust Jonathan to have my back anymore. He kept thinking about it, but not a single answer came to his mind. And then it hit him like a truck. No matter how close Ashton was to Jonathan, at the end of the day, he was but a weapon to him. Something he could discard either after its purpose was filled or he got his hands on a better weapon. Shooting arrows in the dark wouldn't do me much good. For let's keep an eye on the matter and focus on evolving. Once I hit level 30 on all genes, I should be strong enough to take anyone in Lycania in a fight. Would you like to know anything else, Memi Lordship? Peter asked nervously. No. But I do have a task for you. Anything for you, sir. Just say the word. Return to your lord and tell him, I have taken his men hostage. If he wants them back, then I am willing for an exchange. Ashton instructed Peter, all of the people whom he has taken from the village along with proper compensation for the destruction he and his soldiers have caused. Give me those 2 things and you'll have your soldiers back. Sure, my lord. I will convey your message word by word to him. But, sir, Lord Morgan can be stubborn sometimes. What should I do if he refuses? Then tell him to prepare 1,000 graves for them and a few more for his family. Ashton replied as if he didn't know the kind of weight his words held. It was basically a declaration of war. There were only 2 options, either do what he said or be prepared to die. Ashton had let these fucking nobles do as they please for far too long. But now that he had the power to kick their asses, he wasn't going to back down. Not by a long shot. Chapter 224 True Potential 1. We must have underestimated him. An old man in his late 90s was sitting all alone in the large chamber. Judging by the housing capacity of the room, it would appear the man was used to having a large audience present at all times, but this time he was all alone. Enough's enough. I have to put a stop to my son's madness before he destroys us all. All of his hairs had turned gray, first fighting humans and now suppressing rebels. However, this time the rebels were leftover humans but werewolves themselves. The days of the Iron Rule were disappearing faster than ever before. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the youngsters were becoming stronger and stronger. With it, their ambitions. Right now, the man was worried about the progress of one such youngster. Someone so ferocious, even the vampire overlord Alucard and King Jonathan found it wise to form a close relationship with him. But he deemed the kid too erratic and mysterious to be trusted. However, making a move against him could potentially lead him to death's doorstep. But he was foolishly convinced to help the ones wanting the kid dead. One of whom was his own son, the leader of the Morgan household. In his blind love for his son, he, the great Bishop Morgan, supported his son's decision to attack the new Baron. In hindsight, the kid might not be against them at all, and whatever his son had been telling him could be false information fed to him by someone who wanted them to fight to the end. I should have done a better job raising my son. Bishop shook his head, and in his hands was a letter addressed to him by King Jonathan himself. The letter, all it contained was bad news. Mara had assured his son that the king wouldn't make a move on them. This reassurance, along with their close relationship with Jonathan, was enough to not scare them regarding the backlash they might have to suffer for screwing over the king's chosen. But they couldn't have been more wrong. Even though the king himself didn't do anything to them, their family name was about to be forever ruined. All because of his son's illegal activities and insatiable greed. The only reason Jonathan wasn't sending the army to their doorstep was because of their old friendship. During the Human-Mutant War, they had fought alongside each other for years and had formed a somewhat brotherly bond. That was also one of the prominent reasons why the Morgan name was as prestigious as it was, along with being one of the oldest Baron families. Thousands of people wanted to get close to them, with hundreds among them going as far as readily sacrificing their lives to protect their honor. But that sacred honor was about to get tarnished, all because of some slaves and a handful of Ephium. In the letter, Jonathan had ordered them to apologize to Baron Ashton, along with handing him all of the riches that the Morgans had taken from the treasury to repair the city now known as Levon. But their punishment didn't stop there. They were further ordered to serve under Ashton for the rest of their lives as atonement for their sins of betraying the king. In the eyes of the king, this could have been the most generous punishment he could have given them. But in the eyes of the commoners, the Morgans, who had never done anything to harm their name and the respect of the people, the downfall in their status would be unrecoverable. Not only would have to acknowledge all the wrong things they have committed, but they would also lose face in front of the people. Years of blood and sweat that Bishop had sacrificed would mean nothing. As much as he wanted to blame his son for the mishappenings, Bishop knew he too was just as much responsible as him. He knew what his son was doing was wrong on every possible level. However, out of his love for his only child, he didn't say nor do anything to stop him. Bishop even went as far as covering up for his son, so that Jonathan wouldn't find out that he was being conned by someone whom he loved like his nephew. Their betrayal was the reason why Jonathan was ordering them to make it right and hand over everything to its rightful owner. Little did he know, Marcy, Bishop's son, had done something entirely unforgivable by sending a tenth of his troops to get the boy killed. If Jonathan got to know about it, even the Grim Reaper wouldn't have been able to stall their deaths for long. I cannot decide whether not hearing back from Peter is a blessing or a curse. Bishop got off his extravagant chair and walked up to the window, all while scratching his bushy beard. It is clear that he failed his task, which means the boy is still alive. Thus Jonathan might be willing to forgive Marcy, just this once if we give up everything to the kid. But I fear retaliation from the boy. At that moment, Bishop was interrupted by the appearance of Marcy, who was once again drunk. Drinking in broad daylight had become a daily routine for him. After all, there was no one who could stop him from doing so. "You called for me, father?" Marcy barely managed to speak as his legs gave out a moment later. "For the sake of your deceased mother, can you not drink for a day?" Bishop couldn't have been more disgusted at that moment and wasted no time in showing it to his son by slapping him hard across the face. Marcy got back to his feet but didn't say a word. An action that only added fuel to fire. "It is a result of your drunken escapades. We're about to suffer the wrath of King Jonathan. I told you not to associate with that witch of a woman Mara, but you did, and now we're living on top of a pile of crap while she is happily preparing to fuck someone else over. What are you so mad about, old man?" Marcy asked as if the slap had not even hit him. "Please refrain from involving yourself in the family affairs anymore, and live the rest of your days locked in your room. You are going senile, and staying silent is the best option for you. You brat. I shouldn't have spoiled you with my love, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, not after your mother died while giving birth to you." Bishop sighed, clearly disappointed with his son, but all of that stops now. "From this moment onwards, you are no longer the head of this household. And who is going to stop me? You?" Marcy asked with a sly expression. "You think you can do so, father?" Bishop had had enough. He once again raised his hand to slap his brat of a son, but something wrapped itself around his arm, pulling him backwards. A whip. Bishop turned around in surprise. only to be greeted by Marat's evil face. "Oh my, were you trying to harm my pet?" She smiled before pulling her whip. "Your pet? Of course. Did you think Mr. Goody Two-Shoes would have gone against his daddy's wishes otherwise? Show it to him, love." As soon as Marat's words fell upon his ears, Marcy ripped his shirt off. A slave crest was engraved on his chest, and seemingly Mara was the one it was connected to. A slave crest, but how? Bishop was dumbfounded, and he wouldn't have been alone to be shocked after witnessing something like that. Anyone who would have seen a slave crest on a werewolf would have been shocked just as much. After all, a slave crest that worked on their species shouldn't exist in the first place. It was something strictly associated with humans, and there had been no records of anyone making a slave crest for werewolves. But Bishop was sure of it. His son was under the influence of the crest. That was the only possible reason why his obedient son began refusing his father's instructions all of a sudden. It also meant that whatever that Marcy had been doing till now was because Mara wished it to happen. Not because his son wanted to bring harm to his family's name. "You bitch. I will kill you." Bishop transformed into a werewolf and lunged at Mara. However, before he could do anything to her, Marcy rushed in between them, throwing his father off. Bishop growled at his son, but no matter what he did, Marcy didn't move. Oh, a fight between a father and his son. Now that's something I would kill someone to watch. Mara smiled before keeping her whip away. "Thanks to your generosity, I wouldn't need to kill someone because you will do it for me. Break him, Marcy, but don't kill him. I'm in need of another puppet." "As you wish, mistress," Marcy mumbled and transformed into a werewolf as well. Chapter 225 True Potential 2. Declaring war and following through with it are two different things. While Ashton was hellbent on fighting the Morgans and making them pay for whatever they had done to countless people, he did not have enough soldiers to face off against more than 10,000 soldiers that the Morgans had under their command. That was only taking into consideration their own forces. Nevertheless, they were also going to call in favors from other barons which could increase the strength of their forces by up to 40 to 50,000 soldiers. But that was only a part of his problems. He would need more rations, weapons, armors, everything that an army would need to fight for an uncertain amount of time. However, he didn't have any of it. Whatever little food he had, already had the names of the citizens written on it, and despite how much he needed the food for his soldiers, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Honestly, he felt annoyed that the werewolves he had sworn to kill were now being viewed as people by him. "I can't even ask Jonathan for help, considering what Peter informed me regarding the proof. He is more likely to stay neutral because of Mara. Which sucks big time." Ashton sighed in defeat. "At least the soldiers are readily helping around the city, so it took some of the burdens off the shoulders of my warriors." Although the soldiers he had enslaved were a bit hesitant to help the enemy at first, once they realized Ashton was going to treat them just like he was treating the rest of his people, most of them readily decided to help him out. Thanks to that, Levon was slowly but surely making its way back to its former glory. However, it wasn't all sunshine there. While the people of Levon were happy about their current situation, none of them wanted a war to break out at their doorstep. They had suffered too much already, but if their lord wanted them to fight, they'll do so without any questions. But they weren't the only ones who didn't want a war. Shiera had been surprisingly vocal about Ashton's decision, and with her were the rest of the soldiers. After all, in their eyes, Ashton was still a child who had a lot to learn in front of him. As a result, they respected Shiera's opinions more than his. The only ones who had been in his complete support were Irina, Verena, Virgil, and the rest of his squad. They were the only ones who knew about his strength and capabilities firsthand and trusted him with their lives, as most of them were in one way or another indebted to him. While in the sisters' case, he was someone important to them. Irina and Verena even offered their troops to fight alongside him, and they were sure Alucard wouldn't refuse either. However, Ashton had to decline their generous offer. Even if Alucard himself was to come there, he would have to come through Deja, and if Jonathan was compromised, then it was unlikely he would allow a passage to them. That being said, 7 of them would not have been able to win a war by themselves. Thus Ashton decided to send Peter off with a different set of instructions. Rather than sending an open threat to the Morgans, Ashton decided to extend an olive branch toward them. In exchange for their soldiers, Ashton wanted money. He couldn't directly ask them for resources as it would let them know that he was not prepared for an all-out war, and hence they would have a crucial edge over him. It was something Ashton couldn't afford them to have, thus he took the peaceful route. It was only a temporary arrangement while he gathered resources and established his territory. Ashton's main goal was to establish a workshop along with Bader using the money he would get from Morgans. Once that was accomplished, he could slowly establish Levon as a commerce center, with Bader's weapons and pieces of equipment being the center of attraction. Ashton had already garnered the attention of both werewolves and vampires with Bader's weapons. Now all he had to do was to claim the potential customers, and he wouldn't have to worry about getting the resources he required in order to take on Morgans, Gruntas, and Mara. But it was a long-term goal, and for now, he needed something to keep those bastards away from him and his city. "Aren't you forgetting something?" "What? Do I have a quest or something?" "No, but you're forgetting about something crucial. You do have an army. I doubt Sven and Celeste can be counted as an army. Maybe I should check whether those intelligence points are working or not. What do you want anyways? I want you to help realize your true potential. That way, you'll be stronger and I wouldn't have to worry about dying because of a certified moron. Ashton decided it was best to listen to what this bastard had to say. Despite having their differences, Ashton knew he could trust him more than anyone else. Having their lifelines linked wasn't the worst thing that could happen to him. Maybe it would be better if you spoon-feed me the answer for once rather than play riddle me this. Honestly, if I had arms, I would have smacked some sense in you. How did you forget about wraithwolves? What about them? Honestly, do you even read things written within your status plate? You should do it one of these days, it's really helpful, and it saves me from wanting to die. Ashton did what Astaroth asked of him. He opened the tab but couldn't see anything different. All he could see was the information about his stats, skills, and titles. I can't see anything different. Click on the titles and you'll know. Wait, what is this? The permit of your authority over Wraithwolf's Dungeon and Eastern Palace, dumbass. Chapter 226, True Potential 3. A couple of days later, Peter finally arrived at Xynon, the territory owned by the Morgans, not knowing what to expect. On one hand, he did what he needed to in order to save his life by acknowledging Ashton as his lord. But on the other hand, not only did he betray his lord, but he was back acting as a messenger of their enemy. There could be only one punishment for doing such a thing: death. Well, that would have been the case if he could even reach his lords in the first place. As soon as he stepped foot inside the city, the soldiers and his comrades jumped him as if he was some lowly thug and restrained him before he could even get a word in. What is this? Unhand me this instant. Those were his last words before a piece of cloth was forced into his mouth and he was dragged away. All of this happened on a street filled with people who knew Peter and yet did not raise a finger to help them. And why would they? Peter was a well-known menace. There wasn't a single soul whom he hadn't taken advantage of in one way or the other by abusing his powers. Therefore, seeing him getting treated like the criminal he was, only brought pleasure to their eyes. An hour later, Peter was thrown into the throne room, still restrained as if he was some rabid dog. However, the room was entirely empty, with the exception of Lord Bishop and Lord Marcy. But as he looked closer, there was someone else standing behind them. A woman's silhouette was slowly creeping behind the lords, with a dagger ready in both of her hands. Novel Beatham. Peter tried his best to make the lords turn around and save themselves. However, his efforts were in vain. The lady got closer and closer to Marcy, who for some reason still hadn't noticed the woman standing right behind him. And 0VL next. Calm. It only seemed a matter of a moment before the lady attacked Marcy with her knife. However, the next moment something unpredictable happened. Something that forced Peter into a state of shock. The lady smacked his lord so hard that he fell off of his throne. A moment later, the lattice face was graced by the low lighting of the room as she took Marcy's place. How many times do I need to tell you? Dogs like you are not allowed to sit like lichens. Mara spat on Marcy's face in disgust. You stay down near my feet like a good slave. Am I wrong? What was your name? It's Peter, Bishop replied. And the next moment Mara lunged the knife deep into his thigh, but the man didn't even flinch. Did I ask you the question? Mara snarled at him. You only bark when you are asked to. Now where were we? Oh my, how will you talk when you're restrained? Guards, take the cloth out of his mouth. Ha, what have you done to them? Peter yelled at the top of her lungs as soon as he could do so. Mara didn't respond to him, but Marcy did by throwing a dagger at him. For a drunkard, his aim was pretty good as he managed to hit the man directly in his shoulder. What I did to them? Something much worse than what I am about to do to you. But first, I want to hear why you are back alone. Peter bit his lips to stop thinking about the pain. The pain he was suffering now shouldn't have been anything in comparison to the pain he felt from Ashton's hands, and yet he was hurting too much. I asked you something. Haha, why am I here? To beg you not to mess with Lord Ashton. Not if you want to end up 6 feet under the ground. The pain was slowly getting unbearable. Peter didn't realize it yet, but he was slowly losing his mind. That was the reason behind his maniacal laughter. However, Mara did not seem to find his words funny. Oh, I never thought you bastards were so quick to switch allegiance. But it doesn't matter what you think. That kid has gone way out of his limits and needs to be taught a lesson. And will do so regardless of what that bastard thinks he can do. You think so? Peter was still laughing like before. I don't know what kind of person you think Ashton is, but he is much better than these fucking spineless bitches who wouldn't stand to defend their subject who has been nothing but loyal to them. Peter had officially lost it. After all the years he had served the Morgan family, they would not even raise a finger to stop an outsider from treating him like this? He had no doubt in his mind that Ashton was a much better ruler than they ever could be. At least he was willing to do anything to save his people no matter what lengths he had to go to. So much so, he even decided to not wage war on his enemies, just because it could lead to the death of his subjects. The Morgans, they weren't anything like Ashton, and Peter had failed to see it before. You talk too much. In a flash, Mara got off her seat and reappeared in front of Peter, who was on his knees. Let's correct that, shall we? What are your... Mara forced her hands into Peter's mouth and ripped his tongue out in one swift motion. It was her turn to laugh maniacally while Peter desperately struggled to attack Mara. Laugh now, bastard. Haha. She mocked him before turning toward Marcy, rip him to pieces, and announced that Ashton had sent him over like this. Make sure that's the narrative everyone knows of. Do that much and I might let you lick my feet someday. As soon as Marcy heard her words, he yanked the knife out of his father's thigh and lunged at Peter. The latter desperately tried to run away from Marcy, but his re-stains didn't allow him to get far. A moment later, the corridors were filled with his cries of pain as Marcy ripped him apart. Piece by piece. Ashton isn't foolish enough to wage a war from his end, not without preparing for it first. But with this we have a reason to attack him, haha. Chapter 227 Leveling Fiesta 1. It was nearly midnight. The sky was filled with colors ranging from black to navy blue as the beautiful moon graced the planet with its presence. The sky, clearer than ever before, made it possible to count the countless craters on its surface. Under the beautiful light, a boy stood alone. Even the beauty of nature couldn't calm the storm raging in his head. For it was a storm that could end up swallowing everyone and everything in his sights. Even the peace that came with the night sky wasn't enough to cover the looming shadow of the war. For a war was to come, whether they liked it or not. While lost in his thoughts, Ashton could feel something wasn't right. According to the instructions he had given Peter, he should have already informed him whether the Morgans accepted his proposal or not. However, it had been quite some time and Ashton hadn't heard shit from him. As far as he knew, there could have possibly been only two reasons why Peter didn't contact him afterwards. Either he had betrayed him and changed sides once again, or he could have been killed. After the things I did to him, it's unlikely that fucker would have had the guts to betray me, Ashton mumbled as he observed everyone working there. However, I have no idea how the Morgans treat the people who turned their backs on them. It is possible Peter was killed before he even got to say a word. Nevertheless, it didn't matter whether Peter was successful in his mission or not. For Ashton had an ace up his sleeve to take care of anyone who dared to unnecessarily provoke him. Although it was only a half-baked plan, it was better than having no strategy at all. He had the ability to call forth Wraithwolves to his aid using his authority over the dungeon they occupied. But the ability was only half-developed as it required his genes to be at level 30. If he was to summon them now, he would lose his control over them as soon as they stepped out of the dungeon, which would mean they'll do more harm than good to him. However, that wasn't the only downside either. If he was to follow the plan, there was a high chance his identity would get exposed, as all of his genes would require him to be active for a moment while he summoned the wolves. Also, considering that he needed to get to level 30 as soon as possible, taking precautions would only slow him down. It was something he couldn't have done as long as people were around him. He needed to eat a lot of flesh and drink a lot of blood if he wanted to get to level 30 for all his genes before the impending war breaks out. If he failed to do so, then there was no chance he would win against Mara and the rest of the nobility without someone's help. Someone like Jonathan or Alucard. But there was a problem. He couldn't simply up and leave to kill monsters, or people for that matter. It would look as if he angered the Morgans and then ran away by himself, leaving his residents to fend for themselves. Not only would it make him look bad, but it would also make the others think less of him. One could say that he was the glue holding Levon together, and if he left for a long time, all hell might break loose. Nonetheless, just like the saying went, when one door closes, another one opens up. Ashton too had one door that he could use. Leaving already? Virgil asked Ashton. In the dead of the night creatures you might encounter would be stronger than they have ever been. Not to mention the... I know, Virgil. That's the reason why I am leaving tonight. The creatures you saw in those mines are the ones who would save us when the war breaks out. Ashton replied softly, has everything been prepared? You think? Virgil smirked before offering a cigarette to his lord. But he declined. You sure you want to go alone? Shiera and the soldiers are enough to take care of things here. I can accompany you. If it comes to worse, you can use me as a meat shield. I'd rather not. I don't want Faye to chop my hands, or worse, cast a curse on me. At the mention of Faye, Virgil began coughing vigorously. It seemed Ashton had touched a subject Virgil wasn't expecting him to. Dude, how did you? You're really going to ask me that? Ashton smiled before patting Virgil's back. It's clear as day something is going on between the two of you. You can mask your emotions very well, but well, let's just say she's as terrible at acting as I am in making intelligent decisions. I guess we got busted. We wanted to wait till everything stabilized before announcing our decision to get married. TSK, if anyone else was to find out. Wait, you think only I know about it? Oh God. Everyone knows about it already? Ashton nodded while smiling, seeing the man panic like a 5-year-old who couldn't find his mother in a crowded place. Don't worry. Once the war is over, I'm sure everyone would be overjoyed to have an occasion to celebrate. Also, while I'm gone, tell Bader to finish that underground bunker we are building. It's crucial to have it developed as soon as possible. Will do. With everything said and done, it was time for him to disappear for a couple of days. The people there have been already fed a lie that Ashton was going back to the capital to get more resources and help. Since they were running out of food, no one batted an eye at Ashton's sudden disappearance. To be honest, that's not even a lie. I am leaving the city to get food for myself, and as for help, if everything goes according to plan, I should be enough. Chapter 228 Leveling Fiesta 2. Bulls give us beef, right? Whatever it is looks tasty. Though should I eat it raw? Sure, go ahead. You have high enough poison resistance to not die. Dunno about paralysis though. But hey, if you eat it now it would be a learning experience. Yeah, on second thought, I'll roast them first. It had been a day since Ashton entered the catacombs that were once Ephium mines. Honestly, he was expecting to fight rodent-like creatures considering they love to live in places like these. But to his surprise, instead, he was pitted against bulls. Obviously, they weren't literal bulls but resembled them a lot. According to Astaroth, these creatures were called duels, short for dead bulls, and despite how the name sounded, it fit perfectly as the bulls looked like they were dead. Don't be mistaken, they were only dead based on their appearance. In reality, they were livelier than actual bulls. They had a low level of intelligence but were highly aggressive. As soon as they see a living creature, they would try their best to stomp them to death. It was because of that reason that most of them traveled alone or at most with a mate. They could not tolerate the presence of anyone around them at all. But this only made it easier for Ashton to hunt them down. As a result, his werewolf genes had leveled up to level 25. While his vampire and undead genes were at 22 and 24 respectively. Maybe I should learn more about the skill I got after reaching level 20 with vampire genes. You really need to change your habits of ignoring important things. How was I supposed to read a barrage of texts while fending off 2 duels at the same time? Ashton chowed down the seared flesh before opening the prompt. It seemed like despite what Ashton believed earlier, the genes worked differently and were awarded bonuses differently as well. For example, he got the first choice of his skills for werewolf genes when he hit level 10. But he only got the same choice for the vampiric genes when he hit level 20, whereas he was yet to receive any such ability for the zombie genes even though those genes were already at level 24. Blood armor. I can definitely make good use of this skill. Unlike blood mist and blood poison, both of which were aggressive damage-causing skills, blood armor was a defensive skill. Also, in the case of blood poison and blood mist, he had to use his own blood in order to use the ability. However, he didn't have to bleed himself to utilize this skill. He could use anyone's blood to materialize an armor around himself or a target of his choice to protect them from receiving any sort of damage from anyone, as it provided 70% damage reduction on all attacks. On top of that, the skill did not have a duration and only consumed 10 mana per use. This meant that as long as he has a continuous supply of blood, he could keep the armor on for as long as he wanted and could give it to as many people as he could without breaking a sweat. This skill was a blessing to say the least. Especially in the upcoming battle where there would be no shortage of blood for him to use. However, there was a drawback to this skill too. Every time he ends up using the skill to protect someone new, the mana cost of the next cast would increase by 20%. For now, it isn't much of a drawback as the initial mana cost is low, and I don't have many people to protect to begin with. Much like Aggravate skill, Blood Armor skill was a growth type skill as well. In other words, the stronger he got, the stronger the skill became. Having achieved 2 super rare skills, I hope the zombie genes provide me with another broken skill. Talk about being a greedy bastard. That's hilarious coming from you. Do you want a penalty quest? Do you want to die for real? Truce. Truce. These banters with Astaroth were slowly becoming a part of Ashton's daily routine. He felt like, even though they started off on the wrong foot, they were slowly becoming somewhat friendly to each other, which was surprising as Astaroth had mentioned his wish of taking over Ashton's body multiple times now. After eating his fill and resting for a bit, Ashton decided to head deeper. While killing the night creature around the entrance was an easier way to farm some EXP, Ashton had realized something. The deeper he went, the stronger duels got, and just like everything, Astaroth had a theory for this phenomenon as well. It was clear the duels did not want to be in presence of each other. This meant they were bound to fight over their territory. Also, the farther away from the entrance their territory was, the safer they would be from intruders. Upon careful observation, it was safe to say the weaker bulls were pushed farther and farther away from the center of the catacombs, while the stronger ones reigned over the deeper parts of the catacombs. That's why Ashton was headed towards the center. Killing and feasting on that creature would help him immensely to reach level 30, and unlock his ability to use the Wraithwolves anywhere he liked. By the way, are you sure it is the right to unveil your secret? I would strongly recommend that you think about it again. You said it yourself. Once all my genes hit level 30, my cumulative level would be somewhere between level 60 to level 65. With strength like that, I do not need to worry about anyone killing me. As far as I'm aware, Alucard would be the only one who would be able to outrank me. I'm not afraid of creatures of this planet either. I'm afraid of those who can destroy the planet anytime they deemed fit. Zyrans? Them and a few other races. Then what do you suggest I do? Let Mara triumph over me in hopes that someone from a higher civilization would attack her later on? Ashton shook his head. Either way, this was your plan, so why are you having second thoughts now? You got me there. Let's proceed as planned. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Agreed. Chapter 229 The Battle of Lavon 1. Days passed quicker than Virgil had expected, and yet there was no sign of Aston coming back. No one was saying it out loud, but their lord's disappearance wasn't going unquestioned. Now was the time they needed him the most since he had provoked the Morgans. But he was nowhere to be found. Some of them were even going as far as saying Ashton had abandoned them to save his own butt, while the others had the opinion that he was busy with negotiations with the rest of the nobility so that he could prevent war at all cost. Nevertheless, the number of people who thought the latter was dwindling sharply as days passed. The only solace they had was the presence of the royal knights around them. With them by their side, the enemies would have to consider twice before engaging them. Apart from that, just like Ashton had instructed them, Bader had built an underground bunker with enough space for all the citizens to stay safe, just in case their hands were forced into a war. That's why all the important figures in Ashton's forces had gathered there to discuss their next move. We did the best we could, considering the resources we had. Virgil informed the rest of them the defenses are good, however, it would stop them indefinitely. We will need the help from the citizens to keep the enemies at bay till the Lord returns. I am well aware of that, Virgil. Shiera replied, but a week's worth of training wouldn't be near enough for them to take on professionally trained soldiers. Dame Shiera is correct. At most they'll make a good meat shield but nothing more. Irina chimed in. Although she wasn't officially a part of Ashton's army, they were close and no one wanted to piss off Alucard's daughters, so no one objected as the sister joined the meeting. That being said, the sisters were a bit taken aback by Ashton's sudden departure, but then decided to help him out by assisting his people with various things around the city. To be honest, they were frankly just as skilled as Bader when it came to architectural stuff. Probably because, unlike the werewolves, the vampires were a species that appreciated brains along with a bit of brawn. Everyone looked a bit stunned at Irina's suggestion. Although what she said could be a bit viable, none of them wanted to do something like that. But they could do something along the lines of that using Morgan's soldiers they had captured. All of a sudden their meeting was cut short by a panicking soldier rushing into the room. What is the meaning of this? Shiera immediately roared, snapping the soldier back to reality. However, through his ragged breath, it was impossible to explain anything. Therefore, he simply pointed outside. All of them took notice of the man and went outside, only to be greeted by a horrifying sight. In front of the city, more than 30,000 soldiers were standing in neat rows and columns, and not 10,000 soldiers as they had expected. The citizens were struck with fear while the same could be said for most of the soldiers. How could they not act terribly? They were outnumbered by 60 to 1. Even in their best scenario, it wasn't possible for them to come out of this alive. However, that wasn't all. Far behind the soldiers, a few people could be seen standing. It was clear who they were. It was Mara along with. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Wait, is it for real? Virgil asked as he passed the binoculars to Shiera. No way in hell. Shiera aggressively shook her head. Cooperation is a different thing, but this. No member of the nobility would allow such humiliation on their shoulders. At least not willingly. What is it? Verena asked the duo while the rest of them rushed to guide the people into the bunker. Shiera didn't reply and instead handed the binoculars to her. Verena hastily turned her attention in the direction they had been looking, and it was safe to say, she did not take it well. Despite being a vampire, she was well aware of how beloved honor and respect were to the werewolves. Nouvelle bien. Therefore, watching their supposed noble leaders being chained like dogs was a bit surprising. Both Bishop and Marcy were naked and on their knees behaving like dogs while Mara commanded their forces along with hers. Now I know why Ashton hates her so much. Verena shook her head in disappointment. Someone with a twisted mind like hers does not deserve to be alive. I couldn't agree more. Virgil was quick to chime in. Shiera, however, did not say a word. Her training prohibited her from bad-mouthing royalty, no matter how much they deserved it. But no amount of training could stop her from taking action against someone who threatened her lord. Prepare yourselves for battle. She yelled at the top of her lungs as soldiers quickly got into position. Virgil and the rest of them the command as well. However, Shiera stopped Irina and Verena from helping out in the battle unless there were no other options. Although they were annoyed by the suggestion, they knew it was for the best. Their odds weren't getting any better, and thus by endangering their life, the vampire sisters could potentially turn out to be the reason for the vampires' invasion of Lycania, and that would be a much worse situation than the one they were facing at the moment. I will contact His Highness the King and ask for backup. We're not sure whether he is truly supporting Mistress Mara or not, and if he is, well then we're fucked either way. Shiera said before rushing to the side. There is no point in setting up defenses, morons. Marat's magnified voice echoed through the air. As long as your lord surrenders himself, there won't be any bloodshed. I swear it on my deceased mother's grave. There's no need to swear on your mother's grave. You can swear it upon your own. Virgil was quick to reply. Although he sounded confident, what he said was to merely cheer up the soldiers, all of whom were most likely going to die soon. However, it didn't seem like Mara liked his rebuttal, and the next moment the enemies charged straight at them. Oh shit. Chapter 230 The Battle of Lavon 2. Meanwhile, Ashton had finally managed to enter the deepest section of the catacombs, where the last duel should be residing. However, he quickly released that he wasn't the first person to find the main room, judging from the skeletons scattered all over the place. Some of it belonged to other duels and a few other creatures, while the rest of it belonged to humans and werewolves alike. They were probably the miners who went a little too deep and ended up dying at the hands of the duels. It is eerily silent here, Ashton mumbled softly. However, his voice echoed louder than ever. Relax, you're stronger than before, remember? Yeah, I'm still stuck at level 28. So I don't know if I am as strong as I wanted to be. If this duel doesn't give me a hell of an EXP, then I'm screwed. This time Astaroth had nothing to say to him, because he wasn't so sure about it himself. If Ashton failed to hit level 30 on his werewolf genes, he was pretty much screwed, as he said, or was he? Thanks to sacrificing his sleep, he was already on level 29 with both vampire and zombie genes. But his werewolf skill did not seem to be going up by much despite him killing more duels than in the previous days. It was probably because the leveling requirements of werewolf genes depended on fighting stronger opponents, while the duels had become somewhat of an easy prey for Ashton. So much so, that it was safe to say he could kill a bunch of them in his sleep without getting injured. You won't be screwed. As long as your other genes get to level 30, you will be able to participate in the battle that's most likely to break out. You can farm EXP for your werewolf genes then. Ashton nodded and kept walking deeper. He knew he was headed in the right direction as the number of skeletons along with the stench of death increased more and more. It's a good thing there are so many bones here. I can easily summon a bone Goliath to help me out if need be. Elemental Goliath was the skill Ashton received as soon as he hit level 25 with his zombie genes. However, unlike the previous times, he did not receive options to choose his skills from. Instead, he simply received a notification stating that based on his current skills and necromancy class, he was being awarded a new skill. At first, he was a bit confused about what a summoning skill like Elemental Goliath had to do with necromancer class. But all the confusion was removed when he realized what the term elemental meant in this case. It wasn't actual elements like earth, water, wind, fire, etc. that could be used to summon a Goliath. But elements related to his necromancy class such as blood, bones, and ashes could be used as a medium to summon a giant to help him. That being said, it was mentioned that each of those elements would summon a Goliath with different properties. However, it was up to him to discover those properties as it didn't mention anything about the said properties anywhere in the skill description. Also, the only reason he wasn't summoning one to check their properties now was because of how costly doing so was. No matter what medium Ashton chose to summon a Goliath, it would end up using 90% of his mana, leaving him unable to use any other skill while the mana slowly regenerated. Thankfully, Astaroth was kind enough to let Ashton know about the said properties, so that he didn't waste any of his precious mana. The Bone Goliath was possibly the sturdiest Goliath he could summon. It was excellent for defensive purposes while not so good at offense. The Blood Goliath was the complete opposite of the Bone Goliath, and had extremely high offensive abilities but shitty defense. But it could take a bit of beating if need be by sharing the HP of his summoner. And lastly, the Ashen Goliath. It was neither good at offense nor defense. But what it was good at was stealth and could hide the presence of up to a dozen people as long as they were hiding underneath his shadow. But to summon either of these Goliaths, there had to be a sufficient amount of medium. One can't summon any of the Goliaths with a small number of bones, blood or ash left after incinerating corpses. Then there was the issue of cooldown. Ashton could only summon the Goliath once a day. Suddenly a faint noise of a series of explosions could be heard. Under normal circumstances, Ashton would have ignored it and carried on with his task, but this time he knew something was wrong. As far as he knew, only Bader was able to make such high damage-causing explosives, and Ashton had instructed him to use those explosions only when it was absolutely necessary. The loud explosions would also serve as a signal for Ashton to know the unthinkable has happened. Fuck, she's already here. Ashton forgot about everything about stealth and began running deeper without any fear of anyone. I have to kill that duel and get going ASAP. However, no matter where he looked he could not find the bastard. It was as if the duel wanted to play hide and seek with him. Ashton was running out of time. The longer he lingered here, the more danger his people would have to face. Fuck this, I'm heading back. Calm the fuck down. You won't be able to do much even if you leave without leveling up the rest of your genes. I have a plan. Ashton began backtracking his steps and soon found a half-eaten corpse that he had left behind and began chowing it down. It gave him 1% EXP for both vampire and zombie genes for every mouthful chunk he consumed. It was a time-consuming process as eating from the same corpse only gave 1% of EXP as mentioned before, but it was better than playing hide and seek with a night creature. Just hold on everyone, I'm on my way. Chapter 231 The Battle of Lavon 3. Novel. What is this? Mara was enraged. She had thought she would sweep the floor with her huge army and rain carnage upon Ashton before putting him back in his place. However, never in her wildest thoughts, she could have imagined her enemies would defend themselves so fiercely. Just knowing the odds would have made most armies surrender on the spot, but these bastards were built different. The moment her soldiers were about to enter the gates, a series of explosions ceased their march. In a blink of an eye, she had already lost a fifth of her forces to the explosions, while those who were fortunate enough to not die had their will shaken to the core. Even she was baffled by what she was seeing. Explosions should not have had any effect on them. The humans tried it before and failed miserably, and yet, her troops were dying from mere explosives? It didn't make any sense. Nevertheless, seeing the explosions in action further strengthened Mara's resolve to take them down. With technology like this, she could finally attack Jonathan and have her revenge. But before that, she needed to get Ashton and whoever had developed the explosives on her side. Keep charging ahead, you morons. Mara yelled at the top of her lungs. They can't have infinite explosives to throw at us. The soldiers were hesitant but knew better than to argue with a mad witch. Gathering all of their courage, they headed straight through the area with mines littered everywhere. However, much to their dismay, the barrage of explosions didn't stop. Within minutes her forces had been halved. Most of them were dead, and those who weren't were left incapable of fighting. It was at this time Bader gave everyone the bad news, that all of the mines had been used. They were on their own now. Although the odds had increased in their favor quite a lot, they were still going to lose in a heat-and fight. After all, 30-1 was a ratio anyone would be fond of. Stop sulking and prepare for battle. We only need to hold them back till Ashton gets back. Virgil tried his best to incite the forces, but it was clear that he wasn't very good at it. Only Bader and Virgil knew the secondary objective of using the explosions. The rest of them didn't, so they didn't know what bullshit Virgil was spouting about Ashton coming back, and even if Ashton arrived there, what could he possibly do against an army of 15,000 men by himself? It was at this moment that Shiera stepped up to take the charge and fill her duty as the second-in-command. My soldiers, I have always said, a life that ends with a foolish death is not worth living. But this death, it's not filled with foolishness but honor and bravery. For only honor and bravery can make us embrace death like an old friend. I'm not going to lie to you and say, well, make it alive. For even Lycaon himself wouldn't have lied to you. But with his blessing, we shall meet in heaven once again, to drink alongside the gods and our fallen comrades. Shiera continued, those who still want to desert us, they can. I won't hold a grudge against them, but my soldiers. I ask you this, what do you want? A warrior's death or a coward's life? Warrior's death. I can't hear you. A warrior's death. Then take your arms and charge at the enemies without any fear. We are the descendants of Lycaon. No matter how big of an army we face, we shall be the ones who will be remembered for millennia to come. And just like that, the soldiers who were afraid to die charged into the battlefield, ready to embrace death as an old friend. Your verbal skill is scary. Virgil mumbled while smiling. Let us handle the crowd. You should try to figure out a way to take Mara down. With her gone, the soldiers would stop as well. Shiera returned his smile before charging along with her soldiers. Good luck. What about the king though? You contacted him, right? Bader shouted at her retreating form. Don't expect help from them. Mara's more of a strategist than any of us. She had someone destroy the portal leading to Levon before coming here. Shiera shrugged her shoulders. It would take at least a couple of hours before King Jonathan would get here. It was bad news, but it wasn't as bad as Bader had expected it to be. At least King Jonathan was not siding with Mara. So even if they died, there was a high chance she would receive some sort of punishment. But knowing Mara, she must have already planned something for it as well. Bader, you're the one with the brain. I'll leave the thinking to you. Virgil patted the man on his back before rushing towards the fight himself. Sure, if only it was so easy. Bader shrugged his shoulders and began thinking of a plan. But nothing came to his mind. He could have used the spare hand cannons he had to try and attack her, but the weapons did not have the range to do so, and sneaking up to her was out of the question as well. Even if he did, he would likely get killed quicker than he could pull the trigger. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Shiera's ferocity and the courage of her troops had left everyone else baffled beyond any limit. With a single strike, the royal knights were taking half a dozen heads. However, apart from them, the rest of the soldiers were not doing so good. The numbers advantage was too much for them to handle, and slowly but surely, they were losing the fight. Though just as everything seemed to be lost, Lycaon heard their prayers and a savior arrived on the battlefield to protect them all. What is that? One of the knights guided Shiera's attention towards a figure standing at quite some distance. What the hell is Mara up to now? Shiera cursed loudly as a giant made of bones was seen heading towards them. Since none of them had the ability to pull off something like that, she automatically assumed it was another one of Mara's plans. But when Shiera stared in Mara's direction, she realized the mistress was just as shocked as they were. If it doesn't belong to her, then could it be? Wait, is that someone on top of its shoulders? Virgil pointed out, and a moment later everything became clear. It's Ashton. He's back. I told you he'll be back. Haha. Chapter 232 The Battle of Lavon 4. How? Why? When? All sorts of questions were running in the minds of whoever saw Ashton riding on top of the skeleton. A skill like that had never been seen before by anyone present on the battlefield, and yet they were sure that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them as the skeleton giant got closer and closer to them. The creature was at least 15 meters tall and did not have any gaps within its body. In place of eyes, it had a couple of holes. Just looking at the eyes felt like staring at death itself. It had no mouth or any external organs, which made it look even more unsettling. It was just a gigantic pile of bones molded together to support the gigantic frame of the body. But the even more unnerving thing was the aura of the man riding on its shoulder. Everyone who had seen Ashton could tell the man riding on the skeleton's shoulder was him, and yet it felt as if he was someone entirely different. Not to mention the aura around him felt different. It was no longer radiant, but as if the aura of death was looming over him. Shiera had felt such aura before, usually over people who were about to die on the battlefield. But this time it felt different. She could feel death's aura all around Ashton, but it felt like the aura itself wasn't trying to harm him. If anything, it was there to protect him. By this time, Irina and Verena ran out of the bunker as the ground began to shake under the steps of the Goliath's massive feet, which they assumed to be an earthquake. As soon as their eyes fell on Ashton, they knew he was a vampire. Being the descendant of Dracula, they had the ability to identify any and all vampires in their vicinity. However, to think that Ashton was a vampire too. It wasn't a surprise why it was a hard pill to swallow for the sisters that Ashton's vampiric genes were left undetected for so long. Could he be a hybrid? Irina asked her sister, who shook her head. He is something more. No vampire or werewolf could possibly command the undead to such an extent. Verena sighed. Now it makes sense how he knew so much about vampires and could kill Camilla and so many others. He is the first one of his kind. Much like Lord Dracula, he too is a progenitor of his own race. And 0VL next. Calm. By this time Mara too had sensed something to be off with him. However, she still assumed that the Goliath was a much bigger threat than a literal kid. Stomp them all. Ashton whispered before jumping off of the Goliath, who immediately began making quick work of the 15,000 soldiers on Marat's side. Ashton then turned his attention towards Shiera and Virgil, who were still in shock after seeing Ashton up close. Good job holding them back till now. Ashton felt it wouldn't be fair to not commend their selfless efforts to keep his town safe in his absence. What are you? Virgil asked, the question racing through everyone's mind, but Ashton raised his hand to silence him. Not now, he said. Take the soldiers and get back inside the city. I'll handle the rest. I'll answer your questions once all of this is over. As you wish. Shiera bowed her head before ordering the soldiers to go back. She knew the aura Ashton was exhibiting wasn't of someone who was weak. Hell, with just his presence alone, it was clear the battle was already over. It would take a lot more than mere 15,000 soldiers to take him down, especially with the giant helping him out. The next moment Ashton's eyes fell on the one he had been wanting to take revenge on for a long time. Finally, it was time for him to exact some long-awaited vengeance. Mara was looking at him too. She wasn't looking down on him anymore. Her gaze was one of confusion and fear, just a tinge of it, but there was no denying she was afraid of what he had become. The second Ashton stared at her, the Goliath cleared a path for Ashton to walk straight up to her. But rather than walking up to her, Ashton decided to have a chat with her first. Probably the last one they'll ever have. Remember what you asked me once, mistress? Ashton chuckled. What was the color of my blessing? You won't believe it even if I told you now. But since I'm revealing all of the secrets, maybe it's time to let you in on it as well. Ashton waited for her to say something, but she didn't. Not wanting to waste his time, he decided to continue his tale. Black. That's the color of my blessing, and if you're wondering what I am, then you'd be pleased to know your slave is a tribrid. You do know what that means, right? Mara gritted her teeth so loudly that even Ashton could hear it. For some reason Ashton found it incredibly hilarious. However, as much as he wanted to rub more salt on her already sizzling wounds, he had something to take care of, which was to level up his werewolf genes. But it didn't seem like Mara was about to let him do that. Kill him. She yelled at the top of her lungs, and immediately both Bishop and Marcy transformed and charged at him. Take care of them, Ashton mumbled, and his shadow began reshaping itself until it spewed out two shadowy figures. Sidekicks should never try to fight the hero. Celeste laughed at them before strangling the werewolves up with their own shadow. If our master has to take care of every Tom, Dick and Harry, then what will we do, right, Sven? Humph. Sven grunted loudly before slicing their head off in one swift swing from his shadow blade. Your summon. Sven had killed two high-ranking werewolves. 24% EXP has been earned. Current werewolf level 29. Current EXP 48%. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Entertain her while I take care of the rest. As you wish, master. Chapter 233 The Battle of Lavon 5. Despite what Ashton said, it didn't seem like Mara was in the mood to get entertained by a couple of dead people. Sven and Celeste were strong, but they were nowhere near as strong as Mara was, especially after she transformed. Celeste and Sven tried to do the same thing they did to Bishop and Marcy and end Marat's tail once and for all. However, before Celeste could even bind Mara, she attacked Sven and sent him flying. Without Sven, Celeste was no match for her as Mara grabbed her and smashed it into bits with her fearsome claws. They were supposed to entertain me? Are you sure about that, kiddo? Mara snarled and turned to where Ashton was standing. However, he was nowhere to be found. Don't tell me you bought the bullshit I spouted before. As if I'll let anyone put their hands on you before me. Ashton whispered in her ear, lodging his blades in her back. Mara winced in pain, but even through her pain, she realized Ashton wasn't trying to kill her. If he did, he wouldn't have missed the golden chance to do so. The bastard was playing with her just like she used to. She tried to grab his hand and slam him to the ground, but before she could even touch him, Ashton jumped backwards, saving himself from her vice grip. How did you get behind me? Mara growled at him while her silvery fur slowly turned red. I'll answer you if you answer a question of mine. Ashton smiled through the mask of vampirism. He was wearing all of his precious gear, especially both of the Grim Reaper's equipment he had found so far. That way he had enough mana to sustain Sven, Celeste as well as the Goliath for an extraordinarily long period of time. But more importantly, he could use as many skills as he pleased to take care of the bitch once and for all. Nevertheless, she had a plan to make the brat submit to her, just like he had done the day she bit him. A moment later, the area within 10 meters was covered with visual pheromones that her body secreted after her transformation. Ashton was within the range, and it was only a moment of time before he submitted to her will. However, to her surprise, he remained unaffected by it. Ashton smacked his head before sighing in defeat. What part of me being a tribird you didn't understand? Your pheromones wouldn't work on dead people, and well, technically, I am one of the undead. He'll make you submit to me either way. Mara lunged at him with ferocious agility. Ashton might not have wanted to acknowledge it, but even though they were at a similar level, her battle prowess was still above his. Not only did she quickly adapt to his attack patterns, but she was also able to counterattack just as well. What happened to your voice? Mara smiled as her claws continuously drove Ashton back. Go on, entertain me. Do I eat? However, Ashton did not respond to her provocations and kept defending against her blows. He wasn't even dodging her and taking hits after hits. It was only a moment of time before Ashton's forearms gave in to her relentless attacks and began bleeding. Mistress took his silence as a sign of defeat, but she didn't want to defeat him. She wanted to break him. She wanted to tear him apart to the limit where he would have to beg for mercy. But not to save himself, but to beg for mercy to kill him. The more she attacked, the more blood came gushing out of his arms and the more excited she got. It was as if just the mere thought of hurting Ashton was bringing unfounded peace to her soul and pleasure to her body. Her flushed cheeks were the proof of that. Go on, bastard, look me in the eye. Mara growled, and to her surprise, Ashton obeyed her. She wanted to see the pain of his broken bones within his body, the pain from the gushing blood. However, what she saw were a pair of cold, emotionless but deadly eyes staring right through her and into her soul. You. She once again threw her claws at him. However, this time Ashton grabbed her furry hand before it could even get close to him. Boom. The next moment, Marat's mouth was covered in blood. With a single punch, Ashton shattered her snout while blood gushed out of her mouth and nose like a broken faucet. His punch left her staggered, so Ashton, being the gentleman he was, decided to give his beloved mistress a complete makeover, and so began the one-sided Smash Brothers competition. With every punch, Ashton's next punch got stronger. It wasn't like Mara couldn't have defended her from all those attacks. However, no matter how much she tried, her body refused to move as she wanted. What is this sorcery? She barely managed to mumble through her bloodied nose and dislocated jaw. What have you done to me? You have been poisoned after being in continuous contact with the skill blood poison. Due to massive blood loss, you have received shock debuff. It was only then she realized the blood she thought to be coming out of his wounds wasn't his blood. This was the first time she had seen anything like it, but the blood from around the battlefield had gathered itself around him in the shape of a majestic armor, unlike anything she had ever seen before. Ashton had played her into thinking he was getting pinned from her attacks, but in reality, he was simply waiting for the effect of poison to take place. His blades had been covered with his blood from the beginning, and when he stabbed Mara with them, the poison had slowly begun spreading throughout her body. She opened her mouth once again, but before a single word came out of her mouth, Ashton kicked her right in the face. I told you, didn't I? I'll answer your questions if you answered mine. It was Ashton's turn to laugh now, but sadly, that offer has expired. Now you will tell me what I want, or I'll drag the words out of your throat. Boom, boom, boom. The aftershock of his punches could be felt all across the battlefield. The force behind his punches even rivaled that of the Goliath's foot stomps. Soon his hands were covered in Marat's blood, and yet the punches never ceased. But something felt off. Beating her was proving to be too easy. Chapter 234 Secret Revealed. 1. A heavy stench of death loomed over the battlefield. Thousands upon thousands of mangled corpses lay scattered all over the place, turning the white glistening snow into a shade of rouge. It felt as if even nature wanted the battle to come to an end and tried its best to wash away the blood and gore off of the field, but failed miserably. By the time the rain managed to wash away one such bloody patch, a dozen more were created as the Goliath kept trampling on its enemies. Most of the corpses were in such a condition that not even their mothers would have been able to identify them. It almost felt like the bowels of hell had been opened up, cursing the world of the living. And in the center of it all was a man, bashing the head of an unconscious woman. Everyone within Levon was terrified of the carnage their lord had just brought on the enemies. They were bound to get doomed, but somehow, their lord changed the course of the battle. Not a single thing about the sudden reversal of the attack made any sense to them, but for now, they were happy to be alive. At the same time, some of them were worried about the well-being of their lord. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. While the citizens were celebrating, Shiera, Virgil, Irina and the rest of them still had their eyes glued to the battlefield where Ashton was still busy raining hell on Mistress Mara. After what seemed an eternity, Ashton finally stopped. At least that's how it seemed from the distance. In reality, he was simply listening to what Astaroth had just told him. It's not her. I mean, it's her, but she's not the one you're looking for. A clone? Probably. If it was her, you would at least have to think twice before pulling all the maneuvers you just did. Ashton fell quiet. After all the times he had spared with Mara, he knew she had a talent for predicting her opponent's moves. No matter how complex strategies he employed, she would always come on the top. That was the thing Ashton was worried about the most while fighting her. However, this time she couldn't do a thing, even though the techniques Ashton was using weren't anything she shouldn't have seen before, apart from the use of his necromancer and blood mage class abilities. What Ashton wanted to emphasize was the fact that, despite being overwhelmed by his hidden abilities, Mara would have found a way to fight back. Like she always did. That was the entire reason why Ashton so desperately wanted to get to level 30 and summon Wraithwolves for help. At one point or the other, she was bound to slip and die. However, judging from the way how quickly she got her ass handed to her by him, it was clear there was something wrong with her. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll get another chance to get back at her. That's not the point. I lost the advantage I had over her for no reason. Ashton kicked the unconscious Mara or whatever the thing was in anger before canceling the Goliath summon. How much EXP do I have to get in order to level up? Vampire and zombie genes are already at level 30, you would need to evolve to progress further. As for your werewolf genes, you'll need to kill around 50 people to level up. Why so many? Sven and Celeste killed 2 of them and I got like 24% EXP. Only low-leveled soldiers are left on the battlefield now. Most of the stronger ones got trampled by the the bone Goliath. Should we get started from her then? Ashton's gaze fell on the clone. Real or not, she was stronger than anyone else present on the battlefield. But before he could do anything, an uninvited guest showed up at the doorstep of his city. It was Jonathan with his army. At the same time, everyone who was within the limits of Levon came rushing out to congratulate Ashton on his win. Little did they know, no one had won the battle. The entire platoon of royal guards was standing in front of Ashton, and yet he wasn't sweating one bit. Why? Because he knew it came to worst he could kill them all. It would be difficult, but thanks to the Grom Reaper's earrings and cloak, his mana regeneration was boosted. It would only take a minute before he could summon Sven and Celeste again to aid him. As for the fight, if anything, killing the knights would only help him level up quicker than killing 50 run-of-the-mill soldiers. At this point in time, Ashton wasn't aware that Jonathan actually had picked his side and was there to help him out. As a result, he was being cautious around Jonathan and his soldiers. However, the misunderstanding was solved when Shiera arrived there and informed Ashton what had happened. Jonathan nodded towards his unconscious daughter, and a couple of knights rushed over to restrain her before taking her away. When Ashton tried to object, Jonathan looked at him with enraged eyes. But Ashton wasn't fazed by it. He wasn't the same kid as before who would back down just because his opponent was a king. However, openly showing his hostility might give him quite a bit of trouble, so it was better to stay silent for now. Come in, we have a lot to talk about. That's all he said before heading inside the city. Ashton went along with him, but as he came across his team, he could see the fear and confusion in their eyes. The same went for Verena and Irina, however. They weren't afraid of his new strength, but rather they were intrigued by him. Follow me, I have a feeling I might need to explain a lot of things to His Highness. Seems like a good time to answer your questions as well. Chapter 235 Secret Revealed 2. Everyone was back inside the city, but only a handful of people were there with Ashton, and by a handful, there were only 4 of them in a room. Jonathan, Ashton, Verena and Irina, along with a bunch of royal knights standing behind Ashton who had been handcuffed. It was a precautionary measure so that Ashton did not attack them. The cuffs, however, were made of a special material. The same one that didn't allow the one wearing it to use any mana. Virgil, Shiera and the rest of them were sent away as the information Jonathan wanted Ashton to disclose could potentially break the balance of power in the world if leaked. If that happened, then God knows what the greedy bastards hiding in various empires would do to get the power Ashton had. Why Verena and Irina were allowed to attend the meeting? Well, it was because of two reasons. Firstly, since they were vampires, they could help Jonathan to understand more about the vampiric genes within Ashton's body. And lastly, they were Alucard's daughters, so they could convey the information to him and probably help Ashton in protecting his identity. Or at least he would be able to help deal with the situation on his end. Once everyone had settled, Jonathan began asking the questions. Some grueling questions. It was clear he was upset, but it didn't seem he was upset with Ashton. Probably he was worried about his daughter and ashamed of her actions at the same time. Let's get the big question out of the way first. How? That'll be a bit difficult to explain. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. It's not like I don't want to disclose it to you. It's just that my memory is hazy from back when it all happened. But I'll tell you what I know for certain. Ashton proceeded to tell them about his plan to escape the enclosure, but he skipped the part where he wanted to join the resistance as it would not have placed him in a favorable light in front of them. He simply told them he was tired of being imprisoned and wanted a new life for himself. That's why he hatched a plan to escape. However, before he could escape, he got into an encounter with a zombie who ended up biting him as he struggled to free himself from its grasp. After that, all he remembered was that someone pulled the undead off of him, and the next morning he woke up. He was back in his room within the enclosure. When I tried to remember what had happened the previous night, I lost my consciousness and woke up on the day the Mara came to get me. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. But if that was the case, then shouldn't you have already turned into a vampire or an undead? Verena asked the most obvious question. He would have, but sometimes the gene calibration takes up to a week to finish. Jonathan chimed in. That's why after being bitten, the humans are kept in isolation till their powers begin to show up. But I'm afraid Ashton did not get the chance to get isolated and was bitten too frequently. But the conflicting genes should have resulted in his death. We have tried experimenting with the vampire and undead genes and they all. Verena quickly shut Irina's mouth as she was giving away too much information regarding the subject. They might have a good relationship with Lycania now, but no one had seen the future. They might stab them in the back if they got to know about the effect undead's bodily liquids have on the vampires. Jonathan had caught on to them, but for now he needed to focus on Ashton and deem whether he was a threat or not. If he was, then no matter how important he was to anyone, Jonathan would have to get rid of him. There's one thing that's troubling me. Jonathan changed the topic. How did an undead get so close to the enclosure? That's as much of a mystery to me as it is to you. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. Have you been colluding with the undead? Jonathan did not beat around the bush and jumped straight to ask the most obvious question. First the Island of Doom and now this. It seems the undead simply can't leave you be. It's a bit too coincidental, don't you think? Ashton looked at Jonathan and smirked. At that moment, Ashton realized Jonathan was behaving less like a king and more like a father. Maybe he was even trying to get a little something from him that would be enough to throw Ashton in prison. That way, he would be able to ensure the safety of his daughter as well as keep Ashton on a leash and use him whenever the time and opportunity showed up. If you want to get rid of me, I'm afraid you'll have to try harder than that, Ashton said with the sweetest smile on his face, but let me make one thing absolutely clear. I will kill Mara and anyone who gets in my way. Anyone. At that moment, the knights standing behind Ashton drew their weapons out. You dare threaten His Highness? One of the knights roared and was about to smack Ashton on the back of his head. What happened next was too quick for even Jonathan to keep track of. Ashton got up and snapped his handcuffs in half as if they were made of twigs before kicking the royal knight in the face. The next moment, a gigantic hole in the wall behind him could be seen and the knight who wanted to assault him was laying on his back puking a mouthful of blood. The next time any of you bastards interrupts us, I will personally make sure that it's the last thing they do, and that is a threat. Ashton snarled before sitting back down as if nothing happened. So where was I? You would kill anyone who gets in your way. Irina involuntarily mumbled. Right. Thanks for reminding me. Also, let me tell you something, Your Highness. The woman you took away before I killed her wasn't your daughter. It was her clone, but I will be taking her under my custody. Just thought you should know that. He looked around the table and it looked like even though Jonathan wanted to say a lot more things, he had lost the will to do so. Great then, I'll take my leave if you don't mind. I have a city to rebuild. Chapter 236 Level 31. A couple of hours later, Jonathan and his army finally headed back towards Deja. Staying there any longer was pointless as neither Jonathan nor Ashton had anything else to say to each other. However, despite showing his strong stance and not allowing Ashton to take Marat's clone in for interrogation, Jonathan had made it clear that no matter how strong Ashton was in the end, he had to heed his command. Well, at least that's what he thought. But Ashton only gave up on interrogating Marat's clone when Astaroth informed him that interrogating the clone would prove useless, since the clone would think of herself as the actual person and would not accept that she was a clone. In the end, interrogating her would prove to be a waste of time. On the other hand, Giving her up would mend whatever little bit of fracture his words might have caused between Jonathan and his relationship. As for Jonathan, as much as he wanted to protect his daughter's secret, he couldn't do so. Sooner or later, Ashton would find the fact that Mara had multiple clones made of her to ensure her protection. That being said, cloning was a process that was lost along with the humans, and not even Jonathan knew how Mara accomplished it, but she was careful enough to not let anyone else get their hands on the technology. All he knew was that his daughter had about 6 clones of her, 2 of which were now under his custody. Obviously, it wasn't him who found out the information. It was his shadow assassins who discovered it. However, Ashton's behavior was troubling him more than Mara's disappearance. At the speed he was progressing, it was only a matter of time before he became too strong for him or anyone on the planet to handle. He had heard Ashton's message loud and clear. From the way he had behaved, it was clear that he was slowly turning into a rebel, which meant he was about to turn into an ulcer for Jonathan. But as soon as Jonathan put himself in Ashton's shoes, he could understand his actions. After all, just out of the fear of an invasion from other kingdoms, Jonathan was getting paranoid and wanted to take over the swamps and take over their kingdom before they could take over his kingdom. What Ashton was doing here was similar. Mara invaded his territory and he retaliated, that was all to it. However, since Jonathan prevented him from taking his vengeance, it went without saying that Ashton was angry at him too. Hence he acted out. What a mess this has become. Jonathan tried to calm his nerves and think about the situation carefully. No matter how hard he thought, everything came to one conclusion: it wasn't safe to make an enemy out of Ashton. He was a one-of-a-kind being, and with his support, Jonathan's dream of ruling over the werewolves as a whole would no longer be a dream. But then again, he didn't want to lose his daughter either. Despite having their differences, Mara's death would have a profound impact on Lycania. It was obvious he didn't want either Mara or Ashton to lose their lives, as both of them were important to him. Also, if Ashton was to kill Mara, it would only weaken the kingdom, as, despite her flaws, Mara is an integral part of Lycania. A few of the kingdoms were in fact more worried about her and her strategic qualities than Jonathan's might. And even though it was clear that the two of them never get along, when it comes to Lycania's safety and integrity, Jonathan had no doubt in his mind Mara would come to their aid. That being said, Ashton was an important figure as well. He was no longer a mere pawn for Jonathan to help clear the swamps. He was the living embodiment of Lycania's alliance with Transylvania and Alucard. This relationship between Alucard and Ashton also meant Jonathan could not place his finger on Ashton without fearing the consequences Alucard might bring forth to him. Ashton being a tribrid was just a bonus that granted him safety. It's better to leave Ashton alone for a while. Once everyone is cooled off, we can revisit the conversation. Jonathan reminded himself as he and his soldiers headed back to Deja. Meanwhile, back in Lavon, people were scrapping whatever they could and helping the city rebuild. Even the soldiers who had been captured before the battle gave in when they saw Ashton's might and had turned into his loyal subjects. Virgil, Shiera, and everyone in their respective teams wanted to know more about Ashton's secret. Since the cat was already out of the bag, Ashton didn't refrain from giving them answers. His answers might have been vague. They were enough to shut them up for now. But the thing that surprised him the most was they weren't afraid of him. He had expected them to distance themselves from him the moment they got to know about his secret, but they didn't. Weirdly enough, they were happy to know his true strength now. Their meet and greet lasted for about 20 minutes and then they were off to work as usual. On a positive note, they no longer have to worry about resources. As per the agreement Ashton made with Jonathan in exchange for letting Mara's clone go with him, everything that the Morgans owned was now officially his. Their land, their soldiers, their riches, every single thing. Which made it easier for him to secure things needed to make Lavon the best city on the continent. Well, not yet, but with Bader's help one day Lavon would become a city everyone would want to live in. Enough monologue bullshit. You still need to hit level 30 to unlock the evolution quest. Maybe I should go back to hunt down the last Dole. That bastard got off scot-free because of the battle. But not anymore. Once that's accomplished and you have evolved, we could look into this cloning thing and you know who we have to approach for that. But before all that, you better have an apology ready for her. Well, think about it. Chapter 237, Level 32. Once again Ashton found himself within the abandoned mine, but this time, he wasn't in any hurry. He had all the time in the world to hunt that remaining duel. However, this time, he wasn't going to chase after his tail. Instead, Ashton was planning to smoke it out in his own way. Master, Sven gently said, where? Dump them anywhere close to me. Upon receiving his instructions, Sven turned the carriage over, dumping 300 corpses in front of his master. Behind him, Celeste was doing the same thing. Once done, both of them stood next to Ashton. Sometimes your intelligence scares me. Cut that out. Your intelligence always scares me. Most of the time I'm scared of the lack of it, but this time, you have impressed me. What can I say? Sometimes I like to surprise people around me. The following moment, all of the bodies were ripped open and skeletons walked out of them, shedding their skin, blood, and muscles. Ashton's corpse parade was turning out to be quite good as it did not depend on his intelligence. As long as there was a corpse around him, he could raise a skeleton soldier to aid him. His intelligence only mattered when it came to using the higher tier skills like Resurrection and Valhalla. That being said, Corpse Parade had a crucial disadvantage associated with it. The skeleton soldiers resurrected were rarely of any use when it came to combat. They were easier to kill than a level 1 ghoul. However, they had their uses as Ashton was about to demonstrate. As for his plan, it was simple. Resurrect as many skeleton soldiers as possible and make them all charge inside. Although strength wasn't the skeleton's strong suit, their sheer number should be enough to drive the duel out. Once it was out, Sven would tank the duel's attack, Celeste would bind it using her abilities, and Ashton would finish it off. If everything went according to plan, then it should be enough for Ashton to level up and finally begin his evolution journey. As for the corpses, it wasn't like he had any shortage of those. He had thousands upon thousands of them being incinerated at that very moment. How would taking a few hundred corpses with him affect anyone? Alright skellies, make daddy proud. Ashton gave them the signal and the skeletons rushed inside while Ashton took out a note from his inventory and began writing something on it. After all, the catacombs were vast and expansive. It would take them a while to find the duel, let alone push it outside. Are you writing an apology letter or a court summon? It's none of your business. Well, technically it is. The sooner you make up with your mother, the sooner it'll get rid of you. How? Oh, never mind, I got it. What Astaroth was saying was kinda true. If Evelina could make a clone out of him, then Astaroth's organs that had been keeping him alive inside Ashton's body would be replaced with the organs of the clone. In other words, Ashton would have a new set of Astaroth-free organs while Astaroth would have a body of himself. It wasn't an ideal solution, and even though it seemed a bit far-fetched, it could be possible. That way, both Astaroth and Ashton would be happy and have a life of their own. Well, it was either that or both of them would end up dying due to some biological failure. Suddenly the ground began to shake. Ashton immediately placed the note back and took his blades out. Sven walked up and stood in front of him while Celeste assumed the safest position and hid behind Ashton. As the footsteps got closer, Ashton realized something. It wasn't the footstep of one duel, but at least a dozen. How the hell did so many of them survive, and I couldn't even find a single one of them before? Do I look like a soothsayer to you? Bitch, you're supposed to know this stuff. The hell do I know? This planet is fucking weird. The problem wasn't the appearance of more duels, but their strength. As far as Ashton could sense, all of them had similar levels and all of them were stronger than the ones Ashton had killed before. The worst thing was, most of Ashton's abilities were on cooldown after fighting with Mara. Since he had assumed there was only one duel remaining, he could easily take care of it without his newly learned abilities, but he was wrong. He couldn't summon Goliath to take the damage, but it was obvious that Sven wouldn't be able to take all the damage by himself either. And if he couldn't stop them, all of them might get stomped to death. Well, at least Ashton would, as the rest of them were already dead. Sven, change of plans. Impale me with your sword. That sounded so wrong. Shut the fuck up. Stop rubbing your perverted thoughts on me. And 0VL next. Calm. Sven was confused by the sudden command but followed it nonetheless. As soon as Sven did that, blood flowing out of Ashton's hands attached themselves to him, forming an armor around Sven. Once that was done, Ashton used the rest of the blood to make an armor for himself as well. At that moment, Ashton's regeneration ability kicked in, healing him instantly. Damn it, Sven hit me again. Kinky. I swear. Oh look, they are here. Ashton thought the skeletons were successful in pushing the duels outside, but upon closer inspection, it was clear the skeletons didn't do shit. The duels were rushing out of their own volition. Sven barely managed to hit Ashton again before a duel rammed him over. Celeste tried to stop them using Shadow Bind, but against their speed and might, the shadow threads got torn in an instant. Another duel came charging straight at Ashton. Taking the duel heat-in did not seem to be a good idea. The momentum of the duel shouldn't have been enough to hurt him, but he wasn't all that keen on testing his defense out in the open just yet. In the end, he barely sidestepped, dodging the attack at the nick of time. But he wasn't done just yet. Eat this. Ashton stabbed the duel's stomach with his sword and stood there, putting all his might into establishing a firm grip. The duel's momentum did the rest of the work for him as its stomach got ripped open, spilling its innards all over the ground. The duel fell lifeless, after dragging its body for a couple of seconds. All of the blood spilt was absorbed by Ashton's blood armor, making it even stronger. Which proved to be crucial, because the following moment, another duel rammed into Ashton. Although Ashton wasn't injured, his blood armor had taken quite a beating. You have received 5% EXP by killing a level 22 duel. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Current werewolf level 29. Current EXP 79%. Their sense of smell is extraordinary. Yeah, then let's make them smell this. Skill. Blood mist has been activated. A huge cloud of blood erupted with Ashton at its center and swallowed everyone. The duels turned bewildered with the sudden smell of blood filling up their noses. A moment later they began having trouble breathing and as a result, got slower and slower. It was the moment Ashton had been waiting for. Without their momentum, the duels were like sitting ducks, waiting to be hunted down. However, before Ashton could react, Sven came rushing into the mist and began hacking anything that moved. It seemed like being flung away not once but twice in a day was a bit too much even for a dead person like him. Seeing this, Ashton smiled and gave up on killing the duels himself. Are you not gonna kill anyone? Nah, I'll let Sven vent his frustrations first. He'll get me the needed EXP and in the event he fell short, then I'll do it myself. Also, I think I have earned my right to sit this one out. You're turning into a freeloader, you know that right? It's hilarious coming from you. What have you been doing while I'm fighting? Give me your body and see what I can do. What's the point of doing anything if you need my body first? Nice shot, Sven. You have received 6% EXP by killing 2 level 21 duels. Current werewolf level 29. Current EXP 85%. As soon as Celeste heard Ashton wanted to rest, she rushed over to assist him in the only way she knew. She lifted his head before placing it on her thighs. Here you go, master, she said, beaming as if she accomplished a Herculean task. My SS-grade pillows are at your service. Before Ashton could even reply, he could feel the back of his head get wet as Celeste began shaking in her place. The hell are you thinking, you horny bitch? Chapter 238 Evolution 1. You have received 7% EXP by killing a level 24 duel. Current werewolf level 30. Current EXP 0%. You have successfully fulfilled the conditions to begin the evolutionary process. About damn time, Ashton mumbled as he opened his eyes. Sven might have done all the work, but finally reaching the Holy Grail level, as Ashton had come to call level 30, the teenager could not help but feel thankful. Let's see if the fruits of your labor are worth the pain or not. While Sven was hard at work, Astaroth had explained everything to Ashton in detail. It was mainly about how the evolutionary system worked and things he need to keep in mind before randomly choosing a path. Just like his classes were based on the skills he owned prior to getting a class, his evolutionary path would depend on the type of resistances, classes, and the genes he had. The stronger abilities he had, the stronger evolutionary race he would get to pick. However, it didn't mean that some evolutionary paths were useless. Well, practically speaking, some of them were useless, but still just evolving would give a being massive boosts in stats and skills. On top of that, by taking a step into evolution, the ascended being would also get the opportunity to obtain a subclass. Since Ashton had 3 sets of genes, the probability of him getting a subclass was quite high. However, it was impossible for someone to start on more than one evolutionary path despite being a hybrid or a tribrid, as their body was one and the same. But it would give him more options to choose his next race for. Which meant Ashton would have to pick a path where all of his genes would flourish properly. But something like that was easier said than done, and Astaroth had no doubts Ashton would mess up the chance of dominating the world, and possibly the entire galaxy if he was left alone to make the choice. That's why he was going to keep a close eye on the brat and make sure Ashton selects the best path he could. It was the least he could do since his life depended on the choice the brat made. Congratulations on taking your first step into becoming a godlike entity. Please wait while we assess the required information before presenting you with various evolutionary paths. Current race: human-based tribrid. Current resistances: pain resistance level 15, heat resistance level 11, cold resistance level 9, poison resistance level 15, paralysis resistance level 10, hemorrhage resistance level 15, charm resistance level 12, fear resistance level 12, purification resistance level 6, stun resistance level 12. Current classes: necromancer newbie, revenger newbie, blood mage newbie. Generating evolutionary paths based on the host's existing genes, resistances, and classes. You can now view and select an evolution tree, and obtain a new subclass based on your affinity towards classes and genes of your own. Note: once you select an evolution path, you won't be allowed to change it. Please make your choice after careful deliberation. Please select one of the following paths. Carbon-based spacefarer 1. Xyranian grunt 1. Syntholan grunt 0. Primal warrior servant tier 0. I can understand why you thought I would mess this up. Fucker just gave me random names without any information regarding any of the paths. Ashton scratched his head, not knowing which choice to make. Wanna help me out here? It seemed Ashton was waiting for an answer from Astaroth, but he didn't get any. For some reason, Astaroth had decided to get intimate with his silence, which only irritated Ashton as he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. How did you get these options as your first step? How the fuck did you do it, bastard? Astaroth suddenly yelled at him, but a moment later he began laughing like a madman. He was happy for some reason. Stop yelling inside my head and tell me which path do I pick? Forget about tier 0 options. Normally those are the best options one could get coming from a low-tier planet of yours, but you have much better options now. Just remember this, tier 0 means shit for you now until I say otherwise. So do I pick Xyranian grunt? Since Zyranian are pretty dope, so that should be the best choice, right? Astaroth got quite at the mention of his kind. But the silence only lasted momentarily. Nope. Normally anyone would jump to become a Zyranian, didn't matter whether they got to be a grunt or an elite. I shouldn't be saying this considering I'm a Zyran too, but there are better galactic and intergalactic races to become a part of other than us. Ashton could not believe what Astaroth was saying. Till now, everything he had heard about Zyrans made them seem like an unstoppable space race. But Astaroth was saying there were better races than Zyrans? Was he even serious about this evolution thingy or not? It wasn't as if Ashton didn't want to believe him, but the limited amount of information in his brain was clouding his judgment. After all, according to what Astaroth informed him some time ago, Zyrans were the rulers and conservationists of the galaxy. I can sense conflict in your mind. Let me try my best to resolve it. Choosing Zyranian grunt might seem like the right choice now, but in the long run, it would be detrimental to your growth as you will no longer be able to freely associate with other races. While other races are lenient towards intermingling of different species, Zyrans love their purity too much and would not allow their people to work with other species so easily. On top of that, your evolution tree would get stuck in one stage or the other, as Zyran would not authorize a human to raise their rank too much. It would take you centuries to even reach at the admiral level, which is the lowest level where the upper echelon would even allow you to speak your mind in a meeting or such. So basically, they'll intentionally limit my growth by assigning me next to impossible evolution quests. Is that it? Ashton nodded while lost in his thoughts. That would be a pain in the ass to handle. That being said, choosing the Zyrans would give you two benefits. Firstly, you will receive the highest stat boost ratio upon choosing this evolution path. And secondly, no Zyran will be able to kill you, as genocide is strictly prohibited with my race after the Great Civil War, as our civilization is already on the verge of collapsing. Wait, this doesn't make sense. You said they killed you, right? Ashton was genuinely confused. After all, if Zyrans couldn't kill each other, then how the hell was Astaroth killed by them? It was evident from the hate Astaroth had for his kind that they had wronged him. Consequently, it didn't seem as if he was lying to Ashton about his past. I was about to point that out. No Zyran can directly kill you. In other words, they can arrange for your death in a way that you will die without anyone getting their blood on their hands. For example, they could start by sabotaging your spaceship, making your life so miserable you end up taking your own life, hiring an assassin, the list goes on and on. Ashton nodded. After hearing all that, choosing Zyran's evolution path did not seem all that great. The stat boost was the only nice thing about it. But since Astaroth was being kind enough to explain everything about the other races, he decided to hear about all of them before making a decision. After all, this was a decision he was going to be stuck with forever, and messing it up could very well mean messing everything up. What about carbon-based spacefarer? I was about to get there. In layman's terms, they are space nomads that can adapt to harsh environments quicker than most of the basic races. That being said, they can also adopt characteristics, abilities, or classes from any race they come in contact with. However, the stat boost you'll receive would only be 20% and not 50% like in the case of Zyrans. Also, once you choose to associate or pair up with a certain race, you won't be able to associate with any other race till you evolve again. Do you want me to explain more about the remaining paths as well? No, this is enough. Ashton said while scratching his chin. How much time do I have before I need to make a decision? There is no time limit, but you won't be able to earn any EXP or skills till you choose a path. In short, you'll be stuck at being level 30. Fine then. Let's go with carbon-based spacefarer. Ashton was about to select the option, but Astaroth stopped him at the last moment. What are you doing? Selecting a path? Ashton could feel Astaroth sighing. Did I do something wrong? Don't ever try to evolve out in the open. You might be strong, but once the process of physical change begins, you'll be utterly vulnerable. Killing you then would be a piece of cake. Understood. Fine, I'll do it in the bunker. Chapter 239 Evolution 2. Are you ready now? Think so. Ashton nodded and sat down in the middle of the bunker that Bader had built. It wasn't supposed to be used for a purpose like this, but considering Ashton did not have any other options, the dungeon would have to make do for now. As for choosing an evolutionary path, upon careful deliberation, Ashton had decided to go with Astaroth's advice. However, Astaroth made it clear anything could happen during the evolutionary procedure. He would be in his most vulnerable position, and could even unintentionally harm himself and the people around him. His exact words were something along the lines of going mad because of the pain, similar to what happens whenever he goes berserk. But only it would be 10 times worse, since he wouldn't be in the right mind to control his body. The more Astaroth talked, the more Ashton thought about whether evolution was a curse or a gift. Well, the after effects of evolving were good and all, but what was the point of it if there was a chance he could lose his crap even before he got to enjoy those gifts? Regardless, Ashton didn't want to injure someone. That's why Ashton decided to do it while inside the bunker, as it should be strong enough to take care of his berserking self without causing harm to others around him. On top of that, he had instructed everyone to stay away from the bunker till he comes out of there, and no matter what, they were not supposed to get inside. as even Astaroth didn't know how long the evolution process would last. Statistically speaking, it could take anywhere between 10 minutes to 10 days. But hopefully it wouldn't take so long. I just hope your people do not do anything stupid when they hear you screaming your balls out. They want hopefully. Ashton replied, trying his best to ignore Astaroth's weird comment. Even if they do, Sven and Celeste would take care of them. Upon hearing his name, Sven proudly banged on his chest while Celeste gave a not-so-subtle look towards her master. Give me that look again and I'll rip your eyes out. Master, I'll graciously accept all the pain you give to me and turn it into pleasure for you. She winked in his direction. As much as Ashton wanted to knock some sense into the bitch, he knew doing so would only make her behave even worse. After all, the pain was indeed a pleasure for her. I like her. If you don't want her, could you let me have some fun time with her? That should let her back off for a bit. Get your own freaking body for that. I ain't going anywhere near that crazy bitch. Not after what she did back then. Dude, you've not sworn celibacy, have you? I mean, you do have a donger between your legs, so that couldn't be the reason why you keep refusing these ladies. Or wait a minute, are you interested in guys? I'm not judging you or anything. Everyone has a right to pursue their sexual orientation. I swear one more word and, well, it's not like you can do anything to me. But sure. I'll stop. Hearing you scream should be the best moment of her life considering how much of a masochist she is. And 0VL next. Calm. Let's just focus here, shall we? Ashton took a deep breath and made his choice. The following moment it felt as if he was deep within an ocean. But the feeling wasn't uncomfortable. He had expected pain, but instead, a soothing feeling washed over his body. All the skill effects have been deactivated till the evolution is completed. All of the resistances have been deactivated till the evolution is completed. This is to avoid any unnecessary complications during the reformation of the host's body. Proceeding with evolution in 3, 2, 1, he could no longer hear or see what was going on around him. Everything around him was perfectly fine. However, it all changed a moment later. Sudden pain crushed his bones. It felt as if someone was skinning him alive while pouring acid all over him at the same time. Garden. Hold it. Push through the pain. Astaroth tried his best to calm Ashton down but failed miserably. The latter couldn't even hear him and kept screaming over and over again. Hundreds of veins within his body burst open, flooding his insides with his blood, but at the same time, the veins were continuously getting prepared by themselves as well. It was an endless cycle of tearing the old body parts apart and replacing them with new ones. As a result, Ashton found himself in an endless sea of pain. Nevertheless, as more time passed, the pain only got worse. The resistances he had honed for months were proving to be useless now that they had been deactivated. Thousands of veins bulged through his skin knot. His muscles got leaner, countless bones within his body were shattered and reformed at an alarmingly fast rate. Here it comes. Astaroth happily mumbled, and a moment later a huge shockwave was sent out of Ashton's body, knocking over both Sven and Celeste as well as cracking the bunker in several places. It was a horror show all around. By the time the evolution process came to an end, the room was barely standing. Ashton's blood was splattered all over. As for him, he was a sweating mess, and for the first time in a long time he felt weak and frail. Just like he had been while living within the enclosure. You good? Be honest with me, the benefits weren't the only reason you made me choose Spacefarer race, did you? Ashton sighed. Fucking hell, I feel as if I died a dozen times. Well, technically you did. After all, you are quite literally a new being. I'll take your word for it. You don't have a choice either way. Ashton nodded while panting as if he had just finished a run around the globe. Slowly but surely the pain subsided bit by bit. It took him a while, but managed to get back to his feet and was greeted by a plethora of notifications, all of which he promptly ignored. He needed a bit of time for himself before he could do anything, which was given since the experience was traumatic, to say the least. How do you feel? Surprising well after going through that hell? Ashton mumbled while throwing some punches. I can't feel much difference, but my body feels lighter than before. So that's good, I suppose. Great. Now let's take a look at your stats, shall we? Ashton nodded, but neither he nor Astaroth was prepared to see what they saw next. Didn't you say the stats would only increase by like 20%? Then what's this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Name: Ashton Fenrir. Species: human-based tribrid active. Carbon-based spacefarer active. Status: Zompirewolf. Class: Revenger werewolf class. Blood mage vampire class. Necromancer zombie class. Subclass: Carbon-based spacefarer subclass. Please complete the assigned quest to unlock the subclass. Title: Defiant. Novice brewer. Monkland slayer. Researcher. Owner of the Eastern Palace. First modern spacefarer of Earth. Age 16 years. Gender male. Grade: A tier evolution is possible. Get to level 60 with all your genes to begin the second stage of the evolutionary process. Affiliation: Werewolves. Level: Werewolf level 30%. Vampire level 30%. Zombie level 30%. Cumulative level 62. Stats. HP 10500/10500. Mana 5950/5950. Damage 104. Armor 99. Stealth 101. Stamina 95. Agility 102. Intelligence 165. Unused stat points 10. Number of summons 2 out of 10. Domain authority. Wraith Wolf Dungeon 60%. Eastern Palace 10%. Nature. Calculative. Tight. Forgetting about the stats, his HP and mana alone had increased by about 5,000 and 3,000 points respectively. It was unlike anything Ashton had expected, even in his wildest dreams. However, this wasn't the end yet. Resistance cap has been increased from level 15 to level 20. Skill cap has been increased from level 10 to level 15. All of your active skills have been upgraded by 1 level as a gift for successful evolution. Is this normal? Like hell it is. Whether it was normal or not didn't matter, as Ashton was quite satisfied with what he was seeing. But he was the happiest when he saw his cumulative level. Wait, wasn't Alucard level 61? Does it mean I'm stronger than him? Don't even think so. You are stronger than him based on your genes and level. But unlike you, he does not blindly rush his levels to the maximum. He hones each and every single one of his skills to the limit before even thinking about leveling up more. If anything, it would take you at least a year of training before you reach his level of mastery. However, you are officially the strongest being in this country, so I suppose that's something you can celebrate if you want. Author's note. New novel announcement. First of all, I would like to say I'm adding this section after uploading the chapter so it wouldn't affect the cost of the chapter. Secondly, and also the main reason I am writing this, is to inform you all that I have released another novel called Tartarus online, and I'll be grateful if you guys could go ahead and drop some love on it. It would mean a lot to me. As usual, thanks for all the love and support you have been showing me. Love y'all. Akshat Arpit. Chapter 240. The Koan. With Ashton's evolution came a plethora of benefits. The most important one among them, however, was the availability of a new subclass. Neither he nor Astaroth was aware of what this new subclass could be, but considering how much his stats had already increased, Astaroth was pretty sure it was going to be a broken subclass. Also, after carefully thinking about it, Astaroth had come to the only possible explanation regarding how Ashton's stats increased by roughly around 60%. His stats had increased by 20% just as he had expected, but it was increased by 20% for every set of genes Ashton had, meaning an overall increase of 60%. I do have some free stat points to use. Better dump them all to intelligence so that the limit of summons would increase. A wise choice, considering every point you invest in intelligence would increase by 23 points thanks to the Grim Reaper set. After that, there wasn't much for Ashton to do immediately. He did have a quest to find out what his subclass was going to be, but that was it. Your subclass is not the only thing you want to find out, do you? Astaroth read what was going inside Ashton's head with ease, and was happy that both of them were thinking the same thing. It would be wrong of me if I didn't test the full extent of my powers, wouldn't it? Yeah, but you should take a break first. Maybe handle a few things around your territory of some shiz. Getting into battles over and over again would only put more strain on your new body. Kit would be wise to adjust to your body first before going on a rampage to hunt more Grim Reaper stuff. Ashton nodded and headed outside after calling Sven and Celeste back into his shadow. As much as he wanted to see what had changed within his skills, what Astaroth suggested to him was true. He had been in back-to-back battles for a while now. First it was the duels, then the Maras clone, then the duels again, and finally the pain resulting from evolution. He shouldn't overwork himself to the bone only to be exhausted when a truly fearsome enemy appeared in front of him. As soon as Ashton walked out of the bunker, he found everyone waiting for him there. This surprised him as he wasn't expecting to be greeted by anyone when he got out. What is going on here? He asked Virgil, who was standing right in front of him, with his battle hammer in his hands. Oh boy, you're fine? We were about to break into the room to check on you. Firstly, put the damn hammer down before you destroyed someone's chances of becoming a father. Secondly, why would you want to break inside? I remember telling all of you to keep a distance from this place no matter what. We heard you scream and thought you were in trouble. Verena replied while the rest of them hemmed and hawed. Wait a minute, did you grow taller? That's not all, Irina chimed in. Can't you see his entire body structure has been changed? No one had been paying attention to it till now since the change wasn't that noticeable. But now that the vampire sisters had pointed out the obvious to them, they began noticing changes in their lord. Not only had he grown a bit, but the aura around him had also gotten denser. So much so, that a few low-leveled civilians were having a hard time standing as their feet had gone numb. You evolved, didn't you? Verena dropped the bombshell on top of everyone. The screams and the change in appearance both check out if that's the case. That obvious, huh? Ashton smiled and shook his head. I was hoping to keep it a secret, but since it's already out then there's no point in hiding it. Yes, I have evolved into a Grady being. Yo, congratulations. Bader nodded. No wonder even the king had to acknowledge most of your demands. He must have sensed you were about to break through. Everyone began congratulating him while some like Virgil, Shiera and Irina expressed their desire to evolve as well. It was only after Ashton promised to help them out later did they turn their not-so-sulky faces back to normal. So what's next on your list, my lord? Shiera asked. For now we should all focus on getting the city back up and running. Ashton replied, in the meantime, I'll go and make arrangements to do something about the territory owned by the Morgans and also do something with the enclosures Mara owned. After all, we will need manpower if we want to get this place up and running as soon as possible. You want more human slaves, my lord? Duncan, who had been waiting for his turn to speak, asked Ashton. He sounded respectful, but deep down he didn't want the people living within the enclosure to suffer the same treatment that he and Daniela had to. Ashton smiled and gestured for the man to come forward. At that moment Duncan knew he fucked up. He had made Ashton angry, and now he would have to face the consequences. You remember what this is, correct? Ashton showed the human a piece of paper. Yes, my lord. It's our slave contract. What Ashton did next baffled everyone. He tore the contract to bits, effectively freeing all of his slaves, namely Duncan, Daniela and their unborn child. My lord? Even Duncan was surprised by what just happened. If you want to work for me and help me rebuild this city, you can. Or if want to leave, feel free to do so. But from this moment on there will be no more slaves in Levon. Ashton announced with a smile, there will be servants and laborers, but they will get paid either in money or with commodities. He continued, consider this the first law I've imposed as the lord of this territory. If you agree with me then it's fine. However, if you don't then feel free to leave. But the law will stay the same. Any objections? No, my lord. Chapter 241 The Key to. Somewhere in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, Section Chief Amon found himself in deep trouble. Mere moments ago he had stopped for a scheduled refueling of his ship, the final one before he would have arrived on Earth. However, it was at the space station that all hell broke loose. Space pirates attacked the station. As a result, Amon had to fulfill his duty and fight against the pirates before they took over a Zyran space station. But the forces stationed on Cygnus space station weren't nearly as equipped to take on such an enemy. It was mainly because it was a rare event for a spaceship to cross the Orion arm of the galaxy, as it was primarily a desolate zone, an area that had no advanced intelligent form of life. As a result, the Orion arm did not serve as a trade route, which was the place these pirates usually attacked in hopes of finding good loot, important hostages or slaves. Since the Cygnus station did not have any of these things, they were never attacked by the pirates, not even to salvage fuel. Nevertheless, they were attacking now, and there could be only one reason for that. They were after him. They could have mistaken Amon for being a high-ranking official among the Zyrans, since only they would possibly have a reason to visit the space station so far from their main colonies. Shit. If only I wasn't being a stingy bastard, I would have never ended up in this mess. Amon cursed his frugal life. The fuel prices were skyrocketing, that's why Amon chose to buy only as much fuel as he would need to arrive at Cygnus. Since spaceships rarely ever crossed that area, the personnel stationed there would have readily provided him with more than enough fuel at a bargainable price. He wanted to save a few thousand yenos, only to put his priceless life in danger. Nothing was going correctly in his life ever since he took up the mission to investigate Earth. That cursed planet was cursing his luck too. Damn it, fill my tank to the brim first. In his frustration, Amon kicked a low-ranking worker. Amon knew no matter what he did to the workers stationed at Cygnus space station, as the workers weren't Zyrans. They belonged to a variety of races that served the Zyrans, just like how the mutants on Earth would serve them. At least that would have been the case if those mutants were any good. However, no matter how fast the workers provided fuel to him, Amon wouldn't have been able to escape from the space station. After all, the pirates had already surrounded the space station completely. In other words, as soon as they would see a ship leaving, the pirates would nuke it, destroying and killing anyone that was on board. Still, this wasn't the worst thing. There was something much worse going on inside Amon's head. Usually, when a Zyran was under such a threat, they would have called for backup and tried to hold their ground till the backup arrived. However, since he was on a personal trip and not an official one, he couldn't do so. Even if he did and got saved, there would be an investigation in the matter, and Amon was fairly sure not even Beelzebub would support him. In the end, he would be the one to get punished for wasting crucial militaristic resources, all for a personal trip to a long-forgotten planet. Hey ugly ass, you don't have any weapons at all? No orbital turrets or Hellbringers? Amon asked the only Synthela warrior present there. Synthela were weird creatures, who preferred to live a minimalistic life. Their choice of lifestyle went quite along with their bizarre appearance. They had 4 arms, 2 legs and a thin tail that they often used in close quarters to penetrate through the enemy's armor. On top of that, their 6 expansive eyes gave them an unfair advantage when it came to fighting, as their sharp vision could detect the slightest of changes around them in mere moments. They did not have a tinge of hair on their brown coarse skin. However, they rarely if ever used the so-called superior weapons, manufactured by the Zyrans. Instead, they depended on fighting using their physical abilities. This Synthla warrior wasn't any different, as despite wearing a battle suit made by the Zyrans, the warrior did not carry any weapon on himself. We would have if you Zyrans thought this place deserved it. The warrior voiced his frustrations in his coarse voice, but they didn't, and how you have brought trouble straight to my doorstep. You ugly-ass bastard, better hope I do not make it out of here alive, or I'll have you skinned for talking to a superior species like this. I don't know about the rest of your species, but even my butt is much more superior to you. Also, I have a fucking name, Joyla. The warrior had had enough of this man's bullshit. You have weapons on you, go and fight them yourself. However, it seemed Amen didn't need to go anywhere, as the following moment the wall next to them was ripped apart, and through it walked a gang of mixed creatures, all of whom were wearing a plain black masks. As soon as Amen saw the masks, he cursed his luck even more. He was well aware of the identity of these pirates. They called themselves the Testament of Illicit Thermoluminescence, or TI for short. They had a grudge against the Zyrans for as long as Amen could remember. Attention everyone. We do not have any enmity towards you people. The humanoid standing in front of the Titis spoke. Surrender the Zyran to us and we will leave you peacefully. However, in the event that you don't, we will have to destroy this entire place to make sure that Zyran is taken care of. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chapter 242, The Key 3. Joyla turned towards Amen with one intention: sell him out. When it came to protecting his entire crew, the life of one Zyran wasn't too much to give away. However, Amen had different plans. The way Joyla looked at him was enough for him to know what was going inside the bastard's head. He was planning to give him up to the pirates so that they would leave the rest of them alone. Little did he know, these pirates never fulfilled their word. They had no value to honor the promises they made. In fact, Amen was sure the moment the pirates got their hands on him, they would destroy the station to erase any witnesses. But there was no point in arguing with Joyla. He wouldn't understand him and think Amen was saying those things to save his butt. That's why, as soon as the pirates had backed off a bit, Amen made a break towards his ship. It was a risky move, considering if the pirates got a whiff of the situation, they would blow up the space station in its entirety. But that was also the reason why he had to move quickly. Out of the way. He roared at the top of his lungs while waving his plasma gun around. He had no doubt the workers present in the station would try everything in their power to stop him from leaving. That's why he too was prepared to do anything necessary to leave. Even if it meant he would have to kill everyone on board the space station. Forget about the peace treaties within our races. If you so much as aim that gun at any of my workers, I'll personally rip your limbs apart. Joyla yelled back at Amen while rushing towards him. As if I'll let a barbaric bastard like you stop me. Amen might have been a part of the higher civilization, but he really wasn't all that strong and was merely at grade C. A grade which wasn't enough to face a Synthilan like Joyla in combat, as he was at least at grade B. The Zyran was pretty sure Joyla would do exactly what he had just said if he offended him anymore. Instead, he focused on getting away from there. As long as he left the space station, he could do a slip jump to some other Zyran-controlled space station or planet and then think about taking care of Joyla and his crew. Threatening a Zyran was a crime in itself. That's why Joyla would probably receive a harsh punishment if the word reached the higher-ups. It was probably another reason why he was so dead set on catching Amen. Despite what Amen was planning to do, it didn't seem like Lady Luck was on his side this time to help him out. That damned bastard. Does he dare to sell me out to the pirates? I have to hide and contact Lord Beelzebub before it's too late. Amen cursed loudly to make sure everyone heard Beelzebub's name. In a desperate attempt, Amen was doing anything that could possibly save his life, and Beelzebub's name was the strongest weapon he had in his arsenal. After all, he was called the Gluttonous King for a reason. In reality, even if Beelzebub got to know what Joyla did to his lackey, it was unlikely he would go out of his way to punish him and his crew. But Joyla and the rest of them didn't have to know this. This fucking insect bastard. I swear if I get out of here alive, I'll bathe in his blood. Amen cursed Joyla under his breath but kept on running as multiple explosions could be seen on the outside, right where he had parked his spaceship. The hangar was completely obliterated, but the rest of the station was left relatively untouched for now. But with the hangar destroyed, all hopes of Amen escaping from the space station were destroyed as well. Whatever little vehicles were still in somewhat okay condition, were unfit for long space travel, meaning Amen was stuck there. He turned around to see Joyla was just as shocked as he was, meaning he wasn't the one to tell them the location of the hangar. Those fuckers dare attack my space station? Joyla cursed through his gritted teeth. I'm going to kill all of them, even if it's the last thing I do. Saying so, he grabbed the radio attached to his belt and began spitting orders to various teams of workers stationed on board. His plan was simple: if they were going to die, they would take the pirates along with them. This is your captain speaking. We are under attack by TIT pirates, he said. I don't know why they are so hellbent on attacking us, but we will fight back. Load as much fuel as you can in whatever space vehicles we have. Well, launch a suicide attack on their ship. May Orion's energy be with you. These people are maniacs. Amen mumbled. Even if they attacked the pirate ship using fuel-filled vehicles, how the hell were they planning to get through the energy shield of the pirate ship? Their captain had literally told them to go and die in vain, and yet these fools were roaring with enthusiasm? What the hell had the captain been feeding them to be so stupidly courageous? As for you, Joyla turned his attention towards Amen. I don't care who you are or which faction you belong to. You will not leave this station. If you do, forget about the pirates, I'll kill you myself. But before he could get a chance to act on his words, the following moment Joyla's head fell off of his shoulders. His neck turned into a broken faucet, spewing his blood all over the place, including Amen. But his death wasn't in vain, as even in his death, Joyla had helped Amen a bit. The camouflaged assassins were no longer camouflaged but had been marked with Joyla's blood. Amen quickly went into action, and before the plasma blades could touch him, he jumped away from the two assailants, ready to shoot them down at any moment. Look at this mad lad pointing a gun at us. A man laughed before revealing himself. What is that? A Type 22 plasma bolt-action revolver? You think you can even hurt us with a weapon like that? Who are you? Amen didn't lower the gun down and asked them, you look like a human. Oh please, we're far from human beings. The man dressed in black and red replied before pulling his mask aside, to reveal his ashen face. As much as I hate agreeing with him, Dracula is correct. The second man removed his helmet as well. We're no longer humans. Standing at 72, the latter guy looked as if he had been living inside a cave for most of his life. His elbow-length black hair resembled a bush, just like his beard. His oval face was accompanied by a variety of scars and burn marks, making his appearance even more grotesque. As for the former, he too was a fairly tall person, but unlike his partner, had been taking good care of his clean-shaven face. His skin was also pearl white, unlike the brownish skin of his partner. All in all, he was one of the most handsome creatures any being could set their eyes on. Little did the spectators know, staring the Dracula in his crimson eyes would only result in their death. For fuck's sake, Lycaon, I hate that name. Dracula shook his head in dismay. Call me Drake. Drake. Shut up, you whiny mosquito. Lycaon gave him an annoyed look before making his way toward Amen. Amen was there, ready to take the shot, but then he dropped his gun and shook Lycaon's hand. You people put up quite a performance out there, using explosives and all. Amen smirked before turning his gaze towards the pirate ship as it slowly began destroying the rest of the space station. Don't blame us. You wanted it to seem real, so we did whatever we had to. Lycaon replied, deactivating his plasma sword. It would have been a better option to take in this synthillin. He would have made quite a great soldier. As if he would ever agree to help us with our mission. Amen shrugged his shoulders before breaking a smile. Meanwhile, Dracula was busy imitating Lycaon but stopped the moment the progenitor of werewolves turned around. Grow up, you fucking annoying bastard. Pardon? What did I ever do to you? Oh, quit bickering like a married couple, you two. Amen jumped between them. Let's just get rid of this space station and get back to your ship. He said and walked away, leaving Lycaon and Dracula behind. Who made him the boss? Dracula asked. Probably because he is our administrator. Let's get going, we have a lot to discuss. Especially regarding that key we planted on Earth. You mean the brat I bit like a year ago on Earth? How many keys are you aware of, fucking moron? Lycaon shook his head in frustration before walking away. Teasage, for a progenitor you sure have a foul tongue. Even Frank is better than you. Dracula complained. Wait for me. Chapter 243, The Key 4. Is it done? Amen asked Lycaon. Yup, Cygnus Station is no more and neither are you. Congratulations on being officially dead. Lycaon replied uninterested. So what's next? Amen turned his gaze towards the freshly destroyed space station, as its debris floated aimlessly in space. He wasn't one to feel remorse for the innocents that died on board the station. As far as he was concerned, they were mere pawns who could be replaced at any time by the Zyran High Command. The only thing he felt sorry for was the loss of his brand new ship, but if he was to fake his death, his space glider had to be destroyed as well, considering everyone knew how much he loved his vehicles. Where's Dracula and Frank? Amen asked before finally taking his gaze off of the space station. Dracula is in the canteen, probably chugging down some Hurricane blood. Lycaon mumbled and sat beside the Zyran. As for Frank, the last I know he was off to deal with some problems in his kingdom on Earth. He never listens, does he? Amen shook his head and got up. Let's talk while heading towards the canteen. There's something I want to tell both of you. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Lycaon nodded and both of them headed towards the canteen. Although Amen had said he was going to talk, he didn't utter a word, and since Lycaon wasn't one to talk much, the duo were silent throughout the way. N0VL next. Calm. The door connecting the hallway to the canteen opened up with a loud bang, alerting everyone inside of their arrival. All of the people inside looked at them with admiration in their eyes. Lycaon and Dracula shouldn't be considered pirates, because they usually devoured the so-called pirates. As for their crew, they were the ones Dracula, Lycaon and Frank had rescued from various places in an attempt to build up an army. They had a bunch of secondary ships as well and had almost 100,000 subordinates spread throughout the galaxy. However, It was nothing compared to the 100 million-strong army the Zyrans commanded. That's why rather than starting an all-out war, they had decided to wage a series of skirmishes against the Zyrans, while also being the ones who had been protecting the Earth from far away, stopping anyone or anything that headed towards the solar system the Earth was a part of. It was one of the reasons why no one frequented the Orion arm of the galaxy, as most of the people were aware of what would happen to those who dared to do so. However, it wasn't like everyone hated them. The number of followers they had gained over the years was proof of that. Aliens of various colors, shapes and forms could be seen walking around and enjoying the food and drinks served on board. Their ship was more of a nightclub than a pirate ship. But it was to be expected as they spent 99% of their time hovering and space looting, and at times serving as mercenaries for hire. Where is he? Amon scanned the room but couldn't find Dracula anywhere. You're looking in the wrong direction. Lycaon tapped on his shoulder and pointed above. He's a vampire after all. Dracula was hung upside down, enjoying his tetra-packed blood while maintaining his distance from everyone else. The blood belonged to an unintelligent alien species called the Hurricatan. These mammals were more of livestock than a full-fledged spacefaring species. Their blood was used in cooking, but Dracula liked to drink it raw as it was the only thing that barely came close to what human blood tasted like. Stop drinking and get down. I have important info to discuss. Lycaon shouted at him. Dracula made an annoyed face but did as he was told. The way Lycaon behaved with him, one would think Lycaon was stronger than the progenitor of vampires, but it wasn't true. Dracula was much superior to Lycaon when it came to combat. But Lycaon had his own qualities after all. He was a creationist and his gadgets could give him an edge over any being who was in the same grade as him. Dracula jumped down and landed straight on his feet. As he did so, everyone around him began clapping and cheering him up, except Lycaon and Amon. Thank you, ouch. Focus here. Lycaon slapped Dracula in the back of his head. Right, what did you want to talk about? The key? Dracula asked while rubbing his head. Amon nodded as Lycaon led them to the private room, at the back of the bar. What about him? Dracula continued. I'm afraid Lucifer spilt the beans to Beelzebub about Astaroth and effectively our key. Amon sighed. I don't think Lucifer told him everything, because if he did then an entire fleet of ships would have headed towards Earth as we speak. My guess is Beelzebub only knows that Astaroth is alive. He doesn't know how or in what capacity. Amon continued. That's why he asked me to go and investigate, but unfortunately the pirates found and killed me before I could do anything. That means it should be enough to stop him from doing anything else for a couple of years, right? Lycaon chimed in. I mean, the news of your death itself would take like a couple of months before it reaches his ears. Amon nodded while Dracula kept gulping down the blood, looking uninterested in the conversation, when the conversation was the only thing he had all his attention on. That, however, is inconsequential. Amon said, the fact that Beelzebub is aware of Astaroth's existence puts our plan in rush. We have to get the boy and make him strong enough to fight against Beelzebub and his clan of masters. Turn him into Insgrade for fuck's sake. Do you have any information on the kid's levels or anything? Dracula chimed in. It wouldn't require much effort if he has evolved twice. If not, then good luck to us. That's the problem. Amon had a worried look on his face. Lucifer no longer has the admin rights over the boy. He gave it up to Astaroth when he realized Beelzebub was too corrupted to come to our side. And the last time he checked, the boy was still due his first evolution choice. Amon's words fell on the duo like a supernova bomb. The boy's progress was much slower than they had expected, especially with Lucifer guiding him. But if what Amon had told them was true, then they needed someone stronger than anyone on Earth to guide him as soon as possible. Preferably, they would have liked it if the boy could board their ship so that they would be able to train him personally. But now that they had destroyed a Zyran space station, going anywhere near Earth would only arouse Beelzebub's suspicion even more. So we're fucked? Dracula shook his head. We had to go through all that trouble only to give all that potential to a moron? Don't be so quick to dismiss him. Amon tried calming everyone down. You said Frank is on Earth, right? Contact him and tell him to figure out the boy's current strength. There's a high possibility of Lucifer's information being outdated. As for us, we'll figure out what to do after Frank gets the information for us. Chapter 244. Back to the enclosure. Ashton and a handful of others were on their way to the enclosure. The same one where Ashton had grown up in. Why? Because technically it was his enclosure now and he needed more people to rebuild Levon. That being said, Jonathan hadn't officially given it to him, but it wasn't like Ashton needed his permission in the first place. After all, he was now much stronger than Jonathan was. Although Jonathan still had an edge over Ashton in terms of his army, he didn't want to sour his relationship with him, anymore as it was already on the rocks. Also, the fact that Jonathan needed Ashton in order to take over the swamps forced him to make sure Ashton was not offended in any way, no matter how much he wanted to. He could only bid his time and hope for an opportunity to come up where they could talk and solve their problems without hostility from either side. However, Jonathan did recall the royal guards he had placed under Ashton's command, citing a reason that no other nobles had them, thus Ashton shouldn't have them either. But Ashton could literally see right through Jonathan's lies. He was worried that Ashton was growing too strong and influential. So much so that he began doubting the loyalty of his soldiers, thinking Ashton would take his throne away from him. All this despite Ashton saying he had no intention of ruling over a country. He even said, as long as Jonathan did not interfere in his business, he wouldn't care what he does or doesn't do. But Jonathan was right to fear his soldiers slipping away from his command, something he saw firsthand by Shiera's reluctance to leave her new lord. But since she was completely loyal to the throne, she had no other choice but to do as she was told. That being said, after a month of humps and haws, Ashton had managed to tame the remaining members of the Morgans. It wasn't as easy as it seemed, with everyone objected and did not accept him as their lord, as most of them believed Marcy and Bishop were still alive. It was only when Ashton showed their severed heads to Marcy's would-be wife, did they accept Ashton as their lord. If Ashton wanted, he could have decided not to go through all the troubles and simply force them to join him under the might of his iron fist. But since he needed trustable people from within the crowd who would help him run their city, he had to be patient and behave as such. Running an estate as huge as the Morgans wasn't an easy task, thus he needed some help. Having some people around him would only do him good and refrain other nobles from acting out against him. As for Mara, she was nowhere to be found. Almost as if she disappeared from the face of the planet entirely. Even though Ashton did want to see her suffer, he decided to let the matter rest for a bit. It wasn't like he had any other choice as he doubted Mara was going to show her face to him in a long time. Feeling nervous? Verena asked with her usual smile. Nah, not nervous but a bit annoyed, I guess. Ashton replied indifferently. Why though? When the mistress marked me as her property, a lot of them said one day I will return there as a noble or some other high-ranking member of the society. Back then I hated the nobles with a passion. Well, I hated everything that wasn't human, to be honest. Ashton continued, long story short, I yelled at them that I would rather die than become one of them. A few years later, here I am, and I can't wait to see their I told you so faces. Well, technically you fulfilled your promise. After all, you became an undead first before a noble. Verena said with a smile. Maybe they were fortune tellers or some shit. Humans used to have those, right? I wonder if they were able to predict their loss in the battle and thus ran off the planet. Virgil chimed in through the radio, maybe they'll predict my future with Faye as well. A warning regarding married life would be appreciated. Oh wait, I didn't mean it. Virgil was so caught up in the moment that he forgot Faye was with him in the same car. As Faye attacked Virgil, Ashton couldn't help but laugh. A few seconds later, he realized the sisters were staring at him as if he was a monkey who did a trick. Is there something on my face? He asked them. Both of them nodded in sync. What? A smile. Irina replied before turning her gaze away, you should smile more. Look who's talking. Ashton shook his head but smiled again. By this time they reached the enclosure. Ashton looked outside from the window and the memories of the place came flooding back to his mind. Almost a year had passed since he had seen this place and nothing had changed. The entire prison looked the same as it had done before. The guards were patrolling as usual even in Marat's absence while the people inside were doing what they did best, nothing. I guess some things never change? As soon as the humans saw the cars approach them, they immediately bowed down, regardless of their age, gender, or physical condition. It was whipped into them that no matter what, if they see a member of werewolf society, they had to greet them like this or well get punished. Ashton was all too familiar with the rule because he was punished every couple of weeks because he refused to follow the rules of the enclosure. He stepped out of the car and a moment later he was greeted by Gustavo Valga, the captain of the voluntary guards. I greet my lord, he said. Ashton was a bit weirded out by seeing the man who often whipped him for disobedience, bowing before him. You're still here, huh? Well, you won't be around for long. Me lord? I'm demolishing this enclosure and taking the humans with me. Ashton replied, now a destroyed enclosure wouldn't need security, would it? Chapter 245 Missing. People often see truth from different perspectives. As a result, their narratives of the same events are bound to be completely different. Just like it was for Jonathan, who was still having a tough time in taking a side between Mara and Ashton. If only those who would et along, conquering the continent wouldn't have been an impossible task. He sighed heavily. Jonathan was in his private chambers all alone, gazing out of his window. The silence he used to cherish so much was now driving him crazy. The look on his face wasn't of a king but of a man who had gotten lost from the path he had carved for himself. He wasn't the confident man he had been just a few days ago, all because his daughter decided to disregard his warnings and went ahead with her pitiful plan of taming the brat. He knew about the attack Mara was planning against Ashton long before she even put it into action, but back then he couldn't stop her. Not because he didn't want to, but because he thought as long as she did not kill the boy, everything should be fine. The two of them would work together and he would achieve what he desired the most, complete control over the werewolves. He was so sure of Marat's success that he even came up with the excuse of the portal being destroyed when Shiera contacted him. All in hopes that Mara would be able to take care of Ashton before he eventually made his way to the city. It was only when he heard Shira's report of the incident did he mobilize his army. However, it wasn't to save Ashton but to save Mara. The moment he was informed that Ashton was using explosives that could harm and even kill werewolves, Jonathan realized the boy had already predicted something was about to happen and had prepared accordingly. Thus Jonathan raced to the battlefield, praying to God that he reached there before Ashton could defeat Mara, or worse, kill her. Sadly, what Jonathan wasn't aware of was the fact that Mara was using one of her precious clones to do her dirty work this time. Otherwise, he would have allowed Ashton to kill the clone and have his revenge, while Mara was safely hidden somewhere else. That would have been the true win-win scenario. However, he intervened, and by the time he realized he was defending a clone, it was already too late to back down and let Ashton kill her, because it was no secret to him how much he cared about Mara as her father. But he didn't need to do anything, as Ashton already seemed to know that the Mara he was fighting was nothing but a cheap clone. How did Ashton knew about the existence of the clones was a mystery to Jonathan, as him, Mara and a couple of others were the only ones who knew about it. I sure know how to pick and lose them. Jonathan smiled wanly. If only I was half as lucky when it came to finding people. Jonathan already had his hands full, but now he had to worry about finding Mara. He had not seen or heard from her ever since she took down the Morgans and turned them into her slaves. On top of that, after her defeat at Ashton's hand, she was nowhere to be found. It almost felt as if she was trying to hide from everyone on the planet. She had abandoned her territory for good, something which she fought tooth and nail for before, and no one had any idea where she had gone to. But Jonathan did not give up. He instructed his shadow assassins to drop whatever they were doing and find her first. After all, he needed to keep her safe. But so far they had been unsuccessful in doing so. Anything? He asked without turning his back, and a woman appeared out of nowhere, before kneeling behind him. Nothing of substance, Your Highness. She responded, just some rumors that we're trying to find concrete evidence to prove their authenticity. Until then there isn't much to work. Jonathan did not like her answer at all and completely lost it. Days' worth of tension and exhaustion had made him easily irritable. He turned around and grabbed the shadow assassin by her neck, before slamming her against the wall. It's been days since I told you to find her, he snarled at her. His canines were merely half an inch away from her neck, as his rage-filled eyes stared at her horrified face. I wanted results, and all I hear are excuses but not a single result. Forget about finding her exact whereabouts, your idiots can't even find the continent she could be on. No one had ever seen him get this angry. Not even when his first wife died at the hands of someone whom he trusted the most. It was one of the major reasons why he was so attached to Mara. But now he was breathing fire on anything that moved in front of him. WW looked for her everywhere, Your Highness. The assassin spoke in a squeaky voice as the pressure around her neck kept increasing. She's neither in any werewolf territory nor in any vampire territory. She could have left, for Nirvana. Jonathan eased his grip around her neck, but kept her lifted midair. What did you say? Nirvana? How could you be sure of it? The assassin found a new life as soon as Jonathan eased his grip and took quick breaths before replying to her master. There's a man in the coastal town of Foxamore who says he saw her there when we showed her photographs around. We haven't been able to verify whether he was lying or not. That's why I kept the information from you. My sisters are in the middle of finding out the truth. There's no need. Jonathan calmed down and let go of her. I know why she is headed to the undead territory. To find her mother, but why? Chapter 246 Washed Away 1. The sun was dawning over the land of werewolves, which meant it was time for everyone to pack up, stop working and enjoy the night in Lavon. Everyone, but the heads of various departments, needed to discuss the development of the city now that they didn't have any shortage of resources. Numerically, there were several secretaries that served under Ashton's command. Virgil, who was the Secretary of Defense. Faye, the Secretary of Healthcare. Renee was made the Secretary of Food Procurement and Supplies. Bader was considered to be made the Secretary of Technological Advancement and Development. However, even after giving them their tasks, there were a lot of things that still needed to be taken care of, and thus Ashton needed more secretaries. Thankfully, he had no shortage of capable people on his side to fill the most important roles. The minute Duncan and Daniela decided to stay with Ashton, despite the things he had done to them in the past, Ashton decided they would be the perfect candidates to voice the opinion of the humans in his city. Thus, Duncan was given the position of Secretary of Human Relations. This move also made the humans that now lived and worked in the city feel safe, as now for the first time in their lives, their voices would be heard on an equal level as the werewolves. Apart from them, Ashton also gave Verena a post, even though she shouldn't have been assigned a role, as their stay in Lavon was considered to be temporary. However, when Verena asked for Alucard's permission, he readily agreed to the proposal, thinking it would be the perfect way for the sisters to show their usefulness to him and win him over. As a result, Verena was made the Secretary of External and Internal Affairs due to her cool-headed nature. In the meantime, Irina was made the Secretary of Training Armed Forces along with Finance, because she happened to be good with numbers and money as a whole, and also training people for warfare. Obviously, in time he would need more trustworthy people to fill in for more secretaries as his city expanded. But for now, 7 secretaries were enough. To anyone who saw his city, it was clear that Ashton wasn't treating his territory like a city, but as a kingdom of his own. After all, there was no reason for him to make a secretary for external affairs if he was merely restoring a city. But he did because he knew Jonathan wasn't on his side completely, and also simply because he could do whatever he wanted to. No one would dare to go against him as long as he minded his own business and they minded theirs. Alright people, Ashton started the meeting as usual. Let's start with Verena. What do you got for me tonight? More lords have offered you money for atonement. Verena shrugged her shoulders, or so they say. Ashton shook his head and replied, that's no atonement money, but blood money. They want to ease their guilt and I'm not going to let that happen. They will pay for what they did, but not now. Getting money and resources from the neighboring lords had become a custom. They often send things his way, thinking he would forgive them for their irrational behavior. But Ashton had no intention of doing such a thing. Soon the lords got a wind of what happened to the Morgans and Mara, but they couldn't do anything about it. Mainly because they were just as guilty as the Morgans had been. As for the matter of women and children who had been kidnapped from Levon, most of them were safely returned to Ashton as a strategic move to not invoke his anger. But some were unfortunate. Nouvelle Biatham. A few of them had already been sold to a variety of buyers, and even sent to some uncharted regions that were the home to the most vicious night creatures, just because their buyers wanted them to suffer. But they weren't sent just like that. Surveillance devices were strapped across their bodies, so that they could enjoy watching them suffer, while they had fun betting on how long they would survive. It was safe to say that all of those people died horrific deaths. Earlier humans were used for this purpose, but now even the werewolves weren't safe. How did Ashton know all of this? Multiple lords had confirmed it themselves. But these weren't the ones who indulged in it. That's why they agreed to inform Ashton all about it in the hopes of getting on his good side. The guilty lords, especially the Gruntas, readily compensated their loss with money, but Ashton declined their offer. The blood of the innocents was on their hands, and Ashton wasn't going to accept some blood money to ease their guilt. By offering him the money, they wanted to force Ashton into keeping his hands to himself, but now that he had declined their offer, they were afraid of retaliation. Especially the Gruntas, who were known to go against Ashton ever since he was just a student at the academy. Not to mention, they were directly responsible for what happened to Levon and its people, so they were afraid Ashton might do what he did to the Morgans and Mistress Mara. They even went to the king to beg for his help, but to no avail. He, who barely managed to protect his daughter, was in no shape or form going to do anything to protect them. On top of that, every noble household was aware of their crimes and decided to distance themselves from them for good. Should we attack them or something? Virgil asked calmly. I mean, they know sooner or later we will come for their heads. We do not have the resources to start another war. Faye interrupted. Also, waging wars so often would only make everyone conscious of having any contact with us. Not to mention, wars could also hinder the development of our city to be added to a merchant route. As much as I want to rip their heads of myself, Faye is correct. Ashton nodded. Fighting against them would do us more harm than good. Now is the time for us to make more friends than enemies, so we should focus on that. Anything else? Not at the moment, but I do have a personal request from Father for you. Verena replied. There's something he needs to discuss with you. Oh, did his intelligence network find those conundrum rats? Ashton said with a smile on his face, which disappeared once Verena shook her head. They found something all right, but it has nothing to do with conundrum. She said they found an undead creature washed away at the shore of one of the vampiric kingdoms. And? Ashton couldn't figure out how it was any of his concern. Since you're an undead too, well, at least a third of it, he was hoping you could have some clues for finding more about that creature. That could be arranged easily. I was looking for an opportunity to go there as well. Anything special? Irina asked him. No. Just a few things I need to do there. Chapter 247 Washed Away too. What do you think? What do I think? I don't know much about this world, let alone someone I've never seen before. So much for being a Zyron. Ashton sighed before focusing his attention on the undead creature in front of him. I can't believe even with the detection skill something so trivial would turn out to be so complicated. Ashton had arrived at Transylvania the next day. Alucard seemed very interested in Ashton's genetics and his evolution, but at the moment finding out more about the undead creature was more important. Thus, Ashton parted ways with the Overlord and his daughters to visit the lab the undead was being analyzed in. Ashton accepted Alucard's proposal for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was hoping to find out more about the undead region of North America that was now known as Nirvana. All because he wanted to get in contact with the man Ashton thought to be his father. And secondly, he wanted to talk to his mother regarding Maras clones. Why her? Because she was supposedly an expert in the field and probably the only person who could have helped her. If she hadn't, Ashton would apologize for his behavior the last time and move on, but if she did, then he would have a shit ton of questions Evelina would need to answer. Thankfully, by agreeing to study the washed-away undead corpse, Ashton was automatically brought into contact with Evelina, who too was studying the undead to try to find the reason why or how the undead crossed the Atlantic Ocean to reach the vampire territory. The most troubling part was that the creature had crossed the ocean and was alive when found by the locals. It was during the transportation process did the creature died. Now the question was, how did an undead swim across the ocean, which should have felt like crossing an ocean full of poison? As it was a well-known fact that the undead creatures are extremely susceptible to salt and can be killed by injecting a large amount of highly concentrated saline solution. Evelina wanted to discuss it all with Ashton and check whether he too had the same weakness or not. She did not have any bad intentions and only wanted to make sure Ashton did not have a weakness any could easily exploit. But the awkwardness between them was obvious for her to even get close to him, let alone test her theory. On top of that, both of them wanted to apologize to each other, and yet none had the will, words, or courage to do so. You've gotten stronger. Evelina finally broke the silence. Yeah, you have to keep getting stronger as the number of people who would want to chop your head off increases. Ashton replied without taking his eyes off the corpse. It helps to keep them in check. Evelina nodded and carried with gathering various samples from the undead to analyze. Being a tribrid must be fun. Especially for having the best of all the species? No wonder you had to hide it from everyone. Yeah, being a tribrid is like being a rose. It looks beautiful and harmonious from the outside but full of thorns on the inside. Being someone like me isn't all sunshine and meadows. Once again, silence swallowed their conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Ashton mumbled before finally giving up on making sense of anything out of the undead. It felt like you wanted to say something before you went silent. Evelina smiled, thinking how much Ashton was like Benedict, his father. Just like she was his mother, Benedict was his father in all the sense of the word. He too had the talent to interpret her silence into words, and although Ashton couldn't do so, he could at least know that something was off with her. I'm dumbfounded, thinking how you would have had a tough time hiding your powers, waiting for the right moment to reveal it all. To show everyone and everything how strong you are. All the while living under the fear of losing everything. That kind of bravery and patience is rare to have. She continued, just thinking about everything you had to go through makes me feel like a failure. Patience in this brat? You couldn't have been more wrong, lady. As usual, Astaroth didn't miss the opportunity to pull Ashton's leg. But Ashton had long since learned to filter the Zyron's voice off whenever he felt like it. At that moment, all of his attention was solely on Evelina and nothing else. At the same time, a realization hit him as well. Evelina might not have been the one to birth him, but she had been his mother since day one. His hazy memories of them being together was the proof of that, and as he realized that, he felt so ashamed to behave the way he did in front of her. I wanted to tell you something as well. Ashton began his forgiveness speech, however, before he could say more, the undead raised his head and launched itself at Evelina. For Nirvana. The bastard roared loudly and was about to bite her neck. No, you won't. The undead must have thought his mission was a success, but to his bad luck couldn't have been worse. As the following moment, Ashton rushed over to them and slammed his fist onto the undead's face, turning the lower half of his mouth into mashed potatoes, with a lot of rancid tomato puree and chunks of rotten teeth. Ashton then grabbed the creature's head and ripped it apart with ease. But that did not seem to calm his nerves down as he began stomping on it. How fucking dare you touch my mother? He kept repeating over and over until Astaroth yelled at him that Ashton had killed the creature a dozen times over. As soon as he stopped, he turned to check on Evelina, who was crying tears of joy as soon as she heard him referring to her as his mother. Are you hurt anywhere? Ashton squatted down to check on her, but she grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his forehead as she used to before. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. However, before any of them could say a word more, they were interrupted by someone. So you're her son, interesting. Alucard mumbled. Chapter 248, Bonding Time. Ashton instinctively jumped in front of Evelina, ready to fight Alucard. Oi, idiot, back off now. Did you forget what I said? He's more experienced than you. However, Ashton was not going to listen to anyone who tells him to back down, especially if someone close to him was threatened. Not to mention, his level was higher than that of Alucard, therefore he didn't have a reason to back down. Oh, protecting your mother, huh? That's a praiseworthy thing to do. Alucard smirked and took his sword out. I knew you were somewhat like me. I too killed the people who were responsible for my mother's death. Those were the times, but let's see what can you do first, shall we? Ashton did not waste any time and charged straight toward the Overlord. As usual, he placed all his strength behind his swords and attacked. Spark flew in all directions as their blows connected with each other. Ashton's attack was backed up by raw strength, but Alucard had a century worth of skills on his side. The kid's attack might have forced him to take a step back, a feat not many on Earth have achieved. But that was all there was to it. Your attacks are too simple and lack substance. It almost feels like a monklin stole a sword and decided to play the hero. Alucard mocked him before deflecting Ashton's strike and smacking him in the head. You think you can protect someone like this? It's a miracle you have been able to protect yourself so far. Ashton paid no attention to him and threw a tornado kick at Alucard. Since the latter was well aware of Ashton's brute strength, he didn't even try to block or parry the strike. Instead, he ducked below and swiped Ashton's legs off the floor, making him lose his balance and eventually fall. With his trusty sword, Alucard tapped Ashton's neck. "And you're dead, then I killed your mother and you wasted all of your talents. End of story." Alucard smiled, putting the sword away. "Wanna have a go again?" Don't tell me you thought I was going to kill you for real?" Alucard acted surprised. "I would never do something like that. If I did, my daughters would never forgive me, and that's something I can't live with. So what was this?" An impromptu sparring session, I guess?" Alucard replied, before pulling Ashton to his feet. "Huh, you really thought he was fighting you?" Elmeo. With Ashton back on his feet, Alucard turned his attention towards Evelina. "Ava, you good?" "Yes, your highness. Ashton saved me in the nick of time," she replied. "If it wasn't for him, I don't think I would be talking to you or to anyone, in fact. I'm glad you were saved by your long-lost son. Although there are a lot of things he needs to learn. You might be a good brawler, but your swordsmanship is a bit lacking. Not that I blame you, those wolves think strength is the only thing that matters. Which also reflects in the way they handle their weapons. That I can't argue with." Ashton scratched the back of his head. He was feeling a bit embarrassed regarding how easily he lost his cool and fought Alucard, without thinking of the consequences. On top of that, as Astaroth reminded him of the things he said, Ashton couldn't help but cringe at himself. "I really said such a thing in front of her?" "Sure did, Mr. Self-Proclaimed Protagonist. Novel bien. What? What? Never mind. Well, it's a good thing my daughters chose you. Now I can teach you the way of the sword and hopefully make a great knight out of you. Only if you won, of course." Alucard left the ball in Ashton's court, and Ashton wasn't a fool to decline the opportunity to learn swordsmanship from such a great swordsman. "I'll be honored to. Haha, consider it a father-in-law and son-in-law bonding activity." Alucard laughed heartily, all the while patting Ashton's back. "You will marry them, won't you?" Alucard brought his face eerily closer to Ashton, as the latter nodded vigorously. "Good, good. For a second I thought you were having cold feet or something. Damn, first he's gonna force you to marry them. Then they'll force your virginity out of you, quite literally." Soon, cleaners were brought in and they cleaned up the mess inside the lab while Ashton, Evelina, and the sisters accompanied Alucard to his private chambers. Well, it was private chambers only in name. It appeared more like a treasury than anything else. Once everyone had settled down, Alucard wanted to know more about Evelina and Ashton. He didn't have any reason for it, but since Ashton would one day become a part of his family, it was given that he wanted to know more about him. However, Alucard could not believe his ears as Ashton and Evelina explained how they were separated from each other for about 12 years now. Irina, who barely ever showed any emotions, had a sad look on her face, while Verena was trying her best to not hug Ashton. They had no idea why Ashton was so cold-hearted, but now that they were aware of his backstory, his hostile demeanor towards strangers made a lot of sense. Once that was out of the way, Alucard turned their attention towards the real reason why he had invited them to his chambers, to discuss what happened in the lab. As far as we are aware, salt should be the weakness to the undead. However, it's an indisputable fact that the undead not only somehow managed to survive in seawater but also fool us into thinking it was dead. Evelina continued, "As for the reason for attacking me, I think we all know the answer." She was obviously referring to the research she had been doing. If she managed to complete her research, not only would she find a cure to reversing the coffin effect, but the undead would also lose the one advantage they have over the vampires. But she couldn't openly say it because Ashton was present there, and the research was supposed to be kept a secret from everyone who didn't belong to vampire nobility. What answer? Ashton looked at everyone as they silently nodded in agreement. "All I can tell you is that it's related to research I have been doing for a decade," Evelina replied. She did not state what kind of research, but Ashton was not a fool and immediately connected the dots. "Is it about the weakness of the vampires against the undead?" He asked them, and all of them stared at each other, trying to figure out who could have told him that. But Ashton cleared the confusion before any of them blew things out of proportion. "No one told me, so don't point fingers." Ashton smiled. "And part undead too, remember? On top of that, I have fought vampires before. Don't you think one of those times I would have discovered something like that on my own?" "It does make sense." Alucard nodded. "But what doesn't is the fact, how did the undead get to know about our plans?" Chapter 249 Training 1. Despite brainstorming for a couple of hours, all of them could only come up with two scenarios to answer Alucard's question. 1. The undead were slowly evolving and hence were gaining some sort of resistance or immunity to salt, which would explain how the undead crossed the ocean. And second, the undead had infiltrated the other continents. None of them wanted this to be true, but no one could ignore the possibility either. This conclusion was a bit unsettling due to obvious reasons. There were undead creatures walking in their midst and no one knew about it. Something like that wouldn't have affected the werewolves much, but for the vampires, the undead's presence was nothing short of a pandemic. Not to mention it was a direct violation of the treaty between the species, which stated no species is allowed to step foot into the land belonging to other species until and unless they are invited to do so. However, it wasn't possible for the undead, or anyone for that matter, to do so without being detected. Which meant someone, a vampire, was in on this too. It could be anyone, from a high-ranking member trying to climb the ladder by eliminating everyone, or a small timer who would do so for material things. On the outside, Alucard appeared to be normal, but inside his head, he was already making a list of the people who could do something like that. Anyone who ended up there would not have a peaceful life anymore, to say the least. All of you can leave now, Alucard dismissed them with a reassuring mind. I will handle this on my own. In the meantime, Ashton, we can start your training from tomorrow onwards. That's okay with you. Thank you. Your training? What training? Irina immediately jumped up. For years she had begged her father to teach her the way of his sword. But Alucard declined her every time and instead sent them to get trained by the swordmasters spread across their continent. That's why when Alucard said he would be training Ashton, she was a bit offended. In her mind it almost felt like she wasn't worthy enough, but Ashton on the other hand was. Yes, I am training him. Alucard did not beat around the bush or try to defuse the situation, but it's not because he is capable that I am doing so. Actually, it's the complete opposite of it. Father, we have fought against him and we know he is stronger than us, Verena chimed in, but Alucard interrupted her. All he knows is using brute force. Nothing else. Since his strength far exceeds yours, it was obvious you would be defeated. That being said, unlike you and your sister, he is terrible when it comes to handling his weapon, and the only reason I am teaching him is that he has to protect the two of you, not the other way around. He is such a sly man. I like him. Ashton couldn't disagree with Astaroth even if he wanted to. Alucard's diplomacy was always a sight to behold and never disappointed any spectators either. I could learn a thing or two from him. That's something I should say. As for you, you could learn an entire encyclopedia worth of things from him. Judging by how easily Alucard managed to calm everyone down and did not make any of them feel offended, was something to admire. Not only that, but he easily managed to get his point through to everyone as well. In other words, what Alucard told everyone was that, while Ashton was strong, he lacked the essential techniques to master his weapon. While at the same time, the sisters had the skills but did not have the strength to overpower anyone, thus satisfying both the parties without making any of them feel slighted. Maybe he has an ability for. That's not the case every time. Some people are born with talents no one else has. Just like you. Having you inside my head isn't a talent. It's called cancer. Novel bien. Meanwhile, somewhere in Deja, Jonathan was walking through a dimly lit corridor. A place that was hidden from the rest of the world, and only a select few had the knowledge that such a place even existed. Even Jonathan wasn't aware of it until 12 or so years ago, when he accidentally stumbled across the room that happened to be some sort of armory. A place that must have been used during the war with humans. A place that had been turned into a secret lab since. Any progress? Not much, Your Highness. A man replied, the subject keeps rejecting the gene implants. His face wasn't visible in the low light, but it was obvious he wasn't a werewolf. Hell, he didn't belong to any of the dominant species on the planet. For he was just an ordinary human. However, since he was covered in some kind of a special black suit, coupled with the bad lighting, his presence was completely hidden. Had he not answered Jonathan's question, no one would even know he was inside the room. I want results, Tom, Jonathan whispered while staring down at Marat's unconscious clone inside a pod filled with a mysterious liquid. I already heard today's quota of excuses somewhere else. We both know it's possible. That kid is the living proof of it. Yes, but his existence shouldn't be possible. Tom shook his head, stepping out of the shadow. These genes aren't meant to coexist. There must be something else inside him that's binding these genes and not allowing either of them to overpower the other two. Jonathan sighed heavily before grabbing the human by the neck. But as soon as he realized how important Tom was, he let him go. Please stop telling me what I know and tell me something that I don't. That kid has the power, but now that he has gone rogue, I need someone else with the same kind of strength by my side, and it's your job to make it happen, or else you will feed my family to your domesticated undead creatures. I know it very well. Give me a few more weeks, I will find a way to make it work by then. After hearing what he wanted to hear, Jonathan turned around and left the room, not suspecting anything that had been going on inside Tom's head. He's gone. He spoke through his communicator after making sure Jonathan was gone. Good. Just keep up the act. When the time comes, you'll be generously rewarded. A mysterious feminine voice replied, Long live Nirvana. Long live Nirvana. Chapter 250 Training 2. In the sky laden with mist, the sun found it a Herculean task to penetrate the mist and grace the land of vampires with its presence. Under the watchful eye of the mist, a beautiful garden was flourishing with plants that no werewolf had ever seen before. However, at this moment, the spectators gathered around the garden were not appreciating the beauty of the flora, but the once clashing swords in their midst. The loud sounds of metal clashing had left everyone mesmerized. After all, It wasn't every day Alucard used his soul sword to spar against someone. The soul sword wasn't an ordinary sword. It was a weapon that had a will of its own, hence the name soul sword. Unlike other weapons, Alucard didn't need to wield the sword himself. All he needed to do was to think about what he wanted to do with the sword, and it did it all by himself. It was also a weapon that was the closest to Alucard, as her mother was the one that blessed the weapon, providing it with a soul in the process. Thus, when Alucard used the sword to its full potential, it almost felt like fighting two Alucards at the same time. But for now, Alucard decided to use the sword as usual, because he wanted to teach Ashton and not test him. Not yet, at least. Oh, so you're already applying what I told you yesterday? Impressive. Alucard praised Ashton, however. You're still full of openings. He then kicked Ashton's exposed abdomen, forcing him to take a couple of steps backwards. Although Alucard used about 70% of his strength behind the kick, Ashton did not feel an ounce of pain. The only thing the kick managed to do was to push him back a bit. You are so used to attacking others that you don't know how to defend your openings, Alucard once again emphasized his shortcoming. You take too much time to switch from offense to defense, and even then your defensive form is only halfist. Thus, even your defense is a tad bit useless. Focus on defense. Got it. Ashton replied and got back into his battle stance. Let's do this one more time. Oh, don't worry about that. Alucard smiled. Well, do it as many times as I need to beat it into your head. Look at him go. I can't remember the last time he had this much fun. Verena said with a smile. I wonder if he's doing this for his own training or for Ashton's. It was a rare sight to see Alucard spar with someone because there wasn't anyone in their kingdom that was strong enough to challenge him. As a result, he only ever practiced with his soul sword. But now that someone stronger than him was standing in front of him, Alucard was more than happy to spar against Ashton to assess both of their strengths and sweat a bit himself. The only thing was, it was impossible for a vampire to sweat. I think I understand why father never taught us the soul art, Irina mumbled. Why? Maybe only someone with a soul can master that art. Since we have none, we can't? I'm pretty sure that isn't the reason. Still, we can ask him about it later. Let's watch them for now. Who knows, maybe we'll be able to learn a thing or two. Their swords clashed once again, but the result remained the same. However, it wasn't as if Ashton wasn't improving at all. He no longer senselessly charged at his target but took a moment to analyze their posture, their demeanors, everything. Basically, he was taking in every bit of information he could about the target before coming up with a plan to beat them. Even though all that was a failure in front of Alucard. If only I could use my abilities, Ashton thought as he was pushed back again. They are the reason why you never perfected your skills at swords. The only thing you did was perfect your abilities and skills, which made you overpowered. What would you do if your skills did not work against a certain enemy? Yeah, I get it. Before Alucard started his training, he had made one thing absolutely clear. Ashton wasn't allowed to use any ability. It didn't matter whether it was an active ability or passive. Because the training was to enhance his swordsmanship and not his battle aptitude. To ensure that his passive abilities didn't work passively, Ashton had to wear a special cuff that disrupted the mana links within his body, rendering him unable to use mana at all. Alucard also used the same cuffs. But since he didn't require mana to use the soul sword, it didn't matter too much to him. However, the cuffs themselves weren't too staring, and Ashton could rip them off whenever he pleased. Since the cuffs were designed such that in an emergency, they would not limit the abilities of the one using them. Did they decide to stop? Verena asked her sister, who was much more knowledgeable when it came to swords. No, Ashton is about to do something. Before Irina could even complete her sentence, Ashton disappeared from their sight. However, he wasn't using any ability or item. It was his own speed that he hadn't been using till now. The sisters weren't the only ones shocked to see the speed at which he was attacking Alucard. For the first time since they started sparring, it seemed like Alucard was on the back foot. His speed had forced Alucard to use his full strength as well. The best defense is a good offense, huh? Alucard smiled. Why did I even bother to lecture you about defense? He was forced to swing his swords hard in order to merely block the strikes coming at him at blinding speeds. Dodging the strikes was out of the question because one wrong step could lead to a bunch of shattered bones. Not only that, Ashton's ability to use his sword to jab his enemies at such speed was astonishing. I got this, Ashton thought to himself as he launched an attack at Alucard's back. However, his attack ended up getting blocked. Congratulations, Ashton. You just cleared the tutorial. Alucard said as he let go of the soul sword to defend his blind spot. Now the real training begins. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys.